Ladies and gentlemen, this is the most Rose of Heels. We are back. I don't know what the fuck happened there. I think it might have been like my heater set off the circuit breaker, but it literally, like, everything turned off and then it just turned like right back on. So let me just get like everything like back and ready to go, and then we'll start the show again. Okay, I can go ahead and restore everything here. Okay. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm streaming again. Let everything like load in. Go ahead, show the player. Yeah, we'll just go. Just get I gotta get everything like back up and ready for like. Okay, playlist, live streams. Okay, here we go. Okay, so we are back at him again, folks. All right, let me get Chatterino back up too.
So Ben Shapiro apparently did a...
This is like a weird cope network for Andrew Tate releases, and I'm kind of curious about it. Like, do I want to watch this? Because everybody keeps asking me. Everybody keeps asking me about Andrew Tate getting released, and it's really, there's really nothing going on. He's just in house arrest. Like, it's not that big of a deal, and everybody wants the breaking news update. This is an interesting page, though. Well, let's start with this one. Andrew Tate is damaged from jail. This is an hour-by-hour update, guys. Let's see what we got.
It's an hour-by-hour update.
Message from Andrew, and it seems like he's been affected from prison.
Oh no, not Andrew.
Bearing in mind it's almost 4 a.m. in Romania, saying, I haven't been able to sleep a single hour since I got out of that prison cell. Now,
oh no.
Somebody responded saying, no sleep. You know what that means. Hit the gym. Exactly. And another fan responded saying, hard to sleep when global domination is on the mind. You are all capable.
Bro, what? He's not a fucking supervillain, people. Come on, man. Chill the fuck out, dude. He is not a supervillain. Jesus Christ.
Andrew Tate is, like, for the first time in his life expressing something like meaningful. He's like, oh man, I'm so upset. I can't really sleep. I've been so negatively impacted that they're just hitting him with like the best memes of 2023. Like, what is happening? Holy moly.
Wake up and take over people. Now I did a Google search and it says prisons can be noisy places. Prisoners who do not get regular quality sleep are at risk of damage to their health and psychological well-being. But you can't trust Google.
Wow, dude, prisons can be noisy. Who would have thought?
Have a lump on your lip and it'll tell you to remove your lip. Another fan said, bro's got 3 a.m. motivation. And also back and forth still since he posted video like boss trying to think of new ways to conquer the internet.
Never say going to bed.
The fact that he's still got his muscles going on means that he was able to train in the gym, and it probably wasn't that bad. I think that this is all like a bullshit aesthetic choice, because we're talking about a rich guy who went to a Romanian prison. He's probably got plenty of luxuries.
And fourth, still since he posted video like boss trying to think of new ways to conquer the internet.
Never say going to bed. Going to bed is emasculate. Cowards need sleep.
True.
I'm texting you, you beautiful girl, but
I'm gonna be very honest with you. You do need to sleep. Please don't be like that guy that refuses to sleep, okay? Because you need to get that Sigma grind set. You cannot function without sleep, okay? I don't know what the appropriate time is that you need to sleep day by day. Sometimes you gotta do all-nighters for like job, study for a test, things like that. That should not be like a regular thing. You should, like, your sleep cycle actually goes with like when the sun sets and sun rises, to be honest with you. Like, your body does want to get up when the sun rises. We're basically like plants in that way. If you need like an analogy, like, you should sleep. Sleep is a good thing. Sleep lets your body rest, heal itself. You feel rejuvenated. You can function the next day. You should sleep, okay? Oversleeping is not a good thing, too. Like I said, there's some days where you have to like kind of put in some extra hours. Those days should be few and far in between. Having a healthy sleep schedule is a good thing. If you're having trouble sleeping, look at some options that you have. Talk to a doctor. Check online too. Sometimes when it's gonna sound stupid, you know what actually helps me go to sleep when I can't sleep? I put on my headphones, look up my iPad, shoe cleaning videos of people like cleaning shoes. There's a whole ASMR section about that on YouTube, believe it or not, and it does actually help me fall asleep. As weird as that sounds, that does help me fall asleep. The actual sound of that just puts me right to sleep. It's very soothing. Yeah, we got fucking swept in a 3-game series, man. Just doing nothing. Listen, 162 game season. We'll see what happens. All right, back to Andrew Tate, like mauling, I guess.
I'm tired. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. You know what I like to say at fucking 1:15 in the morning? I'm going to work.
What is this?
Work. At this time, money never sleeps, baby.
I don't even know what I was doing Iron Banner, right?
She's sitting there going, work. What do you do? I'll tell you in person.
Now you have to think it is a huge change of environment for Andrew and Tristan, but Andrew saying he's not sleeping can be worrying. But it also could be that he's planning something big. Everything that is good requires a lot of time and effort. Guys, what do you make of it? Comment your thoughts down below.
I think you're a little weird.
Bro, you coping, dude.
What? There's so much. This is hour by hour updates of what's going on. Like what? Oh my god.
He's got his army out there, man.
There's like 5 videos about this clip of him smoking a cigarette, smoking a cigars.
Clarity of mind, real thoughts, real plan.
Oh my god. Since last year I've been on 24-hour lockdown, no yard time, participate through whatever, blah blah blah. No, yeah, this is all a lie. He wouldn't have been able to maintain his like his body if he had no yard time. He's just lying. You guys are falling for it because apparently none of you understand anything. Oh my god, Andrew Tate released from prison. Breaking news, guys.
So guys, huge news on Andrew.
Huge
Watch
news.
The whole video to understand.
It's only a minute.
News. Criminal Procedure Code replaces the measure of preventive detention ordered against the defendants Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate, Georgiana and Luana Radu. Criminal case in file number with the preventive measure of house arrest for a period of 30 days. From the 31st of the 3rd until the 29th of the 4th. Tate brothers will be released. The 2 remain under house arrest. The Tate brothers will be released and placed under house arrest. The same measure will be ordered in the case of their 2 collaborators, Georgiana and Luana Radu. Andrew's good friend Rory even tweeted out saying, finally, house arrest granted. What a result. Guys, this is massive. The no news was good news. We waited all day for something to happen. Andrew knew this was happening. He was happy leaving court the last 2 days. And for everyone saying they'd have the full 180 days there, they are finally back at their house and they will finally be out of jail. Guys, massive updates. So do turn our notifications on if you want to keep in the loop. Please either like.
This is the most weird cope channel I've ever seen in my entire life.
There's one of many.
It's just obsessed
on
with
YouTube.
Andrew Tate. Look, here's the next video. And it's just like there's multiple videos of him just leaving the courthouse over and over again. Every single one of them. Look at how many times they used the same clip in like 4 different videos, 5 videos, 6, 7 videos. There's 8 videos of them just using the same clip of him walking out of the courthouse. Bro, this is like a mental disorder, I think. Oh my god. What is this? Andrew Tate lawyer first words on. I thought he had a female lawyer.
Andrew has been released from jail. What
No, he doesn't have a female lawyer.
He's been spotted outside his jail, waiting for him to be released, and he's commented his first words on the situation. He said, "The measure was replaced by the measure of house arrest. The court carefully listened to the pleadings of the lawyers, read carefully, and considered that the grounds in the question no longer exist. At this time, he will not run away from any of the brothers. They have repeatedly expressed their intention to cooperate with the judicial authorities."
Well, they've said they have the money and they have a private jet and they can just run if they want. So, like, let's not pretend that they were a flight risk. And at this point, if they do run away, then everybody will know that they're guilty.
Are just some of the clarifications made by the lawyer of the Tate brothers.
Oh, yeah, I think this is the reason, like, why Sneeko doesn't need porn anymore. Yeah, he just jerks off to this.
Now keep on our channel as you may not get a notification, but tonight we will see Andrew.
Oh
back
my
in his
goodness!
home, and that is a guarantee. His
You're gonna see him in his home? You're a fucking weirdo.
first words are going to be interesting. We have to give credit to their lawyer. Many people doubted him, including myself.
This guy doesn't even have an active Windows key. Come on, man. You're that poor? You're posting hour on the hour Andrew Tate updates, and he doesn't even have an active Windows key.
However, in the end, it was an extremely tricky case, and this is a ginormous step in the right direction. Guys, comment your thoughts down below.
The right direction. Woo! Andrew
See
Tate.
what happens.
His mom's first words.
Boys, what a night.
What are we gonna get? Fucking the baby footage from when she was a baby and she spoke for the first time?
A day. Andrew Tate will be walking freely from jail tonight. So keep
Are
on
you
our channel
serious?
as you may not get a notification. However, Andrew's mom has released her first words on her son's being released
my
from jail.
God.
Rory, Andrew's good friend, said finally, house arrest granted, what a result. And then he followed up and said, Tate's mother would like to send her thanks to everyone who has supported Andrew and Tristan and is grateful for everyone who had their back through all of this.
Wow,
Love
beautiful.
her. Tam Khan, Andrew's best friend, said, Alhamdulillah, the Tate brothers given house arrest. Big step forwards, freedom, finally something. Alhamdulillah. Hashtag free the Tates.
Wow.
Now, as you can see on this video, news reporters are waiting outside his jail, waiting for the brothers to walk out of that door and be escorted to their home. Andrew's mom would be super emotional, and of course, it's lovely of Rory to forward her messages and her personally thanking all of the brothers' supporters. Guys, comment.
It's been really nice for the past couple of months with Andrew Tate in jail. Things have been a little bit clearer. Oh, look, another video about how he walks free, guys.
So, guys.
Oh, look, the same footage again? Whoa, look, they grew out their hair, despite the fact that they still had the amenities to be able to work out and maintain their bodies, which means that they probably had access to PEDs in there as well, as workout equipment and proper food and nutrition. They
Papa Gun being just completely relentless here.
With you, it's all a front. It's just supposed to make it seem like they're all ragged and disheveled and treated poorly. But nobody maintains their body to the degree that Andrew did after like 6 months of not being in prison, or being in prison, right? He's been in prison for like almost 6 months. If he wasn't able to work out, he would have lost all of that. If he didn't have access, he's probably be on PEDs, and I'm not even insulting him, but he's a professional boxer. And if you're not a naive idiot, you realize that like pretty much everybody who's like a top tier athlete is on PEDs. It's just the reality. But what's interesting is I remember hearing a story, I forget what the bodybuilder's name was, that like went to Mexico to get, I think, testosterone or something like that, and he ended up getting jailed, and they kept him in there for like 6 months or so, and he lost every bit of his gains. You need to consistently work out, eat a proper diet, and maintain your PEDs. It's all a game, and yet he's posting days later, walking around his like this.
So, guys,
like this person had consistent access to the gym. It's all just a game. That's why he still hasn't cut his hair.
Oh, fuck.
It's all just like it's just a character change. He's just in old man Logan mode.
Okay, hold on. This is like probably like the hardest thing. Oh, fuck me. Shit, of course, osteo. If you can get those things to hit, and this guy's like AFK. Shit, and he unraveled me. I fucked up. I was trying to go for the charge, but I didn't have, I wasn't sprinting. Yeah, he got rid of throwing knife. Fuck. I was trying to push him back, do the push, and then like a DPS him down.
Stand strong. Good counter. Now hit them again. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Down. 5 minutes left. Sound tactics so far. powerful statements. Ah, yes.
Right.
The hunt is on.
Oh, fuck me. I should have just kept firing. That was I went for the switch and then that was dumb. I know it's cheap, chat. Don't y'all tell me. Avenge me! I'm gonna have to turn up the volume after this. Fuck. I should have kept going with the fucking immortal.
Is over.
I have to commit in these engagements. I can't switch.
Now you were the wolf. Finish the hunt. 3 minutes remain. Keep the pressure and you have them. Another
Same guy too. Damn. Fuck, he got me the Drang. I wish I crafted one. That thing is so good. I got a good roll of it once time, but that's when I really wasn't like playing like PvP that much.
The flames are lit, and you are the prey.
Oh, he got me with a sniper. I thought the mine got me. Oh yeah, the reloading sucks on this.
Yes, the hunt is on. Keep the pressure on. It's almost over.
Fuck me, man.
The flames have gone cold.
I really do need to.
Well fought and well won.
He got me with that goddamn,
You are like a hero from the Dark Age. Keep fighting, and you will have Zavala's job someday.
that's not bad. Impact casing. Hard launch. To tell you the truth, that's not bad. Yeah. The handling on this sucks, though. Hold on. What is... Acquire the ornament. So I need to... Okay. Collect or recover. I thought I got it. Guess not. That's almost done too. So 2 or 3, and then after that I can go to Banshee. 110, 109. Just don't think I have anything. Oh yeah, didn't I say I was going to increase the volume? Alright, back to the video.
And people just eat it up. You guys are, oh my god, you guys are so susceptible. You guys are just so susceptible to just like anything you hear. What top athletes on PDs? All of them. Go watch Bigger, Stronger, Faster, okay? Or Bigger, Faster, Stronger? What? Anyway, I think it's on Netflix. It's a good documentary. I recommend it. Educate
He's not
yourself,
wrong about
okay?
that too. There's quite a few. You'd be surprised.
I think that he's on house arrest. He's out on house arrest. What else do we got here? Because these are incredible. Andrew Tate's first words on Tate speech. Oh my goodness, what do we got here?
Guys, Andrew has sent out his first letter besides his huge statement he sent the other day to his
Let's hear it.
fans. It says day 1 of Tate speech, which if you didn't know, Tate speech is his Rumble channel name. If you've ever actually researched human behavior at a high level, you'd understand the importance of environment.
Well, none of you have, probably. I mean, if you're looking at Andrew Tate, you probably aren't like an educated person. I'm not trying to be rude. But like, not trying to be mean, but I don't think that there's any like people who are like psychology majors that are big Andrew Tate fans or have actually studied human behavior. This is a person that got confused by automobile statistics. All right, we're just talking about the guy who was like, no, women are worse drivers than men, and people were like, well, yeah, but if you look at the data, women get in like less severe accidents and cost less money. He's like, no. When I drive with my 18-year-old girlfriend, I never let her drive in the snow. It's because she's a child. It's not because she's a girl, she's a child, and that's why she's worse at things than you are. So.
Surrounded by the ruthless, you become more ruthless.
Whoa.
Sad. Average. Every trait and thought of things you read, the people you are around, it all naturally rubs off on you.
I thought that he was top G. How was him going to jail? Having him being surrounded by a bunch of ruthless people.
Gladiators whisper about you between matches.
If anything, he should be like Rorschach from The Watchmen, where he's like, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. And then he beats, like, fucking throws something at somebody and hits him with a thing. It's crazy.
Deranged Batman.
But this is supposed to be top G. Who could be more ruthless than Andrew Tate? What are you talking about, bro? This is crazy. There's something going on here. I'm starting to think that Andrew Tate might not be the top G. Okay? Maybe they bottomed him in jail. Now he's the bottom G. I don't know.
Gravity. It's a well-studied fact. What you do with this fact is the difference between the stupid and the intelligent.
Whoa.
Stupid people do not abuse this universal law. They don't use it to their advantage. They don't ruthlessly cut out the influence of their
Andrew
life.
Tate
They
fans
don't
are like
relentlessly
fucking
search
wild,
for
dude.
Positive ones.
Wow,
They
beautiful.
actively reset a gravitational pull toward loserdom their entire
Whoa.
life. When it takes a fraction of that effort to change the direction gravity pulls them. You're subscribed to my mailing list. You most likely follow me on Twitter. You have set a good influence within your life. Apply the lessons and watch yourself be pulled towards success naturally.
Wow, naturally.
Cobra Tate, Bucharest, Romania. It seems
Whoa.
like everything is coming together. Seeing as he released a new video.
Maybe he got his testosterone, like as I was talking about PDs, from like just like guzzling other guys' cum or something. I don't know.
And his subject on email being Tate speech.
Guys, sign up to his mailing list.
Cute Nico Uwu.
Tristan Tate
Lovely.
responds to Elon Musk. Oh, this is something important. I'm really into
So
this.
guys, as we know, last night Andrew sent his first message to Elon via Twitter after his jail.
Papa, Tate was actually on the brink of death before he went to the house arrest, so he literally fought powerful ghosts in prison. He seriously had cockroaches as his only friend, but Tate is a true alpha. Wow, I didn't know that. That's really deep. I'm actually a little tearing.
The release, Elon tweeted out saying, I wish the media would stop flattering me all the time. It's a bit much, guys.
What does this have to do with Andrew Tate?
Now, Andrew must have Elon's notifications on as he replied instantly to him saying, I know how you feel. Which then this morning, Tristan sent his first message to Elon and well, Tristan politely destroys everyone. He tweeted saying, Twitter 2023 has exposed the fact that the internet explorers don't have the $8 it takes to partake in their hobby with any professionalism.
Legal action.
Oh, they're saying that if you don't pay for Twitter Blue, you're a nerd? Okay.
Thanks.
I would argue if you pay for Twitter Blue, you are the nerd. You fucking weirdo. Paying for verification. Cringe.
Elon Musk. Now, Tate News.
You're just really being manipulated by Twitter. to like having to do this Twitter Blue bullshit.
Don't pay for Twitter Blue. You get no perceived benefits from it.
Tristan has been going in since his release, and he's been calling.
That's going in? Wow, this guy looks like Paul Heyman. Okay.
Now everyone, and rightly so.
Wow.
You normally see Andrew extremely active on Twitter, but this time it's Tristan's turn. Can we just imagine the Tate brothers and
Thank you.
combining to take on the world? They would be absolutely unstoppable.
What's it like being the person who made this video? Like, what do you think he does? What do you think that this guy does? He just sits around and he like sees really bullshit information about Andrew Tate, and he's like, I gotta report this and I gotta flavor it up.
What
to
is like on my
reach
leg
the
right
minute
now?
long. This guy actually has hour on the hour. Patrick Bet David goes deep on Andrew Tate release. Oh, it's 6 minutes. I don't know if I have 6 minutes, guys. Andrew Tate supports
Traded.
shutting down hater. Let's see what we got
So
here.
guys, remember this guy in yesterday's video?
Oh no, we have to watch yesterday's video. Oh wait, there's
Oh my
fucking
goodness.
15 videos a day. I don't even know if I could find this. Well, I'm sure there's no extra information.
Can I tell you something really quick? So I actually have a counter argument. No. Just give me a second. We heard you. Look, he's actually not a misogynist. When he's teaching his men how to be more masculine.
No, he's a misogynist. He's a sex trafficker. He's admitted this. He's admitted to using the lover boy method. He's admitted to manipulating girls, saying that he'll be in a relationship with them and marry them if they come over, and then gets them to do sex work. He talks about how he treats his webcam models just like the way people treat prostitutes, which is not good. I know a bunch of you dumb fucks think that. That's good.
You guys think that's hilarious? It's really not.
Cool to be a pimp. Pimps load their fucking prostitutes up with drugs and force them to work. Stealing money from the girls, lying to them about how much money they should be able to make. Well, taking their passports. Did I mention that? Not letting them leave unless he's convinced that they're so in love with him that they'll come back. Using another girl as like a primer to help basically groom these girls, and admitting it all publicly because he's proud and brags about it. Like, he is a misogynistic person. If you don't realize that, you're dumb. You're an idiot. He teaches men to be men. All he says is go to the gym. That's it. If you need Andrew Tate to be telling you that you should go to the gym, then you're a fucking idiot. Like, no
Trade.
shit, it's good advice.
I love this
but holy
gun now.
fuck. Like, what do you do when you get there? I don't know. This guy doesn't know, clearly. He's fucking fat as fuck, and so am I. But like, where's the advocate? Hey, what should I do when I get to the gym? I'll just go to the gym. That's not advice. You can get that advice from literally anybody. You can get that advice from a squirrel on the road, right? Go look at somebody that matters, like Alan Thrall, Wendler, like Jim Wendler, Mike Israetel. Go watch it to people who actually help you at the gym, give you routines. Mark Ripto, 5x5. Always gonna say this. Like, that's a really great place to start. You want to do a high frequency, low volume routine because you have to work on your technique when you first get to the gym, and that's at least for like more compound lifts, which I always advocate for because I think that they're the best for your body. But he's teaching men to be men, you know. When he laughed about girls losing the right to go to college and university in Middle Eastern countries, that was just fucking based. Women need to be under the grips of men because I can't get a woman without her being forced to be around me. If she can't have financial dependence on me, I bring nothing of value else to the table except beating her relentlessly. So obviously he's just teaching men to be men. No, he's not. He's not a real man. I don't even want me to tell you. By like the way that men are supposed to be, like, number one is like respect. Number two is a good father. And this type of rhetoric where you go around justifying men cheating on women is not going to make a good man. You want to know what the problem is? Why we don't have enough strong men in society? It's because the fucking dads are out fucking around too much. We need our fathers in the household, ideally, but more than in the household, we need them to be present in those children's lives, and they're just not. These dads are walking away.
Papa.
You can blame women all you want. You know, when you have people in the manosphere saying that it's women's fault to get raped and they should have picked better men, obviously the manosphere has no interest in talking about who the proper accountability for people. It's a fucking male victim complex. It's crazy. Well, this guy's an idiot. And the problem is that whatever fucking no offense, but whatever person this is, probably an idiot, is going on the street doing street interviews, which usually they'll go out for like 5 hours and then they'll record a 10-minute video, or they'll cut it down significantly, and they're looking for the right people to talk to. This is a common manosphere tactic, is to find, no offense, dumb women to engage in this, like soy boy looking guys that are dumb, don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and then argue against this, and they find the one base guy. Oh my god, this guy's so fucking smart. Holy shit, he's teaching men to be men? Oh, fuck. Bro, shit in my fucking mouth. What are you talking about? You people are so stupid. All these fucking people are so dumb. All of them. All of them. Who this guy is? This guy, I doubt this guy's even married or been in a long-term relationship. He probably jerks off the pictures of his mom from like fucking 20 years ago because he's just such a fucking mama's boy that's been treated. And this is another problem because with men leaving the household and not being there for their kids, unfortunately, you have a little bit too much femininity raising these kids, and a lot of times these women will just raise their kid in a way where they give them everything they want. They make them a fucking mama's boy, and they're still sucking their fucking tits when they're 40 years old. That's what happens. And I'm not blaming women, okay? Because you're gonna have similar problems, different, but similar problems if you have like a single father too. But this is what's fucking happening. You got a bunch of fucking mama's boys running around going, no, I want to be treated like a real man. My mommy does all my laundry. My mommy does all my dishes. My mommy does all my food shopping. My mommy does everything. All I have to do is go to work and come home. That's what's happening, bro. This is what's happening.
Go off, Papa.
Weak men. It's because weak men are leaving the household. Weak men are not taking care of their kids. That's what's creating weak men.
54? Yeah.
That's what's going on here. And now this guy's standard is to have like a 10 out of 10 bombshell that they'll do literally everything for him, and all he has to do is work. That's it. You got a shot in your booty today? What the fuck? What did you get, like a testosterone shot? What the hell? What was his argument? His argument is Andrew Tate's making real men. Here, you ready?
All right, well, listen, we had to hear you, so you're going to hear me. He's not a misogynist, lady, okay? You too, okay?
What an argument! I'm shitting and coming.
You're a freaking misogynist.
Now,
You're a misogynist. He means that she's like a massage therapist, but he's too fucking stupid because he's listening to Andrew Tate to educate himself on basic words. That's the problem.
he actually responded with his name saying Fat G, the real Fat G. I'm not athletically built, but I realise the failure have become physically due to my choices. But Cobra Tate and Tristan Tate generally open my mind to realise I am the
bro,
no
if you needed them to realize that like you're overweight, that's a problem, dude. I'm sorry.
Wait, is that him? Fat G? Okay, how long do you think it's gonna last for them doing like their fitness thing? Guys, Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate made me realize that I'm fat and it's my fault. Well, oh, wow, holy fuck, how profound. If you're overweight, I'm sure that you've had different life conditions that are creating you to be that person. A lot of times people are stress eating or cope eating, they're having unhealthy habits, maybe they weren't taught proper nutrition. You're probably, it's because we're living a more sedentary life. So there's a myriad of reasons, but at the end of the day, it's your responsibility and you need to do your best to lose weight in a healthy way. Small steps. Start drinking water. Stop drinking your calories. Start eating more vegetables with every meal. It'll fill you up. Go for a 20-minute walk every single day. Just go to the gym and walk for 20 minutes a day for a month. That's all you need to do. And then you're going to start to feel like you want to do more. Then do something that you enjoy. Maybe start dancing. Maybe start weight training. Maybe start doing CrossFit. Start doing powerlifting. Start doing bodybuilding. All right, maybe you want to do track and field. There's a whole bunch of different things. Do something that's fun that you will continue to do. If you like Wii Sports, whatever, do something. Do a thing, a fun cardio activity. If you like sightseeing, if you like bird watching, go walk and bird watch. Right? This is actual advice. The Hustlers University doesn't give you any real advice on how to like lose weight. They'll be like, eat less, count your macros. Yeah, counting your macros is a great idea, but a lot of people aren't going to be able to sustain it because it can be very difficult. So auto-regulation is a good place to start. Like I said, eat more like vegetables. You more fiber, fill yourself up more. Then you may not necessarily have to track calories. You still have to eat in a deficit, but you don't have to necessarily track calories. This is like the real advice. It's very basic, by the way. Nothing I'm saying is profound, but most advice is basic as fuck. It's just difficult to implement. And you just need to develop willpower. But then somebody's like, no, I've got the magic fucking pill. And they just start selling you some dumb... It's like the same... Like, the Hustlers University is literally just like a fucking... a diet book in the supermarket. Like, you realize that, right? Yeah, Ring Fit Adventure is kind of fun. That's all this is. You're paying $50 a month for like for a tablet. A lot of these resources are free on the internet. You know that, right? Or $10 for like fucking Wendler 531 ebook. Or same thing, $10 for a fucking 5x5 strong lifts. $10. One time. And then you have to read. That's the problem. You have to actually educate yourself. It's cool that he motivates you to lose weight, but he's a shit role model. I don't know what else to tell you. It's so stupid.
I'm the, no one but me. I'm honoured to have found these two brothers and I'll stand by them. Now Tristan saw the video and said, wishing you the best.
Dude, what's with this like ducks?
Whoa, how motivational.
Cocksucking, dude.
And like Tristan's tweet supporting the really fat G. Now,
He didn't even say, that's all he did, even comment himself.
now
What an
after
asshole.
supporting the brothers, he received a ton of followers, including the brothers themselves.
Whoa.
Andrew and Tristan really are great guys. This man...
They are so good to fat men that self-hate, but I see. My thing is it makes sense that they would be so good to them because they're so good to all the women they sex traffic, and fat guys have big fat tits, so they're probably just into tits.
stood up for them and shut the girl down with the truth, because the truth always wins.
Wow,
and
the
they showed their
truth
support
always
by
wins.
following
The
him.
truth
Honestly,
always
what a
wins, he
bunch of great
says.
guys.
Bro, what?
What a bunch of great lads. Oi. What else do we have here?
Defaming the British with that accent, Papa Gut.
After release. Oh my God! Educate me, Daddy.
Quite a bit of backlash for what fans are saying is basically stealing their money. Now he
What? My what?
posted this yesterday saying my arrest and release are one of the largest events in cultural history.
He's stealing money. What a surprise.
Now released, there'll be two universes. Choose your side. It's good versus evil, truth versus lies. And it's Andrew's merch that he's promoting, which is limited edition and linked to his arrest and
Okay.
release.
The Matrix was released March 31st, 1999. What? Andrew Tate was released March 1st, 2023. Do you understand? Wait, what?
City from Gaul.
Oh, The Matrix, the movie. Wait. Wait, that's incredible.
Yeah, that was actually a bit of a coincidence.
I was March 31st, 1999. Wait, he got wait. Wait. Hold on. Oh, bro, this is incredible. Wait, that's crazy. It means literally nothing, but you know what I find really interesting? I'm trying to find the exact day that it was released. What I find really interesting is that all these fucking like these losers in the Tate community will talk about how women are just like super emotional, and all they do is look at star signs and they're fucking losers. And then what? This is just the Matrix star sign. Instead of being a fucking Aquarius, you're just a fucking chess piece, a rook. Like, what are you talking about? Like, this is the same thing as girls who rub fucking rocks and crystals and go, my boyfriend will get me flowers today. You're the same person. You might as well just start looking up like your fucking daily horoscope at this point. That's all you're doing. Oh my God, the stars
Savage
aligned,
by
they
Papa
released it on
Gut.
the same
He's
day
not wrong about
the
that, too.
Matrix movie was released.
His guardian.
It's crazy how this
What is
movie
going on
has
right
such a
now
profound impact on you
in the city?
Jesus Christ. And you'd probably be less brain rotted if like a Barbie movie had this much of an impact on you.
That's hilarious.
This is crazy. Why the Matrix? Why would they allow the Matrix to slip through the cracks if it was anti-societal fucking rhetoric? I don't understand. This is just their
I need like
astrology.
20,000
Red
glimmer.
pill. This is nuts.
Light.
Oh my
I
God.
honestly agree with most of your points, but it honestly feels like you're milking your fans. I'm not one just a casual observer. For money, there is nothing inherent in that shirt.
Oh, wow, I haven't got a funnel weapon, God knows how long.
Anyways, if you like spending money on
It's $131? What?
your point, which is
What?
limited, it's good versus evil.
$131 for a t-shirt?
Not one just a casual observer.
Oh my
Money,
God,
nothing
no.
inherent in that shirt equivalent to 100 milking your fans. I'm not $1. Anyways, if you like spending money on overpriced stuff, good for you. You seen the price? Cost of living who? Big fan of you, Andrew. But
$130. Only
charge?
3,323 left.
Nice. You can get
They
that.
started with 3,333, and now they've sold 10. They've made They've made $1,300 off of these shirts. That's just fucking incredible. How much does the 3X cost? You think it costs more for the material, or do they just eat that cost? You know what I mean? It's probably difficult for their profit margins considering it's a $3 shirt sold for $131, but.
$131 for a t-shirt is way too excessive. Lol, $130 for a tweet printed on a shirt. Can I see the lies merch, please? Now, I'm not disagreeing. I do think $130 is expensive, but one fan did mention this, which
What did
makes
they
it
mention?
a no-brainer if you ask me. For all
So buy it.
complaining about the price, you get an
I
NFT
got it!
that you can
Chad, I
resell
got
for
it!
almost
I got it! Oh my God! What? Accurized rounds, flared magwell, and a range mass. Arrowhead. Jesus Christ! Stop! Stop it! My God. Okay.
Dead orbit package. Spare parts. Leaking. Oh dear.
Okay.
There's no data like encrypted data, I always say.
The same price.
You get an NFT with it? Wait, so wait, what? What do you mean you get an NFT with
Now
it?
I can already.
Does everybody get the same NFT that you get? Oh my God, they sold so many. Now it says only 2,678 left. That's nuts. You get an NFT. If everybody's getting the same NFT, then how do you sell it for that much?
See Andrew's reply, literally saying brokey. Now Andrew is sold out in the past and actually selling loads of the new merch. I mean, at the end of the day.
These aren't actually sold out. Also, this doesn't say they're sold out. It says sold out in. Oh, well, yeah, they sold out in 15 hours. This is supposed to, what they're doing is they're engaging in perception of value here by showing you that these sold out so quickly, it makes you more likely to buy the shirt. And it's probably the funniest part about it is it's probably just one guy buying all the shirts because Andrew Tate is telling him that he needs to buy these shirts to be successful, basically, and going fucking bankrupt, and his life is just spiraling out of control. But
We'll let you
if you fail
enjoy this for a second as I fix the camera. Yet again, I will never be happy with this camera.
Trying hard enough, and that's how he manipulates these dumb fucking people into engaging with this. It's crazy.
There you have other brands like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Palm Angels, and no one complains. All expect.
Yeah, because nobody's selling you. They're not sitting here telling you that you're like less than a man. Also, those are overpriced bullshit anyway. Fucking losers buy Gucci. It's all status symbol nonsense bullshit that devastates different communities of people because they're so obsessed with looking fucking rich and famous that they don't actually focus on actually being just financially well off. Oh, I want to buy this $10,000 fucking Rolex even though I can't afford rent this month because it makes me look like I have money. Fuck that, dude. Give me a fucking pair of blue jeans and a t-shirt. I don't give a shit. Are you kidding
Same
me?
here, man.
Who fucking cares? The biggest anybody who's trying to sell you status symbols, and that's what this is, and that's what this whole lifestyle is. People who are trying to tell you to engage in status symbols, those are people that are trying to sell you an idea of success, and it's just not true. You're gonna end up being fucking poor. You want to make fun of people for having Pokemon cards and Funko Pops? This is that. $131 for a fucking t-shirt that's basically just talking about being a star sign. The Matrix came out on March 31st, 1999, and now I'm out, guys. Oh my God, the fucking stars, moon, and the sun has aligned. Holy shit, the world is coming. It's just the same thing. You're all just, you're doing the same thing that like you criticize women for being too spiritual, blah, 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 blah. It's ridiculous. It's just stupid. Yeah, it's the new Scientology. The more you pay, the more access to power you have. Basically, that's all it is. This whole thing is fucking insane. It's actually crazy how easy to manipulate you guys. Like, I feel so bad for these individuals because they're so easily manipulated by fucking Andrew Tate, and their lives are going to be a miserable dog shit. They feel nice right now because it's like an addiction. They're buying things, which makes women feel really good because women are addicted to shopping, and it makes you feel good to buy stuff. They're women. Now, I'm making half of a joke because everybody enjoys buying stuff. It makes you feel good when you buy a purchase. Like, look it up. It's an actual psychological process. That's why shopping can be addictive, because you have like a rush of endorphins or whatever bullshit goes through your brain. But this is all that is. So they're constantly engaging in buying stuff, and they're thinking that rush of like fucking dopamine that they're getting, that hit, is actually them doing the right thing. But it's just their brain releasing chemicals, making them feel like everything that they're doing is the right thing. And then they eventually end up having like thousands of dollars worth of worthless merchandise. And a year later, when Andrew Tate and Tristan Tate are finally not able to sustain their fucking business, they'll be gone, and you'll just be left with a bunch of bullshit t-shirts, and you're either going to reject it and throw away, or you're going to hang them on your wall and you're going to fucking jerk off to them, and you're going to be a loser that sits in your house for the rest of your life. This is what it boils down to. There's no long term in any of this. There's no longevity in any of this.
Preach, Papa. Preach.
All the advice is
Speak
basic.
the truth.
You don't need to pay $50 a month for it. Work on your mind, body, and spirit. That's all you have to do. But if your spirit is tied to this Andrew Tate nonsensical garbage, which a lot of people are tying it to, it's not going to last. There's no longevity in somebody who pretends to be Islamic so that they can try to get rid of criticism from people saying, well, I'm religious now, when they're not. They're using that religion as a fucking sham. They're frankly, if you are Islamic, you should feel offended that Andrew Tate is justifying his lifestyle of selling porn to people and fucking multiple women and pretending that has anything to do with Islamic values. It's actually very funny, and like, it's just ridiculous because he doesn't give a shit. So I mean, listen, I don't know how much more of this is dribble I want to engage in, but hey guys, this is BSN, so big sexy nuts on Andrew Tate's fucking dick.
The contention from prosecutors today, which we did not know was coming in this exact way. The contention from prosecutors today is that this overall scheme was a violation of New York election law, because New York election law makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. And what prosecutors said today
the only thing I'm getting,
part of the unlawful
I'm not
means
getting
alleged
any of these,
is that this company paid off all these people with weird sex stories about Donald Trump and then recorded it in their business records like they were buying Post-it notes or something. They're saying that was a crime. That's why this was an overall criminal scheme under New York law. That's why these false business records that Trump oversaw and insisted upon can be charged as felonies. That's why, at least theoretically, he should be facing jail time. But back to the scheme. First, we had the payoff to keep the doorman quiet. Then we had the payoff to keep Karen McDougal quiet. Prosecutors said there was then one more person they paid to keep quiet. And that, of course, was Stormy Daniels, America's sweetheart. As prosecutors laid it out, by this point in the scheme, the National Enquirer company was getting sick of throwing money down this filthy well. So when it came time in the last few days before the election to pay off yet another person to keep quiet with a weird sex story about Donald Trump, the presidential candidate, Mr. Trump himself, and his own supposed business, they were left to take care of the money this time on their own without that much help from the National Enquirer. And that's where we got the Stormy Daniels payment. And that's where we got a deeply stupid Rube Goldberg scheme that was supposed to make it seem like they were doing something other than paying Stormy Daniels to keep quiet before the election. But anybody who looked at it for more than 10 seconds could tell that's what they were doing. And that is where we got the enumerated receipts today for 34 different allegedly false business records, including the additional aggravating factor, which is the detailed summary of how they structured the Stormy Daniels reimbursement payments to Michael Cohen to look like something other than reimbursement payments, so they could deceive and therefore cheat the taxman while also committing this other crime. And the deceit of the taxman, the alleged tax-purposed restructuring of these payments, is, again, as described by prosecutors, one of the attempted crimes that prosecutors need to be able to point to. So all of this can be charged as a felony instead of just as a misdemeanor. One last point. Here, just to nut this up, from the arraignment today, here's how the lead prosecutor laid it out to the judge, basically to kick off the arraignment today after Trump pled not guilty. He says this: the defendant, Donald J. Trump, falsified New York business records in order to conceal an illegal conspiracy to undermine the integrity of the 2016 presidential election and other violations of election law. Beginning in about August 2015, the defendant agreed with others to carry out an unlawful plan to identify and suppress negative information that could have undermined his candidacy for president. As part of that plan, a lawyer employed by the Trump Organization made a covert and illegal $130,000 payment at the defendant's direction. The purpose of the payment was to avoid negative attention to the defendant's campaign by suppressing information about an allegedly sexual encounter between defendant and an adult film actress. After the election, defendant reimbursed the lawyer through a series of disguised monthly payments that had the true nature of the payoff, that hid the true nature of the payoff by causing a series of false business records in the records of the Trump Organization here in Manhattan, and even mischaracterized for tax purposes the true nature of the payment. Defendant falsified these New York business records with the intent to defraud, including the intent to commit another crime and to aid and conceal the commission of another crime. This office, he said, has long prioritized protecting the integrity of business records maintained here in New York. When those records are falsified in service of another crime, it's a felony. That's what this defendant did. When he falsified business records in order to conceal unlawful efforts to promote his candidacy, and that's why he charged him. And that's from the transcript of the arraignment today.
Howdy, howdy.
How's it gone so far?
Am I audible? Hello?
Big victory.
Great. All right, just making sure. How y'all doing?
Not too
Doing great.
I am doing well. A good portion of stream has been sent screaming about AI art, which is kind of how I like it. Would you mind, for the simple-minded in chat, reminding everyone who you are?
Yeah, I'm Cam. I am the engagement director for Progressive Victory. Emma?
Hi, I'm Emma Devro. I'm the community director here at PV. Last we spoke, yourself in chat, I was in Georgia on the Grand Canvassing. So it's nice to be here and nice to get to chat with you and hear some questions from our members.
In Georgia? What's happening over there in Georgia?
Well, it's Warnock.
Oh my goodness, that's right. It has been that long.
Oh my god. That's been like forever.
I'm a little more camera shy, so I don't come on as often. But here I am.
Well, that's okay. We'll rectify that with some fine tuning and aiming. Thanks.
Oh, and also, I use she, her pronouns. Cam uses they, them pronouns.
And now chat knows that.
Yeah.
We got a bunch of people
screaming. Yeah, I'm sure Tao is screaming for pronouns because they always are.
Oh, sure.
Oh my god.
A bunch of people
Why is everything like so much faster too?
Yes, we have the lovely community members here, and we are going to be prioritizing people who helped us out in the midterms, who secured all those progressive victories. So there are perks to volunteering. All you chatters should learn from that. Emma's going to start us off here with the first question from Diana.
Yeah, so Diana asks, my trans fiance and I have kept our passports up to date just in case. Are you following your own advice? Are you ready to flee the country should things just continue to get worse?
Yeah, well, passports stay renewed for 10 years, so I won't need to take any active effort to follow my own advice for that. I'm set. But yes, as time goes on, things are looking...
You should not be running from your country unless you're under like... I mean, if you're trans like in the United States, I can understand. It just depends on like where you are. But I would say stay and fight. It's a disservice to like all the other people out there that would need someone like you to help defend them.
Not yet.
Sometimes it's darkest before the light.
For sure. There is definitely still time. Our next question comes to us from Ronald, who is going to ask that question himself.
Hey. Can you hear me?
What's up?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Hey, so my question is, could you elaborate on what it means to be a progressive? Does progressivism mean no iPhone? Does believing in progressive politics obligate someone to act in a way that results in outcomes that lead to progressivism? To what extent can we expect someone to act for progressive change? I think I have a good general idea on this already, and I think we agree by majority. However, I would like to hear you elaborate to your audience on what this is all for, and can you also apologize for not giving out cheese wheels?
Yeah, we're banking the cheese wheel bank for sure. The interest is accumulating. I think at the end of the day,
I was gonna work on like ad clear.
It's about freedom, and it's about non-essentials. I think that at its root, progressivism is about understanding that fundamentally we're all basically the same. There are some differences between us, but for the most part, we want to live our lives with the right.
Come on, man.
handle ourselves what we would like, as long as we're not hurting other people. And in order to do that, you need to prioritize freedom. You need to prioritize the ability to see past people's surface values and not make intuitive descriptions of their character based on what you see. And this is why, I don't like the political chart, the compass, right, with the off left, off right, live left, live right. It's because I don't really think off left is a thing, and I think that historically that has been the case. Countries or societies which are highly authoritarian are overwhelmingly highly reactionary as well. I don't know how you could ideologically parse an obsession with state control or with an adherence to social norms and tradition, while also allowing for a free range of personal expression, gender identity, or whatever else. True.
Awesome.
They're dead.
Thank you so much.
All right, does that answer
Which means they're free in a progressive sense.
True.
Oh, hello. Welcome back.
I was muted so that I can listen. So, I was more like trying to ask this question in a way of like, for people of your audience, like how can they get involved, and like to what extent is someone obligated to get involved? Like, for what I believe, if you have the time, it's good if you get involved, but at the end of the day, like, it'll cause like unnecessary infighting to be like, oh, you have to do X amount, you have to like give away all your money to charity. But at the same time, like, if you do have the ability, why not like try and help out,
Yeah, I think it's good to try your best. I think that's ubiquitous, belief. I think you can apply that everywhere in life. Obligations are a bad way to get people engaged. Usually people will do things that align with strong values or convenience. And, as callous as it may be to say, right, like, we pass by homeless people walking down the street all the time, we often have cash. We gave cash to every homeless person. Have we done it to everyone we've ever seen? Probably not. But it's good to encourage. It's good to say, we can't always be perfect and we can't always do what theoretically we are best. But it's good to make an effort. And the best way to maximize good engagement under those circumstances, often, I think, is to sell them on the appeal, on the convenience. That's why when I talk about canvassing so much, I talk about, accurately, by the way, I don't need to lie, I talk about how socially engaging it can be, how much fun it can be. I mean, literally, right before I started talking right here, here's a donation that I got. Bella Bell, thanks for 5 gifted tier 1 subs. First time canvassing with folks, and it felt great. That's just why I just saw that right before I got in. I get this all the time. I'll reread that dono later. I get this all the time. People have fun. There was a phone banking donor that came in that I read right before I got in. People enjoy because they feel useful, they feel engaged, social opportunities.
Shit, dude. Stuck in the back. I'll try to get behind my shield.
It is deeply meaningful.
This isn't like, this part's like fucking pain in the ass just because of all the ads that spawn in.
To end off, I just want to say too, this past like midterm was the first time I ever got involved in anything, and so I went canvassing for the first time and started phone banking for the first time. It's been really good, like a good use of my energy, and also I've been able to work the polls, and so like it's another good opportunity for anybody listening is like see your local area, see if they have openings for like poll workers, because like especially in the city I'm in, there are a lot of people there, and like one, you can like work that the day of the election and like make money with that, and what I do is like some of the money I make I just send it TV's way. So
we love to hear that.
Very good of you.
Yeah, meet new friends, feel like you're making a difference, and hey, maybe you find a position like Ronald did.
All right, up next we have Apricot with a question.
I used to have an apricot tree on my lawn.
That sounds fun.
Yeah, my mother would bake apricot pies in the spring when the
nice.
Right.
kind of nervous because I've been watching you since 2019. It's good to have this interaction. My question was, what's the best way you can make sure that...
Why is everybody going...
It
just seems like I'm going faster.
Outsized influence on politics. Or like, what's the best way to keep money out of politics?
Well, I mean, the long-term goal would be, total decommodification of the cooperative society. That's obviously kind of like answering the question with, well, what if we just fixed everything? I think there are a couple of obvious things we can do right off the bat, like Citizens United stuff. We need total transparency when it comes to where money is being spent in politics, and also limit. The more we put a stranglehold on where money is allowed to come from in many of these political races, I think, the better and healthier our democracy will be. The point of a democracy is that, especially when it comes to voting in a candidate, everyone gets an equal say. If you have a system where a very small group of people have an enormously disproportionate effect, it's kind of difficult to tell that a democracy. At the very least, it's all and right now, it is, of course, the capital, people with money who have a ridiculous amount of influence because their money sustains these political parties. That means the political parties have to cater to them. Transparency is step one. Limitations on what can be donated is step two. I also think that better funding the IRS and other agencies that sort of regulate and manage the flow of money would be pretty good, because a lot of crimes are being committed right now. Our agencies either just don't have the money, the manpower, or the, let's say, initiative to go after the people that are committing them. So at the moment, unfortunately, a lot of it is like constitutional regulatory stuff. But the further along we go, I think the more amenable people will be systemic.
Nice.
I agree.
Thank you for coming on, April. I really appreciate you.
All right. See you later.
Be well.
Yeah, next question comes to us from Madeline. What was your worst debate, and why?
I think the worst debate I ever had was the first one with Starbucks, because I got too heated. Righteous anger is a really difficult emotion to balance, especially I think in online stuff. People are often willing to be more charitable towards anger as a field.
I shouldn't be dying this much on hero difficulty. I'm playing kind of reckless.
Really like debates or some kinds of political advocacy because it might go along with your aesthetic, right? Like people love Bernie coming across as kind of like a cranky old guy, whereas being cranky, like if I was just grumpy and interviewing or debating negatively. But in that initial conversation, I got up in my head, there were like so many things being done, wrong or stupid, and I thought I was there to bring you a account for all of them. Classic mistake. And chat baits you into the soup, because chat's like, make sure to bring up this or that. But like, it's Sargon. Man had said 1,000 dumb things. You can't get to all of them. And in fact, if you go there and you're like, jonesing to go after all these things, all you're going to do is come across as kind of like an unhinged lunatic with a chip on his shoulder to his audience. And that's a bad way to do a debate. You have to come across as kind of disengaged, to the extent that like, you're not here to be angry at him. You just have some questions. And then you try to pull him apart,
Just asking questions.
Right.
All right. Up next, we have Rusty to ask their question.
I thought this was a little bit something more, but apparently this is like an interview.
I'm Ben Mycelis from the Midas Touch Network. I know a lot of attention today has been spent focused on what's been going on in Manhattan, where Donald Trump was criminally arraigned on 34 separate felony counts. But tonight is also election night on Tuesday, April 4th, 2023. And nowhere were the stakes higher than in Wisconsin, where there was an open seat on Wisconsin's Supreme Court, which determined the balance of power. We can now project here at the Midas Touch Network that the Democratic-backed candidate Janet Protasewicz will go on to win that Supreme Court justice race in Wisconsin. She will defeat the MAGA Republican candidate Daniel Kelly. Democrats, independents, the pro-democracy coalition was in full force, and Janet Protasewicz, we can confirm here, will go on to win that election, which is very, very big because this is the first time that Democratic-backed Supreme Court justices will now have the majority on the state's highest court in Wisconsin in the past 15 years. And Janet Protasewicz ran on some very, very, very important issues. Number one, and perhaps the biggest issue, she ran on a right for a woman to control her body, whereas her MAGA Republican candidate wanted to eliminate that right. So abortion rights, perhaps the number one issue in Wisconsin, and it was something that Janet Protasewicz made very clear that a woman should control her body. Her opponent was against that, as are MAGA Republicans generally. Very, very, very extremist views there. Speaking of extremist views as well, Janet Protasewicz ran on a platform of free and fair elections and fair maps. Wisconsin has some of the most gerrymandered maps in the entire country, which don't even reflect the voting behaviors at all of Wisconsin voters. Also, her opponent, Daniel Kelly, not only was a supporter of these ridiculous gerrymandered maps, but Daniel Kelly was also, it appears, a consultant to some legislators in Wisconsin who wanted advice about how to try to steal the election from President Biden and try to obstruct the free and fair election. That's right. Daniel Kelly's name came up in certain January 6th committee depositions when they were questioning members of the Wisconsin legislature, and Daniel Kelly and Daniel Kelly's law firm providing advice, which was certainly a threat to democracy. Daniel Kelly denied it, but again, his name showed up in those depositions. Also, the importance of the rights of workers. Daniel Kelly, as a MAGA Republican, supported policies that would basically continue to strip workers of their rights, and Janet Protasewicz was someone who focused very, very, very strongly on making sure that workers' rights would be protected. So a very, very, very important election in Wisconsin, and again, another important bellwether of where we are in this country right now. You know, we've heard about all of these, media push narratives, about the red wave and all of these things. As we've talked about here on the Midas Touch Network, the MAGA Republicans, which are now the Republican Party, generally are just too extreme. By the way, that's putting it incredibly, incredibly nicely, right? While Democrats, overall, fairly centrist, fairly common sense party. What are Democrats talking about, in their elections? Democrats are talking about jobs, and increasing workers' wages, and improving working conditions, and improving infrastructure, bringing manufacturing jobs here in this country, about making sure that people have access to health care, making sure that prescription drug prices are lower, making education accessible and affordable, protecting equality, making sure that all human beings are treated equally and with decency, making sure a woman can control her own body, protecting veterans, protecting seniors, protecting Social Security, protecting Medicare, right? That's the Democratic platform. I mean, that's not a very radical platform. I know the MAGA Republicans like to use these terms, the left is this, and they're communist. I mean, it's all complete BS, and the American people get that, because you want to look at what the Republican platform is. I mean, the Republicans are against free and fair elections. They are against a woman's right to control her own body. The MAGA Republicans talk about the most ridiculous issues every day. I mean, they wake up talking about bathrooms and pronouns and woke this and woke that. They're in this bizarre cult of Donald Trump. I mean, it's a cult, and it is very, very, very weird, and they act like their cult is successful when, their cult is completely deranged and incompetent in everything they do. I mean, we see these committee hearings that we cover on the Midas Touch Network, and you see the likes of the Jim Jordans and the Matt Gaetz and the Paul Gosars and the Comers and the Marjorie Taylor Greens. I mean, there was Marjorie Taylor Greene as she was, having those fake protests or whatever she was trying to do in New York. I mean, she's in a car with like this MAGA propagandist reporter who's also her boyfriend, and she's calling Donald Trump Jesus and comparing Donald Trump to Jesus and Nelson Mandela. I mean, it is a complete bizarre and deranged cult. And here you had Janet Protasiewicz, like Democratic candidates across the country, just running on common sense, on compassion, on decency. These are the things that the American people care about, and that is why, with 59% of the expected vote counted, we can confirm here on the Midas Touch Network that Janet Protasiewicz will become Supreme Court Justice. Janet Protasiewicz, she had the support of about 56% of the voters in Wisconsin, and one of the things that Janet Protasiewicz said, and here we have a clip of her here from one of the debates, is that Wisconsin's been so gerrymandered that, again, it doesn't even reflect the way Wisconsin looks, and that's very problematic. We need fair maps. Here, play this clip of Janet Protasiewicz in the debate talking about gerrymandering. Play this clip.
That methodology is totally unfair. We are a battleground state. We have very, very close statewide elections. Yet you look at our state assembly, you look at our state senate, 2/3 of the seats are red. You look at Congress, we have 8 seats, 6 are red, 2 are blue. In a battleground state. So we know something's wrong. We know that this least change rule certainly inhibits people's ability to cast a vote, and a vote that counts. We are a representative democracy. Just that, a representative democracy. Everybody's vote should count. And with this least change rule, everybody's vote is not counted. I think it's unfortunate that my opponent sanctioned this, quite frankly. Unfortunate.
All right, so this is the picture you want to see.
The witness grants the score
She's
to
going to
power,
steal legislative authority and use that in the courts. Fairness of the maps is a political question. Political questions belong in the legislature. We all know that since grade school, the schoolhouse walk. But she just told you she's going to take that authority that does not belong to her, that the people of Wisconsin did not give to the judiciary, and she's going to use that to usurp the role of the legislature.
And this was, I want to be very clear, one of the most important races in the country, period. Right? There was a reason why a lot of money was spent on this race, because really democracy could be on the line. Let's not forget that the Wisconsin Supreme Court was one of the courts to take up Donald Trump's challenges to try to overturn a free and fair election. And this, again, is the first time in 15 years where Democratic-backed candidates will now control the Wisconsin Supreme Supreme Court. The voters have spoken. A whole range of critical issues will go before the Wisconsin Supreme Court, where we're going to have judges who focus on law and order, who don't focus on the cult of Donald Trump, who believe in real American values like free and fair elections. How about that concept? And so this is also very important as we head into the 2024 elections, where the MAGA Republicans who don't believe in free and fair elections will try any unlawful conduct, any chicanery, any schemes to try to overthrow a free and fair election. And one of the states that they would target is Wisconsin. That's why these races, we focus on them here on the Midas Touch Network. I know a lot of other media networks may not be giving these races attention, but they deserve massive attention. That's why we've continued to talk about it here. That's why we've shared it here. Let's play a clip of the celebration right now that's just coming in from the campaign headquarters of Supreme Court Justice Janet Protasevich. Play this clip. Well, congratulations to Supreme Court Justice Janet Protasevich, formerly a judge on the Milwaukee County Circuit Court, now Supreme Court Justice. To reiterate, this is the first time that the Supreme Court will be controlled by Democratic judges in the state. Protasevich went on to defeat a radical MAGA Republican, Daniel Kelly, who was previously a state Supreme Court justice who lost his seat in 2020, who advised some legislators about how they could potentially overthrow free and fair elections, according to deposition testimony taken by the January 6th committee. A big win for democracy as well, and I am proud to cover it here on the Midas Touch Network. Hit subscribe. We're on our way to 1.5 million.
How do you make this thing
subscribe right there? Also,
heroic then?
Patreon.com/Midas Touch. And in addition, you can also, wherever you get your audio podcast, search Midas Touch Podcast. Congratulations, Supreme Court Justice Janet Protasevich. I've been myself. Have a great day. Hit subscribe.
Our blue wall stopped the red wave, and election deniers got denied election. That's why we're celebrating with the new Democracy Prevails team. We've got lots of work to do, but we should all be proud that when democracy was tested, democracy prevailed. You've earned this. Don't wait. Get yours right now at store.midastouch.com. That's store.midastouch.com.
Like wrong. I'm not gonna lie. I like the Democracy Prevails.
All right, people want me to watch this.
I make lying wrong again.
Canyon, sorry, that's silly.
This shit was hilarious, man.
I'm tired of Sneeko, but hey, why not?
I'd love to see that little soy boy come up here and mess with me. You all know.
What is in the bed?
No, he ain't gonna say anything to my face.
That was horrifying.
Not gonna lie, that's actually pretty scary.
What? Is that Charlie?
Oh my god, this is horrifying. This is like an episode of fucking Courage the Cowardly Dog. Jesus.
Yo, baby.
Hey, you. What is happening?
Can you and your man take this into the other room, please? I can't hear myself think with all that love making you're doing.
Oh my god. Bro, is that Nicholas Diorio and fucking Gwyneth Paltrow? What the fuck is happening?
Fine, whatever.
Yeah, no problem. No problem, Sneaky. No problem.
It's Sneeko.
It's Sneeko.
Didn't even have the courtesy of getting his name right.
Damn, Charlie's knocking right on the camera lens too. He's not fucking around.
Yo, Chet. Charlie is at my door. What should I say to him?
Return the slab, bro. You know what I mean? Just return the slab and he'll go away.
What do you want, you little soy boy loser?
This is not accurate to his chat because most of this is just saying like slurs. Oh, this one's just soy boy Hassan. That one's accurate. Everything else is usually the F slur and all this other crazy stuff.
What do you want, you little soy boy loser? Nice. What the hell is that?
What is that? What is that?
Oh my god. Return the slab, dude. Damn, look at his legs. He gave him no muscles, dude. Damn, he probably doesn't have any like refined legs. So let's be real. This guy probably doesn't squat.
Chad. Charlie's at my...
And look, if you notice, he has uneven traps too. Come on, bro. You gotta get your shit.
He's at my bedroom door. What do I do?
Show him your clips. Yeah, show him your clips. Show him your clips.
Hey! This is
Stop that shit. Black eye for that.
I'm sorry, that threw me. I didn't think he was gonna have a fucking... Okay, I didn't think he was gonna have a chastity belt. Jesus Christ. That's a photo of fucking voice critical on the fucking boxing thing. Okay, what's up with that? Okay, whatever. What is this thing?
private property! You better leave! He's not leaving. Okay, alright, fine. Sorry, Charlie!
Bro, he'd have a lot more leg definition though if he was popping his gold chest like that.
But you asked for this!
It was the sounds he was making too when he was firing the gun.
I gotta find another clip! It's called
a magazine.
Oh my god.
You better get out of here. Charlie, I'm actually a huge fan. I watch your stuff all the time. Just let me turn off my stream and I don't know, maybe we could talk this over, okay?
Let go of me! Andrew Tate wept.
What the fuck?
It's a Hellraiser fucking reference.
There's nothing that gets me more hard than my favorite movie, Paddington 2. This movie is like if you combined Belle Delphine's tiny little tits and something else that's good, I don't know. Anyway, that's it for today.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. I will say, I am curious about this here. I already watched the Meat Canyon video about Sneeko, which was funny, but there's this second half here from Advent Preach where they found old footage of Sneeko mocking Andrew Tate. I'm just curious about what it is. I'm gonna watch this. Let's get this going.
Oh, wow, bet. But before Sneeko became like a Tate fanboy, basically, Daddy Tate.
I will say it's really funny because like it seems like based on the way that my understanding of Abba Preach, the dynamic is that like Abba pretty much facilitates the YouTube and Preach like shows up, which is cool. Like that's fine. Like I'm not criticizing the dynamic. Like that's fun. And I think Abba does the editing and he finds the topics and this and that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But from how much they've been talking about Sneeko ever since Sneeko like came after them and dissed them, it really seems like the bridge is gone. Like Sneeko destroyed that bridge, which is just funny to me that he's destroyed every relationship he's had with everybody, except for of course sex traffickers, those good guys, and people who blame women for sexual assault, like Fresh and Fit. So it's interesting.
Hey, son. Yeah. There's a clip of him reacting to Tate nonsense.
How old is it?
If I was him, I'd hate us. I hate you. Of course he does. Of course he does. Don't get mad at the dude. He's fat. He's short. He's clearly lonely. He's wearing fucking baggy ass shorts. Alright, now we're going a little too come on, fat, short. Alright, you don't need to. Why do you? You shouldn't be like physically talking about another man on that level. You fat lying piece of shit. I would beat the American.
Wow, he instantly flipped. Damn, he really wow. Sneeko really is a poser. If he had just maintained this like baseline level of respect of like, oh, you shouldn't go there because it sullies your message when you start going into that more than anything else, like people would have actually respected him. He could have been a manosphere person that actually was separate himself from Tate, but he decided to just like throat him so hard that he just believes anything he says now. Wow, crazy.
He looks fucking amazing. Dresses American. I'm in my tailored $10,000 suits without a geeky hat on. I haven't got a pedo mustache. I got all the women. I got money. This I $10,000.
Wait, didn't they try to recruit like 15, 16-year-old girls to their webcam business? You're gonna like criticize Ethan for having a pedo mustache? I don't know. I mean, oh, sorry. Technically, that's not a pedo. Technically, it's pretty gross. So.
Why do you spend $10,000 on suits?
Damn.
It's a suit. It looks the same all the time. It's a
true.
Black jacket.
I like this Nico.
You spend 10 bands on it. You spend 10 bands on it so you can say in a podcast that it costs 10 bands. But just dress well.
Wow.
Daddy, I got the jet. It's true, but no, of course he hates us. Of course, but it's just an amazing. I got a jet. I got it. See, I don't know, man. Like
wow.
These are just are too full of themselves. Like, why are you yelling about your jet on the podcast?
Bro, honestly, I might have been wrong about Sneeko. In the sense where I keep talking about how I don't think that Sneeko is ever intelligent in any capacity, and that he's always just been a dick rider of somebody else's perspective, and that still might be true. But based off of this, like, that's a normal human perspective. So, like, if he had just come out the gate with that, like, not being a disrespectful idiot, I could have been on board. I'd be like, wow, okay, incredible. Damn, what happened to this Sneeko? How sad. Oh, I don't like Ethan. There's a lot to criticize, but like it's silly that you're doing this. Okay, I could respect that. Like, what the fuck? Wow, incredible.
Well, how long ago was that?
A year. That's it? A year?
It's a year.
Wow. Maybe Sneeko tripped and fell and hit his head and has a traumatic brain injury now. Like, I don't know.
My man is like pancakes. He's somebody like that. It's actually almost an impressive lack of self-awareness. Someone like that. Look at someone like that. It's accomplished every genetic gift. All right, bro. Like, as accomplished I am with the genetic gifts of a man and the physical superiority of my body. So why are you, like, bro, what are you wearing a shiny fucking bomber gold jacket with open and sunglasses on?
Oh my god, dude. This is crazy. I'm pooping my pants right now. This is nuts.
It's like a video game. You look like a 12-year-old with a GTA character. There's self-help for men, and then there's also securing yourself on. Right now, you're like,
wow.
Sneak walker, like
Anakin Sneak Walker.
Anakin Sneak Walker.
True. Actually, fucking. Actually, a decent example. Like, yeah, Anakin Sneak Walker. Yeah, right. Because he turned to the dark side. These are incredibly solid takes. This has to be AI. Okay, guys, this is not real. This is artificial intelligence.
Yeah, I'm actually giving you that one. That's actually fire. No, but he flipped on the dark side. Anakin Sneako Walker. That's crazy.
Wow.
But he fucking flipped
Anakin Sneak
that
Walker,
is
dude.
actually fire. I mean, that's what he does. That's what it is. He flipped on the dark side. Yo, preach. I gotta give it to you today.
Well, that would make Andrew Tate like a Palpatine, and Palpatine was actually smart. Andrew Tate, again, he's just sex trafficking women. So I don't think. I don't even think the Sith Lord himself would sex traffic women.
But yo, that's what it is. Sneak Walker. Yeah. That's what it is. He flipped. Yo, that's and if you look at pictures of him now, he's wearing fake interview. So he's literally copied verbatim Tate's whole playbook. Yeah. You know, for someone who calls everyone else a bot, it's crazy how he became a Tate bot himself.
And you hate to Tate. Bro, button up your fucking jacket, dude.
Dude, this is the saddest video of Sneeko I've literally ever seen, because this means that there's like a. There's still a part of like this was actually like this is good. This is solid takes. This is like takes of like, yeah, what the fuck? All you're doing is like you're putting on a facade. That's what you are to Andrew Tate, and you're not valuing the right things in masculinity. That's what this take reads to me, and I'm like, wow, that could have been such a good message. We could have seen a decent red pillar in Sneeko that wasn't sexist and fucking dumb and focused on the wrong things, and he just ruined that to get like a taste of Andrew Tate. That's what it is. People take the easy way out, and aligning yourself with Tate is an easy way out because he was really popular for a while. But if Sneeko had just kept, like, stayed the course and like continuously reasonably criticized him and wasn't a weak coward afraid of getting like backlash from a community that he belonged to a little bit more right. Even back then, he would have come out the other side. Like, people would have been like, wow, like, we should have like listened to Sneeko. Like, unironically, Sneeko actually could have been a huge manosphere thought leader right now if he had just maintained reasonable criticism of Andrew Tate.
Oh my god, look at all this.
Sad stuff, man. sad stuff.
But the thing that happened is that he didn't become Tate. He did. He became the image. Sure. Because he's not doing what.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
I actually believe Tate does everything that he says he does.
Yeah, sex trafficking women. I believe that as well.
I believe he does, and he moves exactly how he says he moves. It's not the fact that I got respect for that, but I got more respect for that than for emulators that emulates that.
True.
They emulate the fact that
True, guys. By the way, stop pirating N64 games, okay? Emulation is legal. Just because they don't sell them anymore and there's nowhere else to get them legally and affordably doesn't mean that you have the right to steal that product, guys. Okay? Just kidding, I do it.
Move like him. Do what they don't. Sneeko don't do what he does. Sneeko doesn't have the training. Doesn't have nothing that they're emulating that. Same thing with other people like that. They're doing that. At least Tate is doing what he says he does.
True.
Good or bad. Consistent. He's consistent in what he says.
I mean, no. Sometimes it's a character, sometimes it's not. I'm just joking. No, you're not. You know what I mean? I don't think he's consistent.
I understand what I understand what Preach is saying. Like he does live this like stupid lifestyle. The whole character thing isn't real. Like that's just Tate trying to remove accountability from himself. Like he's never a character. He's always himself. And then when he says things like, "Oops, I sex traffic women," LOL. Like he's just like, "Oh, well, is this a character?" That was just the joke part. That was just one of the old thing that we call a joke in my town. You know, even though it's not really a joke, he is like a disgusting human being. So.
What I mean by that, he started playing game. He always said he started playing. When he said it's consistent, it's because it benefits him. When he's saying it's a game, it's because it benefits him. When it's not, but at the end of the day, I think he really moves like that. Only uses the game and character card when he's in trouble. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Other than that, I think he actually lives like that. The girls, the this, the that, the mansion, he lives like that. Most of the other dudes don't.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. A lot of the guys in Red Pill just cosplay.
They cosplay.
Yeah, like they out here playing, but they married and they not get nothing on the side. Even though they say like options.
Yeah, you should do this, you should do that, and your whole wife is this, your whole wife is that, or you should date girls that are in this VX work, things like that, and then you do and date those. What Tate doesn't really do.
I disagree. He claims the whole Muslim thing. You know, he owns casinos and stuff around the sex.
Oh yeah, true.
Stuff. He's also fake about a lot of his stuff too. I don't buy that.
He's not a fake.
Yeah, sure.
These guys are in the chat. There's like maybe 60 years. You think that he's probably going to be fans of Tate? I guess I don't know them, and I'm judging on opinions of podcasts where they're banging themselves and call themselves. I guess it'd be fun, like, cause like this, I think this guy's like white or something like that, so like a woman will enjoy that. But based on this, about you think they're getting like the charming personality, like women want to be charmed. That's actually takes precedent over the rest of the superficial stuff.
Well, like women who are exclusively have the only priority that they have is money, or not the priority, the only value that they really care about is money. Like, yeah, they'll enjoy entertainment. But most women who want to just like be treated like a person, respected, and not, you know, be sex trafficked or raped or anything, they'll probably not like it. You know? So I can understand that as well. Hey, what's going on? This is Brady Simon. Brady Simon, give him a few years. I do think Sneeko's core is good. I've seen him, my own brother, go through a hate phase, and it's weird to watch, but young men genuinely are a little lost right now. Yeah, I get that, but also, you know, on the other hand, he's enough of a grown man he deserves all the criticism he gets. He's a disrespectful little bitch. If he was just respectful with his dumb ideologies, that's one thing, but there's the additive that he's a disrespectful piece of shit. And that's why he's getting clowned on so hard, because he's decimated bridges. People have given him, like with Abba and Preach especially, or Abba especially, given him more than enough leeway than anyone else. You know, he's really burned through that bridge, and so if anyone wants to ever associate themselves with him anymore, I could see why. Like I would understand that. You know, so.
And always talk about his podcast. Women want to have a good time.
And you listen to him today, and he's the exact opposite. There's just an interesting little look into it. You know what it makes me think of? What? It's like when you know a girl, and then a pimp roll through, and then you don't know her anymore.
Yeah.
Sneeko just got pimped. Yeah.
Say the whole thing, nigga. A pimp named Slipback. I'll be in my car. You join me. 1, 2.
But anyways, let us know what you guys think in the comments.
Sneeko's Cristal. Like the champagne? That's Sneeko.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. That's all I have to say. I guess Sneeko is maybe it's like that movie. What is it? Out or something? The Jordan Peele or movie, right? Where a white guy goes into a black person's body and takes it over. Maybe a red pillar just went into Sneeko's body.
I want Papa God to
Pee on my face, but just as a friend. There's nothing weird about that. On pee on my face. That
was done with Sneeko.
I'm not gonna
He's
lie,
formally
that thing has such a good tune to it. It's so ridiculous and weird, but it's just has such a good tune to it. Ryan Beard, shout out to Ryan Beard, man. He put that together for Papa Gut. That's just, I'm not gonna lie, that is like that tune is so perfect. That piano is so good. It's once you get it in your head, it stays with you, man. I'm telling you, it's so good.
And I wanted to give him a fair shake. Once in video form and again in a debate with Charlie. I want to be fair to Sneeko because
Willie
he's
Mack
complaining that people are
taking
reacting
apart
to his side of the
Sneeko.
story, saying not one creator reacted to my response video. Not even the people I defended. And I actually agree. Sneeko's biggest critics should respond. They haven't because it sucks. Sneeko, your video's terrible. But hey, I'll respond out of respect.
I knocked James out with one punch. Yep, he had enough of sandwich for lunch.
Sneeko opens up the video by trying to point out YouTube's hypocrisy with banning him and not critical. However, it's just the most wild false equivalencies. What he's saying makes zero sense.
These are three things that YouTube promotes on the trending page. Moist Critical playing with and sitting on those. Moist Critical using Satanism and Antichrist in his music videos. And his rampant gaming addiction. Three things you can't say on YouTube, but you could say on Rumble. The vaccine doesn't. The 2020 election was against Trump, and billionaire pedophiles use wokeness to keep you depressed and poor.
Sneeko, bro, how are you comparing Charlie's comedy videos to conspiratorial misinformation? They're not at all comparable. I'm insulting everyone's intelligence watching this, just having to explain that. One is a joke, and another is a politically sensitive topic that YouTube wants to avoid due to pressure from the media. I actually wish YouTube didn't ban people for conspiracy theories. I'm a free speech kind of guy, but comparing Charlie's dirty music to election fraud, it doesn't even make sense. This is the theme for Sneeko's defense. He'll respond to criticism by pointing out a completely irrelevant issue and then act like it somehow proves him right. Sneeko then goes as far as to use the Nashville shooting as a point against Charlie, as if Charlie's videos have anything to do with it.
He's playing with dildos in video games. This is the lie sold to keep you depressed. The world is out there for you to conquer as a man, but the 1% provide us with so many distractions.
What are you talking about, dude? The 1% provide you with so many distractions? No, the 1% wants you to be poor and dumb, continue to vote for the people that they want you to vote for. They don't want you to enjoy life. Dude, what are you talking about? That's a complete misnomer of what everyone actually like believes. Don't know. The 1% don't want you to be happy. They just want you to keep working till you die and to service them. Oh my god.
Got that shit. That's a black eye for them.
Jesus. Now, let's not forget, he completely misrepresented cuties too when he was talking to Charlie. Completely misrepresented cuties too when he was talking to Charlie too. Because I actually did. Because then Papa Gut went ahead and made a response to that, specifically about cuties, and then I was actually curious. I went back and watched it, and watched Papa Gut's analysis on that too. He was exactly right about that too. It wasn't about like, oh, she went back to Islam. No, it was the whole point. Really, the point of the movie was this young girl was having a crisis of like an internal conflict between these like established like conservative values that she grew up on, and like her living in France and being confronted by more like Western like modern values, and like she was trying to choose between two worlds, and she went to the extreme on like either side. She did some like really like fucked up things, and the whole movie was about like trying to reconciling those two worlds. And like the crux of the movie was her relationship with her mom and how like she saw how unhappy her mom was. But then at the end of the movie, she kind of reconciled the fact that there's some good and there's some bad in both worlds, but there's like this middle path that you can where you can you know, like the good parts of like conservatism is just like, you know, family values, and maybe not doing every like crazy trend that's like out there too, and like actually like acting your age is okay and not acting older than you actually are. And then with modern, like with certain modern values, more Western values, is like you get to be who you want to be, you know, love who you want to love, and you know, things like that. Things that like progressives and like people like Destiny and Vosh and Hassan like talk about too. So there's a reconciling of that fact too. And the movie, she just puts on like pair of jeans and t-shirts, and she goes out. I think she jumps rope at the end of the movie, and it's like she's sort of like figured out that like that happy medium. It's nothing like Sneeko represented to like Charlie. It was a complete lie. And no, I did not enjoy the movie too. The movie's like by a number too. There's actually like, I understand what the director was trying to do with like trying to be like in your face and out there. She didn't have to go that far though, because it was like uncomfortable. You know what, you could have, she could have gone like another direction where like social media like produces like this content where it's like gives these girls this false equivalency, like you have to grow up and you have to act a certain way to for people to accept you. And they could have done, and she could have done that in a different way, but she chose not to do it. So also, I don't know why you moved away from like whatever the original, I think the original French name of the movie too. I forgot what that was. Also, the dad was a dick too, because he didn't give a shit about like that girl. Dude, he had like multiple wives too, and he was actually getting like married too, and like she was being forced to like, because she just had like her period, so she was being forced to like kind of grow up like and try to act older at home, because you know she technically was a woman at that point too, according to like their values. So there's like a whole nother conversation too, but that's basically what the crux of the movie was. But like as an adult, you should be able to watch that movie and be able to critically think and analyze like what's going on in that movie. And it's, don't believe Sneeko, he's like just fucking lying to you too. And the whole thing too, the world is your oyster too, but you do have to like work hard, and you kind of need to like quote unquote grind it out too. That's why if you want to make that type of money, you're better off, instead of doing this whole social media thing, is what you can do, you can create content, you can create like good content, right? But like don't do what like Sneeko's like telling you to do. Like go out there, you should go to school, you meet people, you meet interesting people, you can go out, get an education, and go out and do jobs that pay well. Go into computer science, go into coding, go into finance, be a finance bro, like an actual finance bro. You can make that money. You're gonna be working hard too, but you're gonna be making that type of money.
To keep some for yourself, you know.
Oh shit, I actually joined up on that. That was the last second thing too. Okay. Anything over at the Cosmodrome? We'll go ahead and put this back on.
Keep it for themselves. I criticize Moore's Critical because he makes millions of dollars selling that lie. For the young men watching, is that the life you want to live at 30 years old? The terrible tragedy that happened in Nashville yesterday is representative of exactly what I talk about in my stream. A trans person shot up a church, and the mainstream...
Oh my god, I hate this narrative too. This take isn't even like original too. It doesn't matter if the person was trans or not. There was clearly something else like going on behind the scenes too. And I don't think they've actually like released any information about like the manifesto left by the individual who committed the shooting either. So like don't believe anything this guy's saying. He's just straight up lying to you, man. Especially this idea that like because this person's trans, that's the reason why they committed the shooting. No, person was clearly like mentally ill, had other motivations, most likely not related. And I'll preface by saying that it's probably not because this person was trans that they committed like the mass shooting. Also, it doesn't matter if the person was trans or not, they committed a mass shooting too. So there's clearly like other things like that were going on like behind the scenes that caused this person like to commit this mass shooting. So we'll wait, we'll see what happens, and we'll see what the police say about it too. Now I don't know if they've actually like released anything in regards to that, but you know, we'll wait and see. Here. I didn't hear till then.
Mainstream news was more focused on misgendering the shooter than addressing the problem.
I'm not even sure what he's trying to say. It's such an incoherent ramble. I think he's trying to tie Charlie playing with dildos into there being trans people. I'm not really sure. Why are you using that as a point? It's just so tone deaf and beyond disrespectful to the victims. Sneeko then goes on about how Japan is better because they don't support LGBT.
In Japan, there is no wokeness, there is no LGBT trans nonsense, and society is civilized. Somebody everybody spills over their bag and everybody comes to help them out because they see each other as extended family. There's no culture war. There's a life outside of the woke degeneracy, and that's why I will continue to defend the movie Cuties until Moist Critical decides to debate me about it.
I didn't edit it that way. He did. He just talks in run-on sentences. What does Japan not being woke have to do with Cuties or not picking up things that are dropped? I don't know. It's a Sneeko video. It's Sneeko logic. He may be speaking English, but he ain't saying shit. He then goes on and on about how he loves the movie Cuties, ranting and defending points that nobody disagrees with.
Nobody who hates the movie Cuties has seen it. It's about an Islamic family that moves from West Africa to France, a woke country that's literally on fire right now.
Oh my gosh.
The daughter of the family gets corrupted by TikTok and starts dancing provocatively and leaves her Islamic values behind. She goes from a good Muslim girl to a degenerate wokey, lying, twerking, and fighting, and it blows up in her face and her family's disappointed, and eventually she reverts back to Islam. I like that movie because I see it as another version of my life.
Yes, I agree. You also act like an 11-year-old girl. Nobody is arguing that the movie's message is what makes it bad. It's the fact that they use real children to depict sexually suggestive content. He just ignores that part and goes on and on about Islam. Charlie has to repeat his point like 10 times before Sneeko actually addresses him.
So,
Shahan to Field Guardian.
Have you seen the movie?
Yeah, I found it just to be completely repulsive.
Haven't you seen a lot of other movies that have repulsed you before? I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There was some very gross scenes in there, and like the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. Like, that's a very different kind of repulse.
Duh, this has always been the argument. But watch Sneeko shift it to a completely irrelevant point, derailing the conversation.
That movie was taken out of context quite a bit. People don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values, and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have.
Absolutely was not defending Islamic values.
I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you can be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well.
Sneeko's not wrong for believing it, but he's also not addressing Charlie's point at all. He does this over and over again. Yeah, Sneeko knows he's wrong, so he's adapted the tactic of just talking for as long as possible, hoping Charlie forgets what he was saying. So I'm going to cut this conversation up a bit just to make it a little bit more tolerable. The full video is on his Rumble if you're interested. But trust me, you aren't missing a thing.
I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged at everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Well, see, but here's the thing. So let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things like?
Let's just be clear. The parents consented to their children being in the movie. So if you got an issue, then it's the parents. I'm gonna assume that they all have parents too. All the actors have parents or a guardian or something that said that it was okay for you to be in the movie after reviewing the script and reviewing everything in the movie, saying, okay, yeah, you can go ahead and be in the movie. Because if you go by the premise, kids can't consent on their own, which is true. They can't consent on their own. A parent or guardian can consent on their behalf, then okay. So we get another one. Go ahead, play this.
The scene where they're doing literal, like, toying around with cam sites, like, that's very different.
Sneeko then shifts the topic of the conversation again and goes on another random tangent about the message of the film instead of actually engaging with Charlie's point.
Like, no one is disputing the message, right? It's
well, I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think that those scenes are good. That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made.
We know. You've said this like 3 times already. There's an old clip of Sneeko from back when he was a bit more self-reflective that perfectly describes how he talks to people.
When people speak to me, I don't listen. I just wait for my own turn to speak.
He's clearly doing that. Charlie has to reiterate, and I counted 8 times before Sneeko finally responds to his point.
Since it still used real children to sexualize them to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it, because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the pedophiles. They would go and search that out. This movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time, I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties.
Yeah, it's algorithmically based. It shows videos based on your preferences. You're telling on yourself, bro.
Under no circumstances should children
That's
be
true.
sexualized, is where I stand. Do you disagree?
Bro, come on, this is so easy.
There's a lot of things in movies, like, I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree with
It's like the one. I want to put that in the context too. I get where like people like say that too. Like the one scene that they're talking about is like when Luke and Leia like kiss, and like it was after the fact that they realized that like, oh shit, like she's like my sister. Like they'd never met before. They didn't even know like they had like they were related beforehand too. But it was just like a throwaway thing, you know what I mean?
I'm showing a war set falling out of orbit. Calculating trajectory.
So like I'm a fan of Star Wars too. Let me preface by saying that too. But after the fact, like when I first watched it, like all those years ago, I was like, okay. And if you watch it again with the context, like, oh, that's kind of gross. But then but you know, within the context of the story, it makes sense. Like they didn't know like they were brother and sister at the time.
Real incest, though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are 11.
We agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the point of the movie, but you can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like, there is a problem, which you recognize, with kids being sexualized, in specific on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself. But you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does. And it didn't need to, like you said. That is the problem.
Maybe they shouldn't have used child actors.
Holy shit, now was that so hard? Charlie deserves a Medal of Honor, because I wouldn't have had the patience for this. It's like talking to a child. 95 IQ, he needs to retake that because he scored too high.
I made out with so many girls. Made out with every girl in the world.
A large majority of the video is just Sneeko coping. He doesn't really address anything that anyone says. It's mostly just him making up reasons for why he thinks people hate him.
There is a clear pattern with the people that hate me. I don't say it to be cocky, but I am tall, I'm good looking, and I'm successful.
You look like a lesbian. You literally copied Andrew Tate's haircut.
This is why the #1 criticism is wannabe alpha male Sneeko. Oh, this alpha male, it's rooted in jealousy and the idea that masculinity is a bad thing. I don't think I'm an alpha male.
You're not. Where are all these mystery people hating on Sneeko because he's tall? I see people hating on you because you're a bully, because you're a hypocrite, because you're a weak little worm. You went after Charlie's girlfriend, told your audience to dig up dirt on Preach's wife, falsely accused Brandon Buckingham of being a rapist, and still deny it to this day.
You made claims of Brandon Buckingham being like a rapist and shit. Wouldn't that be something that you'd want to fight about at that point? Like,
that was not a claim that I made. That was not a claim that I made.
Bro, literally said, I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. Yeah. Literally said that. This dude said he is going to R-word my girlfriend. Bro, nothing warrants saying I'm gonna R-word your girlfriend. That's some school vibes, bro. Literally, word for word. I'm going to R-word your girlfriend.
I never said that about him, and that's a lie.
The reason people hate you is because you don't practice what you preach. You're fake. You talk about masculinity, but you haven't manned up to a damn thing.
I promote the ideas of masculinity because it is so desperately needed right now.
A real man takes accountability for when he fucks up. And you have yet to do that. You blame it on everyone but yourself. So no, it's not because you're tall. In fact, I think you got a lot of growing up to do before you tell anybody how to act like a man.
Liberal or Republican? Well, if you pick a side, then you're done. You want Trump
to grab your pussy, Bill Clinton to cover you in condom.
Nico just says a lot of shit where it's like, oh, what do you mean by that?
The powers of Satan are taking over the West in real time, and I hope that everyone watching doesn't contribute to it anymore.
It's like, man, can you elaborate just a little bit more? He just drops that line and ends the video as if anyone knows what he's talking about. Maybe it's about Meta PC and using Code Willy on your pre-built gaming computer. Pretty satanic if you ask me. Link in the description and pinned comment. Another thing is that Sneeko spends an unreasonable amount of time unironically defending himself for being a cuck. First, he lies and says that he hasn't done it in 3 years.
Around 3 years ago, when I was 21 years old, I went to a swinger party with one of my girlfriends and joked about how traumatizing it was on a podcast.
It wasn't 3 years ago. It was barely over 1 year ago. He did it days before going on this podcast.
We've been to like 4 of these parties now, and I've never felt the urge to like fucking a bitch. I've been to like, we went to 2 that night, and then we went to 2 like 2 nights ago. Because, okay, the second time, which was 2 days ago, like it wasn't as bad.
This video is barely over a year old. It just shows how insecure you are about it. Sneeko, nobody actually cares what you do in your free time. You were bullying people, so they decide to bully you back. Remember? Bring bullying back.
Bring bullying back. Bullying is necessary.
Sneeko then says that it's all our fault that he watched his girlfriend get pounded by another man. In a twist of fate, he blames us for his cucking.
Don't recommend it, and seeing how many people call me a cuck for what I thought was a funny story, you should probably not do the same. I tried the lifestyle that the woke mind virus pushes, and it ends up being what the woke YouTubers try to shame me for. Kind of ironic.
It's not ironic. I don't even think he knows what that word means. Like, who's telling you to get cucked? Don't put that on us. He's literally schizoing out. In fact, if I remember correctly, Sneeko was the one trying to indoctrinate people into the cuck life.
But I think it's something everybody should do just to test.
No!
You know what? You know what?
He can't even take accountability for going to these sex parties. It's always the mystical woke boogeyman's fault. The Matrix made me a cuck. Shut the fuck up. Another annoying thing is that Sneeko acts like Andrew Tate was found innocent because he was released from jail.
What do you think? All the people that were saying that they're guilty all this time, now that they're free, are they going to backpedal their positions? Are they going to apologize? It's pretty funny seeing the fact that they were calling him a trafficker for 4 months straight, and now they've been proven wrong by a judge.
It's actually hilarious, Sneeko, because I was just talking about that.
Nobody has been proven wrong. They're just placed under house arrest until the investigation is over and the charges have been filed. The judge didn't clear the Tates of anything. People are so quick to say that he's innocent or that he's guilty, when in reality, nobody knows anything. Just wait until the investigation is complete. Stop being a sheep of the other herd. Sneeko then ends the video by saying he forgives us.
I'm officially retiring the soy boy image. I forgive everybody who advocated for my cancellation or made documentaries about me.
Bro, you can't just do that. You can't lie for 10 minutes straight and then end the video with, hey guys, I'm the bigger person. I forgive you. What kind of new gaslighting tactic is this? It's Sneeko. Nobody's asking for your forgiveness. Oh, he caught me. He caught me. Shut the fuck up. So is there anything I could give Sneeko props for? Yes, he did apologize for one thing, and that was going after Charlie's girl.
And I apologize to Moist Critical for showing a picture on stream of you and your girlfriend. That was not very Christ-like. I'm sorry.
Hey, admitting when you're wrong online is hard, and he did do it for that one thing, so props, I guess. I mean, he's still promoting crazy 9/11 conspiracies and thinks Jews are behind everything, but it's a start. This has now been my 4th video on the Red Pill, and I have to say it is a much bigger rabbit hole than I expected. I have one last big video planned on Fresh and Fit, as well as Pearl, before I loop back to talking about Assad. So subscribe to the channel, because this is gonna be good. And shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Zombie Fox, River, Christina Vina, Detective Pika, Mac Monkey, Drain Kobex, Boblax, Necro Valley, Stepan Bildman, Abby Blackbird, The Confusing Opinion, Matt Swanson, Eddie Bizzle, Eli, and the mega homies, Reynolds Hughes, Hellison, IGP, Jason Johnson, Your Taxi, Latchkey Gothboy, Free Spirit Katie, Lore Reloaded, Papa Gut, Evan Do Things, and Addy Chris. These are the people that allow me to make the videos I want to make. I don't even worry about YouTube's monetization system. So thank you. Remember to follow me on Twitter, and until next time.
Make America gay and make America gay as fuck. Cause I'm just trying to meet some dudes and get my penis up. If I could get pregnant, I'd have abortions like every day. Cause if I had a pussy, it'd be so easy to get laid.
And it ends up being what the woke...
Oh no, that's so sad.
Oh no, shit.
It was a super interesting.
Hold on. Okay. It's fucking... That thing is broken. Go to easy. All right, I can go ahead and do it, but oh my goodness, it's Joe Brandon.
Admission in there.
And I apologize to Moist Critical for showing a picture on stream of you and your girlfriend. That was not very Christ-like. I'm sorry. And I genuinely hope
talking to successful people and figuring out what they did to be successful is important. But
Oh, it's Joe Brandon, everybody.
Success, it's a different type of model. It seems like it's a slight difference, but I think it actually makes all the difference in the world. In my opinion, like if I were,
do you believe that Andrew and Tristan Tate are innocent?
I love the new Sneeko. Fellow Rumble content creator.
things that YouTube promotes on the trending page. Moist Critical playing with and sitting on d***s. Moist Critical using Satanism and Antichrist in his music videos. And his rampant gaming addiction. 3 things you can't say on YouTube but you could say on Rumble. The COVID vaccine doesn't. The 2020 election was against Trump, and billionaire pedophiles use wokeness to keep you depressed and poor. This is why I was banned on YouTube.
Jesus.
Today I'm in Japan, a society that has not yet been corrupted by wokeness, training hard, working every day, and seeing the world. But it's no secret that I have a degenerate past. Around 3 years ago, when I was 21 years old, I went to a swinger party with one of my girlfriends and joked about how traumatizing it was on a podcast. I was cheating on her a lot, and I felt bad, and I thought it would make us even if we swapped with a couple. I don't do it anymore, I don't recommend it, and seeing how many people call me a cuck for what I thought was a funny story, you should probably not do the same. I tried the lifestyle that the woke mind virus pushes, and it ends up being what the woke...
Oh no, that's so sad.
The woke mind virus, he says.
Admission in there. I actually think that this story was crazy that he had the confidence to share this publicly. I think it was pretty brave. It was pretty wild that he felt comfortable saying it. Now that was old Sneeko. But notice how he says he's changed his opinion on it, not because he's reflected on it and he has a different set of feelings about it, but because of how people reacted. People will make fun of you. It's such a new versus old Sneeko.
If we swapped with a couple. I don't do it anymore. I don't recommend it. And seeing how many people call me a cuck for what I thought was a funny story, you should probably not do the same. I tried the lifestyle that the woke mind virus pushes, and it ends up being what the woke YouTubers try to shame me for. Kind of ironic. I showed a moment.
I don't know if anybody, I don't know how he's defining woke, but I don't think there's a lot of woke people saying that you should try swinging. I mean, maybe some people, but I don't know. Wait, it was not woke that you should do that. He was following Patrick O'Neill's lifestyle to the, or Patrice O'Neill's lifestyle to the T. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying it's kind of funny that he's saying here, yeah, people made fun of me for it, so no, I wish I didn't do it. That's just kind of that's kind of sad, I guess, but.
Moment of weakness on a podcast, thinking that it'd be a funny experience to talk about, and it will continue to haunt me for probably the rest of my career. Seeing all the hate online, it dawned on me.
That's actually really sad, man.
Why have I never had a single negative interaction in public outside every single day? They all shake my hand and ask me for a picture. Not even a little joke, haha, cuck. Never. Considering I was trending for a week.
Because fucking regular people are not gonna do that, man. They're not gonna regular people don't want confrontation like that. They just want to go about their day. If they see you, they're gonna be like, oh, hey man, I took a picture with Sneeko. Okay, hey, what's up? Regular people are not gonna do that. We get internet brain so much online. Regular people are just gonna they're not gonna do that to you. In reality, it's just, that shouldn't be a surprise.
Straight on Twitter with hatred, that must mean 2 things. 1, social media breeds negativity, and 2, the biggest haters just don't go outside. 1 year ago today, I lived that life. I was depressed and broke. I was out of shape. I was gaming. I was watching porn. I got high every single day. I was miserable. My girlfriends clearly didn't respect me. I never left the room, and I had absolutely no purpose in life. Today, I'm happy to say I'm in the best shape of my life. I became a millionaire, and my global network is only increasing. I don't say this to flex, but to show you that there's an option. Look at the lives of anyone making a hit piece video on Sneeko, and look at the life that I am currently living in the present. Genuinely, which one would you rather live?
This is that thing I was talking about before, where it's it feels especially for all of these red pill guys, it's not enough to just it's not enough to like have a message or like advise somebody something. Like it has to be like an entire lifestyle thing. Like that's, I don't want to say it's a cult, but it kind of feels that way when it's like they have to sell you an entire lifestyle. It can't just be like one or two things you talk about. It's got to be like a whole matrix of ideas. It's kind of cringe, I think.
It's a new bid. Moist Critical is the physical embodiment of everything that I stand against. And honestly, no disrespect to him, I don't dislike him. He's just the perfect example of a popular YouTuber that's brainwashed. I used to watch his videos when I was a teenager, just like a lot of my other haters, and today he's everything that I don't want to be when I'm 30 years old. When I'm his age, I don't want to be playing children's video games, playing with dildos for content, and using Satanism to be edgy. I don't want to drop the Antichrist for fun. What is this? Please someone tell me what they enjoy about this. I don't show these clips to tarnish his image, but to show you what he's presently promoting. I do not promote my woke past. I grew up online. Of course I've made many, many mistakes. My message today is to follow God, work hard, train hard, ban porn, stop gaming, and see what's possible with your life. I criticize Moist Critical so much because he actually released a video that accidentally changed my entire worldview by slandering my now close friends at Fresh and Fit. You don't have to ask what Fresh and Fit stand for. It's in the name of their show. So for everybody watching this, what does Moist Critical stand for? What does he believe in? Do you know? I don't. I've watched him for years. I cannot tell you what he believes.
He doesn't make like political content. What are you talking about?
I don't think Moist Critical sells a lifestyle though, right?
Basis of commentary.
The only thing more pathetic than a guy who calls himself an alpha male.
In that video, Moist Critical called Fresh of.
He doesn't sell you anything. He doesn't really talk about politics. So he gives you his opinion online, and he makes like basically like comedy skits. Like he does like video game content, things like that too. If every once in a while you might be able to discern like his feelings or anything too, but like you don't really know the man personally. He's not trying to like sell you himself or something like that. Like he's just there to like create like fun content. If you can avoid making like all this like manosphere stuff, like or like contradict, like making fun of it and stuff like that, he would. But like it's out there too, and it's there to be made fun of and contradicted, and people watch it because they're not with it. So that's why he's gonna keep making that content. Same thing. If there wasn't like the quote unquote woke stuff for like Fresh and Fit and Sneeko to like make fun of, then what content would be there?
Virgin, incel, loser, the same insults that I get. He insisted that men can't be with multiple women because Fresh honestly isn't a traditional Chad.
There is no reality in the entirety of the multiverse where this man has slept with one woman.
Fresh was just telling a real story about how he pulled 3 girls in one night, and he actually verified it, but Moist Critical didn't correct it.
I feel like the reason why that story is funny is because Fresh didn't pull 3 girls. He supposedly had a famous friend hook him up with 3 girls. Those are 2 very, 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 very different things.
This is when I realized the brainwashing in its purest form. Fresh knows he's an average looking guy, but he's known all over Miami as a playboy. Moist Critical just can't comprehend that somebody like Fresh, who's the same age and on the same level of attractiveness, can be with beautiful women because instead of networking, working hard, and looking fresh, he's playing with in video games. This is the lie sold to keep you depressed. The world is out there for you to conquer as a man, but the 1% provide us with so many distractions to gatekeep it for themselves. I criticize Moist Critical because he makes millions of dollars selling that lie. For the young men watching, is that the life you want to live at 30 years old? The terrible tragedy that happened in Nashville yesterday is representative of exactly what I talk about in my stream. A trans person shot up a church, and the mainstream news was more focused on misgendering the shooter than addressing the problem. The sitting president got on stage to provide a solution and instead opened up by talking about chocolate ice cream and good-looking kids.
I have a whole refrigerator full upstairs.
In Japan, there is no wokeness, there is no LGBT trans nonsense.
That's
and
false too.
Society is civilized. Somebody
That is
spills
completely
over their
false.
bag and everybody comes to help them out because they see each other as extended family.
Okay, hold on. Firstly, Americans are pretty friendly. If you just in walking around, if somebody drops something, like, yeah, there are probably some places you go where you can get robbed or whatever, but in general, I think Americans are generally pretty friendly. If somebody needs help, people will open doors for each other, people will pick shit up for each other. Maybe not unlike the New York subway. I shouldn't even say that because I don't know about the New York subway.
Bro, people are like pretty
Japan is
nice
not
in New
perfect,
York.
right?
Like, don't
Especially
get
if
me
you're-
wrong, like, the city goes by quick though. But like, if it's like in the middle of the afternoon on a Saturday, you need like directions, like, people will be more than happy to help you out. So I hate like that rep that like New Yorkers aren't like nice people. We're actually very nice people. It just depends on like what we're doing.
Stop that shit. Black guys for them.
To talk about like incel culture and shit. Japan, there are literally names for like how problematic the not incel community, I shouldn't even say it, but like young men that like live at home and never talk to girls, even go out of their house. Like, it's pretty insane the problems that Japan is having with lack of reproduction and young men that like can't talk to women. So I mean, like, I'm not trying to say. Also, if you go to Japan, you're white. Just kidding. Half kidding. Yeah, like everybody's got their pros and cons. Japan definitely does some things that are super cool, which is awesome. That is, like, Japan has cool things. I like their cleanup culture. They go to games for football and shit, and they clean up all their shit. I think that's really cool. They do seem to have a lot of respect in their culture. They have anime, which is cool. Yeah, I mean, there's cool things Japan does, but like, this thing where you like suck off another country when you've gone there for 2 days as a rich foreigner is like the cringiest thing in the world.
There's no culture war. There is a life outside of the woke degeneracy, and that's why I will continue to defend the movie Cuties until Moist Critical decides to debate me about it. Nobody who hates the movie Cuties has seen it. It's about an Islamic family that moves from West Africa to France, a woke country that's literally on fire right now, and the daughter of the family gets corrupted by TikTok and starts dancing provocatively and leaves her Islamic values behind. She goes from a good Muslim girl to a degenerate wokey, lying, twerking,
A
and fighting,
degenerate
and it blows
wokey,
up in
he
her
says.
face, and her family's disappointed, and eventually she reverts back to Islam. I like that movie.
So I haven't watched the movie, but apparently this is a very skewed reading of the movie. It's not supposed to be pro-Islam at the end. But I haven't seen the movie, so I don't take that for what you. I don't even know why I should watch it before.
Because I see it as another version of my life. I started YouTube at 11 years old, and following the trends of social media before God led me to complete degeneracy. But rejecting these values, I have found a new direction, purpose, and meaning for my life. A lot of the hatred is justified. I should not have been attacking the people in the soy boy collage as much as I was, but I held a lot of resentment because they actively tried to get me banned on YouTube. They encouraged their followers to go and report my page. They celebrated when I was canceled for telling the truth.
Hey, this is not going to be a normal video. Today I want to briefly talk about the content creator Sneeko and ask YouTube to ban him from the platform.
They publicly tried to ruin my life's work, destroy my income, all because they disagree with my worldview. I don't want to attack people anymore. I would love to debate them and challenge their ideas, but they would rather make documentaries deep diving into my past, and my only existence on a platform that I'm banned on and grew up on is only hatred. You look up Sneeko, there's no more of my videos. It's just people saying that my life is over, insisting that I'm a bad person. So the only option now is to be a force for good. And let's be honest, there is a clear pattern with the people that hate me. I don't say it to be cocky, but I am tall, I'm good looking, and I'm successful. This is why the #1 criticism is wannabe alpha male Sneeko. Whoa, this alpha male, it's rooted in jealousy and the idea that masculinity is a bad thing. I don't think I'm an alpha male. I've never once called myself that. I promote the ideas of masculinity because it is so desperately needed right now. Being completely vulnerable, all this attack online has been difficult. But if Allah wills good for someone, he afflicts him with I have to be better now. I'm officially retiring the soy boy image. I forgive everybody who advocated for my cancellation or made documentaries about me, and I'm ditching my attacking style of streaming. And I apologize to Moist Critical for showing a picture on stream of you and your girlfriend. That was not very Christ-like. I'm sorry. And I genuinely hope you provide more value to your extremely large audience. The powers of Satan are taking over the West in real time, and I hope that everyone watching doesn't contribute to it anymore.
Only thing two ass, who first, two hit.
All the way from Asia, the Creativity Kit team is running smoothly. I just did a call today for an hour and talked to everybody, gave a lesson about making money online. I'm traveling with people who make money from e-commerce. That's why I've added new professors for web design, e-commerce, content creation. We have a call every single day teaching you how to make money, and the network in there is impressive. These people really want to get to it, so if you want to find like-minded people, click the link in the description and join the Creativity Kit now.
Apparently he spoke to...
But I'm not fooling. The title is not a joke. I talked to Sneeko, and I gotta be honest, I had butterflies in my tummy. I was more excited to talk to him than I would be to talk to Santa Claus.
Discussion with you about cuties since I dropped that video back in 2020.
How time flies, man. Well, better late
It's
than
so
never.
weird that he ripped the audio, I guess, from Charlie's stream for this? Because his audio is crystal clear.
Yeah, so you mentioned you saw my video, so you know I didn't finish the movie. I physically couldn't. I found it just to be completely repulsive.
I feel like I want to watch this Cuties.
Movies that have repulsed you before. I watch horror movies. I watch movies that are provocative quite a bit.
Yeah, but this is something I feel isn't being recognized. There's a difference between being repulsed by fiction, which is like horror movies, you know, that's not real, and being repulsed because there's real children doing sexual things. You can't fake that. The actresses were 11 to 13 years old. They were twerking. There was some very gross scenes in there, and like the cameras would zoom in on their chest and their ass and their crotch. Like, that's a very different kind of repulsed.
That's what we agree on. I don't agree that those scenes are good. I don't agree with the sexualization of children. I defend the movie because I defend the morality of the movie. And I think that most people that were disgusted have seen those clips or didn't watch the whole movie like you. So that movie was taken out of context quite a bit, and people don't really see the moral of the movie, which is defending Islamic values and also pointing out the very real problem that young girls have going on social media and doing these dances. I agree that it's disgusting. I agree that those scenes are repulsive, but I think you could be repulsed by TikTok and pretty much what young girls are doing on social media every single day as well. I think that people outraged at that film should also be outraged at everything that girls are doing now on Instagram, TikTok, and all these apps.
Let's break it down to the very bare essentials. Can children consent?
Can children consent? No, they can't. We agree.
So then why do you think it's excusable to exploit them after having them sign up for this film? If you admit they can't consent, how can they possibly give the okay to be shaking their ass and having a camera all up in their shit while they're doing sexual things, like that scene where she takes a picture of her vagina, the scene where they're doing literal, like, toying around with cam sites? Like, that's very different. Like, no one is disputing the message, right? It's a message.
I agree with the intention of the movie. I don't think that those scenes are good. That's what we completely agree on. But I think that was an important movie to point out how many people get sucked into this world. I think that was needed. That movie was needed to be made. And I also don't think that movie encouraged to go and cite and look at these girls. I think that they're more likely to go on TikTok and find girls that they're attracted to. I don't think that this really attracted people to these girls.
Well, it's not like I'm here arguing that this movie created files, right? But what it did is it delivered a film that they would watch for totally different reasons than the message. Again, the message isn't something that I or pretty much anyone has an issue with. The message is, like you mentioned, the social media poisoning them, making them do the sexual things, which is a problem. But this movie contributes to it since it still used real children to sexualize them, to showcase it. That's the issue. You didn't need it to be children.
I don't think it contributes to it, because when you see girls doing this on TikTok, they don't know.
I don't see girls doing it on TikTok, though, is the thing, right? The only people that would are going to be the files. They would go and search that out. This movie was advertised on Netflix.
No, that's not true. Every time, I don't have TikTok on my phone, but once in a while before I was banned, I would go on there, and the first 3 videos would be the same thing that you see on Cuties. And that's why I uninstalled the app. That's why I refuse to have it on my phone, because it's
Oh my
directing
God,
me
you gotta
to those,
buy-
to those
Ugh.
images.
Which is a problem. I'm not disagreeing that's a problem, but that doesn't make
No,
this film.
we agree.
There was never anything wrong with the message, and maybe the intention of the director was.
How would you tell the director to convey the message in a different way?
Use adult
You would
actors.
just not use children. You could deliver the same message, and you don't use children. The problem is
I don't think it would be effective. I don't think it would be as effective. It's unfortunate that it's misinterpreted, but you couldn't be able to have that effect and show how provocative and how dangerous it is without using kids. Of course, the shots probably did not need to be that bad, but when I watched that, I was absolutely disgusted. And like I said, it changed my perspective. And what I'm surprised about is that you are against wokeness, because everything that your content is about, it doesn't seem like you've ever directed any energy towards how dangerous wokeness can be, which is exactly what that movie's about. It's saying how important Islamic values are in the face of wokeness. It's about a Western African family, Islamic. They go to France, a completely woke country that's now being burned alive, and women are running around topless. Wokeness has consumed France, and it's pointing out.
Has wokeness consumed France? Is that true? I thought it was Islam. If you go to France, don't most people there complain about Muslims, not wokeness? Isn't it like the opposite? I could be wrong. I don't know. But I feel like when I hear like French people complain, it's going to be about like places like Paris, or maybe I'm thinking foreign southern. I don't know. Is wokeness a huge? No, actually, no. I'm sorry. That Marie Le Pen got reasonably popular. Do people? Maybe they do. I don't know. They might. I don't know. Maybe.
Who was the director of the film? Do you know?
Her name is Maminu Dukure. Maminu Dukure, I think that's her name. She's a Western African woman, and she moved to France. So I imagine that she had a very similar experience, and she was trying to portray what it was like growing up.
So the message of the movie is about social media, and almost exclusively. She directed the film based on seeing some children in a neighborhood doing sexual dances and wondering, how did it get to that point? This isn't okay. So the movie was supposed to be about how does a child get to that point, and it's about how social media is poisoning them, and they're constantly comparing themselves. They're seeing these things, so they're putting on makeup and they're doing sexual shit, and they never really understand why or the consequences of it. It's not a critique on wokeness, though. Of course, anything in the art field you can derive your own meaning from. I recognize that almost everything you encounter in life you tie back to either cancellation or wokeness, but in this film in particular, this is a movie I really feel conflicts hard with your ideology. Under no circumstances should children be sexualized, is where I stand. Do you disagree?
There's a lot of things in movies, like I don't agree with incest in Star Wars, but Star Wars has incest scenes. I don't agree with incest, but it's portrayed.
It's not real incest, though. This is real children being sexualized. It's not fake. These are
We
11.
agree. I agree. But I'm defending the point of the movie.
You can defend the point of the movie, but you can still condemn the movie itself. The point can stand on its own 2 feet, right? Like, there is a problem, which you recognize, with kids being sexualized, in specific on TikTok. That is a problem in and of itself. But you can still condemn this film for contributing to the thing it's supposed to speak out against, which is sexualizing children, which you have admitted it does, and it didn't need to, like you said. That is the problem.
Maybe they shouldn't have used child actors, but
that was Charlie's whole point.
But how do you think that the point could have been conveyed in a better way? Do you think they should have used 18-year-olds to play 11-year-olds?
That's exactly what most movies have done for a long time. A quick example is The Last of Us using Bella Ramsey to portray a 14, 15-year-old. Like, you can do that, and that's a lot more acceptable because there is no longer a victim. Like you had said, children can't consent. These kids could never fully consent to being sexualized in this film like this on the big screen.
I would argue that when they use 30-year-olds and 27-year-olds to play high schoolers, like in Euphoria and like in 13 Reasons Why, it actually sexualizes kids more because we start to mature high schoolers and we think of them in a different way. People in their 30s and their late 20s get addicted to Euphoria and they have ideas and they start romanticizing teenagers in a different way because they don't use actors in that way and they make them look more mature.
That's a completely separate conversation you can make arguments for, but that doesn't work here because it sexualizes already real children, right? So I think you're getting hung up on like the what ifs and like whataboutisms on other sides, but the core doesn't change. So let me give you an example. It is realistic to use kids for the message, right? Because it's about kids. Well, what if the child was naked doing the pic? If they showed the kids Is that now too far? It's still realistic.
That's too far. So there's two ways the movie could have been changed to be more effective and that people would understand the message. One, they could have used child actors and they should not have been sexualized in that way. Or two, they could have been 18 plus and it could have been sexualized, but then it wouldn't have been as effective. One of the two should have changed. I agree.
Okay. So then, do you think there's like levels to sexualization of kids
Well,
that
I mean-
is acceptable and then unacceptable?
No, this is never acceptable to sexualize children, but
Then we agree. So then can we then say, since this film sexualized children, I can't really champion the film. However, the message is okay. Like, I like the message.
I agree completely. But the reason I defend that movie is because I think everybody just saw those scenes and looked past the message and looked past the good moral that the director had when making it.
That could very well be the case for some people, right? 100%.
I would say most people. Most people who hate the movie haven't seen it. Most of the people accusing me of being a pedophile for defending the movie haven't seen it, have no idea what it's about. They've just seen those scenes.
But they're also still not wrong for being upset about those scenes. Like, can you recognize
I think
that?
they should be more upset at the problem. I think people should direct that anger instead of calling me a pedophile on the internet. They should look at the system that turns these girls into sexual objects at a young age and be more angry at that. That is the real issue. That is the bigger problem at large.
They do, though. It's not mutually exclusive, like where it's one or the other.
Do they? Do you?
Do I what? Talk about the problem?
Do you direct that anger? I see you follow the narrative that's popular on social media, but I don't see you ever direct it at the problem. Do you agree that wokeness is one of the biggest problems that corrupts kids nowadays?
Define wokeness.
Wokeness is the liberal ideology, is feelings over facts. I identify this way because
These
I
talking
feel like
points.
it is there's no gender, nothing matters, I do as I want, everything that's promoted on social media.
Do you realize half of what you just described is how you've lived your life for the last year? Like feelings over facts, for example. You champion bullying. You think bullying needs to come back. I have never canceled you. Can you recognize that? I have actually always spoke out against deplatforming, if you've ever noticed. I spoke out against it.
No, but you were also disingenuous. When I called out the swordboard collage, you were like, these people just hurt my feelings. Most of those people actively advocated for my cancellation.
Nick is not green is the
That's
only
not
person.
True. That's not true. Ethan Klein celebrated and clapped when I was banned and said, good, finally this misogynist is banned.
That's making fun. That's not him championing it. He wasn't out there leading a charge against you. When it happened, he
and
laughed
there was
at
another
you.
one as well, the Nick is not green friend, the identical, the bigger one, the Bob's Burger look. He also was advocating for my cancellation. That was a big reason why I grouped them all together, not because they hurt my feelings. What happens on the internet, I understand. It's good to have back and forth. Bullying is good because it makes you have to develop your character in a different way. That's not why I was upset. I was upset because a lot of these people were secretly happy or secretly hoping that I was going to get banned because they disagree with my ideology.
But then why am I on that list when I only ever spoke out against deplatforming? That seems like I'm there because I hurt your feelings.
You didn't hurt my feelings. I thought it was funny because you do look like the rest of them.
I don't understand how, but we're not here to get into the nitty gritty, I guess. The things that you preach against, you yourself embody. I don't see how you have all of these spins for it, but do you recognize that's not actually justification? For example, you like the message of cuties, but you also admit that it literally sexualizes children, which you agree is a bad thing, and that there's no sexualization of children, that it should be acceptable, but you still champion it. So the things that you like actively talk about, like hating and all that, you are still championing for. Sensitivity.
I champion good intentions. I do not think that you have good intentions with your videos. I think that you say, and you've said it as debate, you like to entertain, you say what's fun, what's trendy. If somebody gets falsely imprisoned, you think it's funny because it's a pizza box. I agree with the intentions that the director had making Cuties. She wanted to point out the wokeness. If people have good intentions, I will defend them. I don't think that you have any specific point of view on the world, so I challenge your beliefs. That's what's more important than what's said and what's taken out of context every single day.
You haven't challenged any of my beliefs, though. Most of this has just been an attack on me or my girlfriend, which started all of this. You're not challenging beliefs, Sneeko. You're stuck in your own echo chamber.
True.
I challenge your belief of you gaming all day and criticizing
what's
me for
that
adding
belief?
value to my audience by teaching them how to make money online while you suck up their time while they watch you play video games and you add no value to their life.
You also suck up their time, though.
Entertainment and how there's no need to have entertainment and how it's just supposed to be fun. I challenge the ideas that YouTubers can sit there and talk and do commentary videos every single day without any specific point of view. All of that goes against everything that I talk about.
Dude, why does Charlie burp so much? Is he okay?
I'm very confused on a lot of this. You don't like sports, right? Because sports is a waste of time. Watching sports is a waste of time, right?
Uh-oh.
No, I don't watch sports.
Well, but more than that, you think people that watch sports, they're not getting any value added to their life. You think it's wasting their time.
So sports are different than video games.
Of course, you can watch a game once in a while, but that is a waste of their time. It's getting harder to go and succeed nowadays. You should be investing your time to something else. But you said yourself, let me ask you this question. What are your beliefs? What are they? I don't know them. Can you tell me what you believe in?
Yeah, I feel like I've made my beliefs very clear. I am very firmly on the side of there are certain things, and it's going to be different for everyone, that make people happy. And main thing I want is for people to be happy. I don't like that men are alone, which is why a lot of the advice I give is telling them to get out of their comfort zone and start with something like the gym. The gym is a very social environment. It's an environment where everyone's working towards similar goals. You immediately surround yourself with like-minded people, and maybe you make a connection at the gym. Maybe you can find a friend there, but even if you don't, you are out of your comfort zone in an environment where people are working for a similar goal. And that already changes your mindset as a person. You've given yourself a goal, you are acting on it, and now you're surrounded by people that are also in a similar boat. I think most importantly is I want people to be happy, and a lot of times they can't find that. So I don't think there's anything wrong with escapism, like watching someone play a game or even playing games yourself. Watching a sport, playing a sport yourself is also great. I play pickup basketball every Thursday. So the things I talk about are usually geared towards either entertaining people for 8 minutes a day or whatever, or during a stream if they're already home from work and just need to unwind. I think all of that is fine. But I do always try and give some level of advice. My background, I don't know if you know, I'm a human science graduate with a concentration in exercise physiology. I believe very firmly in the mind-body connection in terms of strength building and muscle building. It's going to change your whole brain chemistry, and it will help improve the way you're looking at the world. So that's one of the big things I talk about, is even if you're 100% comfortable with your body, there is no reason not to at least try to make these kind of differences and change your perspective on things. It doesn't even have to be a body issue. It helps your mind overall. I am always against people paying for advice from so-called gurus and professionals because you don't need it. The beauty of the internet is it is an unlimited repository of all of the human knowledge, just this compendium of every piece of information for every subject you could want. And you can access it for free. Under no circumstances do I ever advocate for someone paying up to $50 a month for advice they can freely find right now, even if it doesn't come with a built-in.
Gamers always have their argument, but then they never talk about how college is a waste of time and that people go $50,000 to $100,000.
The programming, it just kicked in.
Millionaires.
Holy
if
shit.
you could pay $50 and talk to a vetted millionaire who has made money online in a way that they don't teach in school, $50 is a steal.
Remember to get his class, everybody.
You don't get upset about college because
here's the issue, guys. If you could pay $50 to talk to a millionaire, that would be really valuable. But there's a difference between paying $50 to talk to a millionaire to get advice versus talking to a millionaire that's charging $50 to give you advice. Like, talking to successful people and figuring out what they did to be successful is important, but people that are selling success, it's a different type of model.
Yeah.
It seems like it's a slight difference, but I think it actually makes all the difference in the world. In my opinion, like if I were to give, I think I'm very successful. I'm very successful. Like most of the advice that I would give, I would imagine other successful people are going to give, but it's really boring, and I don't think I could charge for it, right? Like, 2 pieces of advice right off the top of my head: finish college. Fucking finish it. Unless you've got another opportunity that is breathing down your neck that college is running for, just finish college. Just get your fucking degree. It makes everything in your life better. It makes everything in your life better. Number 1. Number 2, always be on time to anything, okay? Always be on time or be early. You can always be the guy that's 5 minutes early to everything. Deadlines are so fucking important, and if you can meet deadlines, at least in my industry, that puts you ahead of 95% of fucking people, unironically. If you can respond to an email within 24 hours, amazing. Within 12 hours, great. Within 6 hours, I'm hiring you, okay? If you can respond to an email on time, if you show up to meetings on time, not 5 minutes late, not like, oh, there was some traffic, oh, I kind of woke up late, oh my god, like, dude, and
he's not wrong, man. You'd be surprised, man. You be surprised how, like, shit like that gets you hired. You're consistent. I've gotten promotions off of stuff like this. I've gotten like compliments from like bosses. I'll work there for like a good like month or two, then I get a meeting with my boss thinking, oh shit, I fucked up. But then all of a sudden my boss is like, dude, you're like killing it, man. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I appreciate it, boss. And he just goes through like a list of things as to like why, like, I just, like, you don't understand like how, like, just like the simple things, like showing up on time, showing up early, maybe staying late every once in a while, like keeping your head down, just like doing the work, and just like doing like small stuff like that, like responding to emails within like an acceptable like level of time, like all that stuff. Just, you know, it's just stuff like that is just so important.
People like in LA, which says, oh, California time, I'm 30 minutes late. What do you mean California time? If it's California time, then set your clock back, motherfucker. How are you late every single day to the same fucking meeting? What are you talking about, right? Like, these are like basic things that like you could figure out, or not figure out, but that people tell you. But the problem is, I think that a lot of the like advice that you would get from legitimately successful people, it's not going to be like get rich quick shit, and it's not going to be like grind and hustle shit, right? It's going to be like pretty boring, pretty bog standard. Like, the paths to success are well known. It's not some undiscovered land. It's just really hard, and you got to be set up for it sometimes. But nobody wants to hear that. That's not exciting to hear. That's not sexy. You want some guy to tell you how to do like drop shipping in such a way that you're going to be selling Chinese spoons to people and making, you know, $2 million a month off your 15 different revenue streams you've got set up in your Amazon and Google affiliate account, right? It's just like,
and everything you just said is exactly things that I'm trying to navigate this in a way that's not going to spin you into like PR speak. Everything you've said is things that people don't need to pay for. Your lifestyle is whatever makes you happiest, right? You said at the end of the day you want everyone to be the happiest and live the happiest life they can. Right? Is that your goal? Is that your mission?
Yeah, that's what we agree on, and that's what we should focus on doing for our audience.
So then why then do you shit on certain lifestyles that you think are worse than yours? Gaming. Why do you think that if someone is happy gaming for, you keep saying 7 hours, which is an outrageous amount, but we'll use it.
Outrageous?
If someone is happy
What,
gaming
Charlie?
for 7 hours, why shit on them for it?
What
People aren't happy gaming for 7 hours maybe once in a while, but continuously gaming 7 hours a night, that is not a happy lifestyle for anybody.
Excuse me.
And why do you think you're promoting positivity then? So saying things like racism brings people
there's
together.
Much more to life. I know that there's much more to life than playing video games for 7 hours. Video games, that's an escape.
I agree, Jesus. No one.
He's about to start preaching again.
Video game addiction is not a good thing. I am not a video game addict. Streaming games.
You also agree that video games are an escape?
Video games what?
Are video games an escape?
Yeah, as is watching sports, watching movies, all of it is entertainment.
Why is Grand Theft Auto so fun?
Because it's a well-designed game that offers a lot to do in it. It's a big game filled with plenty of activities to do.
It's a game with a lot to do in it. The reality is there's a lot to do in the world, and it's condensed in one game. It's giving you a packaged version of what's possible if you actually experience life. People find a way to get cheap dopamine from a screen rather than experience what's outside in the world. It's too easy to get dopamine now. That's not happiness. Playing video games is not long-term happiness. That's escape. That's
we
dopamine.
Agree, but these things you are saying, you are fighting me on points I've never made. These are points that I agree with. Video game addiction is a bad thing. If you are going home and playing games forever, you're not in a very happy place, I imagine. But if you are, I'm also not going to be upset.
You argued, can somebody be happy playing video games for 7 hours? I'm arguing that's not real happiness. That's a fix.
But it can be.
Replicating real happiness.
But it's still
that's dopamine. That's like smoking a cigarette. That's not experiencing what the world has to offer. That's a condensed version that is not real.
It's not experiencing what the world has to offer, but maybe they don't want that. If your mission is
that's not true. Everybody wants that. Everybody wants that in their coping, and it's too risky. They're uncomfortable. They don't want to go and risk rejection of the world. Everybody wants to experience the real world.
Maybe they do. I do. I agree. But that's not going to be the case for everyone, and I recognize that. I agree with wanting everyone to be happy, but you want them to be happy your way.
Okay.
They don't have to be happy my way. I know for certain that the real world is a better life than the world that they condense in a video game.
Cool.
I don't know why we're so hung up on games, but yes, for a lot of people, I think getting outside of gaming is going to be helpful, but that doesn't mean they need to completely stop gaming altogether. There's something called moderation. That goes for everything. Food addiction is life-ruining. Porn addiction is life-ruining. Gambling addiction is life-ruining.
Yeah, I
Every addiction
script.
is life-ruining. Moderation is key. Gaming addiction is life-ruining. It's all about figuring out moderation and also finding what makes you happiest, what amount of hours that is. Maybe it's more hours than somebody else, but it's finding that balance, and that's going to be different for each and every individual. Whereas you're putting a blanket on it.
This is why I don't gamble in my streams. This is why I don't promote degeneracy in my streams. This is why I only try to promote things that I know are better for people, because
What do you just what do you mean you don't promote degeneracy in your streams? You fucking associate yourself with fucking Fresh and Fit and Andrew Tate. Those guys like promote some of the most hedonistic lifestyles I've ever seen, like in my time on the internet. Hey, Runic Druid, how are you? Hope you're having a good night or morning or afternoon wherever you're at. I appreciate you joining the stream. Just coming here, just watching a couple of videos, just doing some build crafting in like Destiny 2. I was streaming earlier, but then something like set off my circuit breaker. It was weird. Like everything shut down and then like it just like popped back up. I don't know what it was. I think I had I was waking up morning on your side of the aisle. Okay. Good for you, man. Breakfast over here. It's 24/7, baby. I love America for that reason. I mean, the democracy's nice too. But yeah, I'll go ahead and let this video play too, because I need to grab like something to eat. I need a little snack because I'm getting hungry too. But I'll go ahead and let this video play now. Let this video play out so I can grab some stuff. I'm doing some boring stuff in D2 now. I was gonna run like a raid or two, but I think I'm gonna do Ron. So I want to get Rufus's Fury and that trace rifle, the adept version of it this week. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, all I'm gonna be doing is running Ron. That's it. Just running Ron. Rooted Nightmares for the uninitiated.
Getting more difficult for the lonely man out there, and it's better to be source of positivity rather than encourage the degeneracy that's keeping everybody trapped.
Jesus.
That's just where we disagree on. I think that
I didn't break up that protein powder.
Here. You want people to be happy as well, and I think that's good. And I hope that you.
What was I trying to get again?
Genuinely, man, I had no idea. And you know exactly what my worldview is. You think it's controversial, but I make it extremely clear. I know you think it's repetitive, but I want people to know.
I don't see how your message is somehow bolstered by spamming slurs, for example. Like during that stream with the gun. I couldn't listen to you because you kept saying slurs. How is that necessarily helping make people happy or positive in any way, shape, or form? What does that do to contribute to your overall goal? Because it's not humor either, so it's not seeking truth through funny. It's literally just spamming slurs because you were mad at me.
It is. The reason that it's funny is because I'm on a platform that has free speech, and you're not bound by wokeness where you can't say certain words and you're labeled racist or homophobic or transphobic, where you can say things even if you don't mean them.
I'm trying to remember. I do remember, like, if you hopped over to like his stream, like he was just like spamming like a bunch of slurs and like stuff like that too. That was like a big issue. I think is Sneeko like banned off of Twitch? I might have to. Joe Brandon's cousin might just have to like pop in for a second too. Let me grab another image file. Okay, browse. Let's see. Let's get a meme one. I can't use that one. Can't use that one. Okay, oh man, these are like some good ones.
What an interesting little old file. Hardly any
We can go ahead and use
to investigate later.
Donald Trump here too. So there we go. So boom. Oh my goodness. Look who just joined the stream. It's Donald Trump. He's gonna debate Joe Brandon now.
We're not trapped with words.
I think the VOD's gonna be fun.
Why say something?
I forgot that Sneeko was banned
your ideology where you're like
off of Twitch. I think he is.
A word doesn't encompass a whole belief system. A word can be funny. The word faggot is funny.
Oh my god.
That was the funniest thing you said this whole debate.
That was pretty funny.
How is that? I don't.
Oh my god.
Well, it's because
it's so ridiculous.
It's an outrageous claim. It's like talking to a child. Well, no, like
my point. It's outrageous. It's funny.
Your defense of it.
First time we laughed this whole time. First time we laughed this whole thing.
This is
the one little word.
Yes, because it's such a silly defense of it. It's like a child who hears "fuck" for the first time and he's like, "Woo, Daddy said fuck." Like, it doesn't.
Well, it worked on you.
Well,
because it worked on you.
If you just said it without your explanation of why it's good, I probably wouldn't have laughed. The point is, and this is talking about what I was mentioning, like with the pizza box. It's so outrageous, it's humorous. Like, these things are outrageous, and that makes it humorous, which it seems like you can recognize.
Do you believe that Andrew and Tristan Tate are innocent?
That I don't know. They could be, and I've said that from the start.
You don't have a belief on that?
Well, because I don't have the evidence. They've been charged twice with the human trafficking, but none of the evidence is public.
You didn't look at all the victims and their allegations and how everything was exposed on WhatsApp, how they plan to make a Netflix movie out of this. All of that was online. I think.
But then,
if you cover current events, this is something you jump onto the pizza box.
Nico has no idea what he's talking about for any of this.
Yes.
He hasn't taken the time to look at any of this. He's just
why
talking about what shows up in his Twitter feed.
Laughing at somebody falsely in prison, but you can't go and just look at a couple screenshots and see that as garbage.
Do you see? Well, hold on. Before you interrupt, I would like to talk about both things. But do you see how I mentioned the pizza box being outrageous? But that one, that's like a slur to you, me mentioning that. That one, you stopped laughing the second I mentioned it, even though it's the same principle that you were talking about. It's outrageous. It's silly. It's stupid, right? That's what makes it humorous. In the same way you were defending the slurs. But that one's a little too far. Like, you have these weird lines where it doesn't really make sense.
That's not a good argument, because you're laughing at two people who actually went to
I'm
jail.
laughing at the pizza box. I don't recall.
I'm laughing at the pizza box.
Putting two people in jail because of what you saw on Twitter. When I say the word faggot or I say a slur,
that is funny. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god.
There's no consequences for that. Nobody goes to jail falsely.
That's not true. People have gone to jail for saying slurs, which I don't agree with the censorship of speech. But that we're talking about something totally different.
Right now into that. Me saying that right now, that's
right. But and me saying the pizza box thing right now, that shouldn't be a problem. It is outrageous and it is silly. But let me get back to what you were mentioning. I have looked at the evidence from both sides. I always do. I don't just go to these tribes and just assume everything on my side is right and everything on that side is wrong. I take information from all angles in order to find where I personally sit on this perspective, on this situation. So, for the Tate brothers, being charged twice with human trafficking, while there is some shady shit from the victims, there is still real merit to some of the things that people were talking about, such as something you talked about as well, the taking of the passports from some of the women and getting there under the guise that they would be able to date them. Those are very odd, very peculiar things. So it's not like it's just, oh, all of that's wrong and we have to disregard all of it because this is here. There is, on both sides here evidence that makes it a very complicated case, which is why it's gone on for so long, right? It's not one where I know the answer. They could be innocent, they could be guilty. I do think it's weird they've now been charged twice. There is some very odd things there, because that's not exactly a light thing to come after someone for, and there is things that you have talked about.
Wrong that people can go to jail for 4 months without any evidence of charges?
And even outside of the Tates, I have said that in this country, where you can go to jail on suspicion of things without ever being charged. It's a problem. Yes, it is a problem.
Okay. I didn't see that video. I saw the video laughing about the pizza box putting in the video.
He's so
Did you make a video about that?
Yes, and I talked. Well, it's in that video where I say I don't know if he's guilty. I don't like if there's real victims here. Like, I would never celebrate someone being a human trafficker because there's victims. I wouldn't celebrate him being a human trafficker.
Is Charlie good at navigating the convo?
There, even though I
he's doing a good job. This is a pretty hard convo. Like, I don't think Charlie's like a debater guy.
So him to be a human trafficker, that means there are.
He's just like a regular dude. Just like,
terrible
making making fun content online. That's it.
I don't know if he's innocent. Nobody does right now, except for them and whatever's going on in Romania. The joking about a pizza box is things I make about anything that has craziness around it, like the Gwyneth Paltrow trial. There's so much silliness there that I talk about, but at the end of the day, I don't know who's innocent or guilty. I'm joking about the goofiness of things that have come up, right?
I gotta get going. It's getting a little hectic out here.
Okay. Well, I guess kind of to tie it all back to the whole crux of it, I feel like I've got to know you a lot better now. I do still think a lot of the things that you talk about aren't things that I'm convinced you're 100% believing yourself, because they run counter to the way that you live your life. So that's
the tweet.
Well, no, not just the tweet. The constant victimization, the sensitivity to jokes where I feel like you of all people should be embracing the people dunking on you, because it shows that people are more willing to insult and make jokes about people, which is something you're a big proponent of.
That's not true. Both Meat Canyon videos, I reacted to the Meat Canyon video and I was laughing. I have a good sense of humor. It's the people advocating for my cancellation, which I never diving into my past and trying to see me as a bad. It's not the jokes that I'm upset about. Charlie, you can admit that there are dozens and dozens of documentaries about me trying to make me look like a terrible person, people trying to call me a misogynist. That's the things, the false accusations that I'm upset about. It has nothing to do with the jokes. I don't care.
So the way I look at those documentaries is an extension of that fact, right? So taking your worst moments and making fun of you for it, like Willie Mack's videos, for example. I don't see those as cancellation. I think maybe it's this lens that you have, because again, you were the victim of deplatforming. That did happen, right? That did happen. I recognize that, and I've always said I don't agree with that.
You say I'm a victim of deplatforming, but also I'm victimizing myself for pointing it out.
No, you're victimizing yourself when people are just making jokes about you, not advocating for your deplatforming or cancellation, just making jokes about you. That is not the same. You got deplatformed. That's a mutant wave, so people making fun of you is not comparable.
Wait, how many towers do I need?
People have made videos with the title "Sneeko is a terrible person." That's not a joke. Sneeko deserves to be banned. Sneeko is a misogynist. Sneeko is racist. They've written articles about me, calling me racist when I joined the Yay 24 campaign. That's not jokes. That's trying to make me look like a bad person.
But
you're acting like
you can call those out,
dude. It's at this point where he's coming off like it's like sour grapes. Like he takes shots at people, but he doesn't want them to take shots back at him. And it's just like, dude, like, what do you expect people to do? You take a shot at somebody online, they're gonna take a shot right back at you. The metaphorical shot, not like the literal shot, folks. Okay, calm yourselves down. But yeah, that's the internet, dude. You can't, like, if you were gonna like call people out on shit and like take shots at them, they're gonna like hit you back, dude. And some of them can hit you back pretty hard.
Like, Sneeko's a cuck. That's funny, fine. Okay, made a mistake. Sneeko, horrible person. Sneeko is a racist. That's not a joke.
So you can call, but you realize you can do two different things there. You can call that out as being bad actors, and you disagree, and then you give your point on why you're not racist. But then you can still turn around and recognize that half the people on the collage, your fucking strip, aren't advocating for your cancellation. They are insulting you. Like, there's two different layers. There are people that are saying you're racist, you're misogynist, and if you disagree, then you can fight them on it, and it's not jokes. Then at that point, it's a debate to be had. But then
yeah, I do agree. Half of them want to cancel, the other half were just making jokes. But you all look the same, so I put you in a collage.
I just don't see how we looked the same, but that's not here to fight you on
A
your
lot of
perspective.
people disagree, but
I haven't seen anyone agree. I don't know
Bro,
where you're seeing the agreement
this dude is so wild, man, with some of the shit that he says.
I got to know
You
more
gotta
about
love
what
it.
you stand for and your belief system. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah,
and I
yeah,
watched your
Runic.
videos
That's
for years,
kind of
and
that's kind of how it
used
goes,
to,
man.
Like enjoy your content, and then.
But you know,
I'm one of the
shit
people that
slinging's
just
been
grew out
around
of it
since
because I
like
see exactly what
the
value you're
first.
adding.
That'd be kind of interesting. I think shit slinging on the internet's been around since like the first like Call of Duty lobby. You know, probably even like before then. You know, the first time you ever had voice chat at a video game, that's when you had like, you know, two people like calling each other like a slur, whatever that slur is. That's just like how the internet is. You know, you gotta, especially like online like politics discourse, like via the manosphere, stuff like that. That's just like how it goes too. So expect to get. You can't be like, no offense, if you're a content creator, whether you're small, medium, or like large size one, you have to just be prepared to get insulted. Dude, I barely have like anybody in my chat, and I've been doing this for like less than like 6 months. Every once in a while somebody just comes in and like they say some crazy shit to me. I could tell you, like, I was watching this video on the Ukrainian war, and like some random person came in. This is like around like 2 a.m. on a Saturday. You know, what am I doing on a Saturday, right? And then like they started like accusing me of being like a Ukraine shill and like defending like quote unquote Nazis in Ukraine. And I'm like, bro, like, whoa. I was like, calm down, dude. I'm like watching like, and I'm watching like a front line. It was either a front line or like a PBS like documentary on like everything that's happened that led up to like the war in Ukraine. I'm like, I'm not even giving any commentary. And the guy's like going off, so I banned the person. I was just like, Jesus, man. Like, you can like just like be watching like a documentary. Like, by the way, that's not copyright too. They don't copyright you if for PBS too. Facts. So I was just watching, like, you could be just like passively watching something, and just because like it triggers them, they go off on you too. And I'm just like in the just chatting section, and I'm like at the bottom of the section too, where like the few viewers I'm able to retain, and like people like searching it out too. Yo, if you go into a politics section on Twitch, bro, it's just like a bunch of trolls in there trying to get you banned. They start dropping in a bunch of slurs in chat. It's like, it's nuts, dude. Like, that's how like crazy it is, like online. Passively watching something and people just dropping slurs in your chat to get you banned off of Twitch. By the way, Twitch is not going to ban you just like that when some random person is dropping slurs like in your chat. What they ban you for is if you keep it in your chat, you don't clear your chat, or like ban the person in your chat too, or if you directly like use slurs in your chat and it's like left in your chat for an extended period of time. If you're a larger creator, the algorithm's actually watching you closer than it is if you're a smaller creator. Doesn't mean you're gonna get away with it, especially if somebody reports you, but like Twitch is not gonna like just like ban you like that just because like there's slurs in your chat. If you don't like regulate your chat and you keep the slurs and like stuff in there for like an extended period of time, that's when they give you like a ban for a day or two.
Life.
For any
And
like
what bothered me
new
is
content
the
creators
fact
out
you were
there.
lying about Fresh and Fit, and that's how I heard about him, and that upset me realistically, because it's like, look at the way that people who are telling the truth get painted as. They get painted as these incel, virgin, loser, racist, misogynist. They try to box you in instead of tell the truth about you, because I think that they don't like what you're talking about. But I would like for us to have another conversation in the future. I like that you have a good message about how people should be happy. I like that you're advocating for the gym and you're playing basketball and you're telling people to get out of their comfort zone. I think that those are all really good things. And I do think that you're funny. I can't deny about that. Like, it's a little monotone, but you're funny, guys.
So it's a
Well, I
little
do appreciate
monotone.
the conversation. One more thing you mentioned there that I do want to point out: the boxing in of people. That's something I try not to do, and I feel like I've done a good job of not doing that. But that is something you do, right? You box me in as woke and spreading these kind of things, and all kinds of other people. You box them in on certain things that make no sense.
And yes,
Like,
at this
boxing
point,
is
I am
something that you
mid-maxing this
also do.
character. This
Do
is the
you
build.
disagree?
I'm trying to get the most out of it. I'm trying to get triple 100s. I don't think I can with this, what I have like right now.
Everybody I put in the scoreboard collage. What do you think they think about Tate? What do you think they think about Fresh and Fit? What do you think they think about Trump. You probably have the same point of view.
Yeah, but you've got the same point
Same
of view
point
on
of view,
all of those
too.
things, just the opposite end,
What
right?
you're
Like
calling out. Like, for example, you have the same.
Yeah, he's talked about this before too. He shares like he's so like counterculture. He's a bot. Like he is like the counterculture bot. If it is like quote unquote the mainstream, he is counterculture. And in that way, when Destiny calls him a bot, that's what he means. He is the counterculture bot. That's the thing too. There's like no old Sneeko. There was like a little nuance like here and there. That's the thing. Oh shit. What was that? Was that like something from the soundboard or something like that? Somebody like playing something from the soundboard? I don't even know. There's like this music playing in the background. But yeah, that's exactly like what Sneeko is. He's just a counterculture bot.
Is what not accurate?
Everybody in that Soulboard collage who has advocated for my cancellation or slandered me or insulted me, made jokes about me,
This is actually a pretty decent roll.
They all also
90.
dislike Fresh and Fit. They all also think that Trump is racist.
I don't presume to know people's belief, and I don't really talk to anyone on the collage, so I don't really know. But the point is, you could make the same argument for you, right? If people are boxing you as racist, you do say things that do and lend themselves to being construed as racist, right? So, would you fit on a racist collage? Probably. Like, how do you?
But it all comes down to intention. It all comes down to intention. And these people that, the people that I put in the collage, their intentions are to bring down the alpha. That's the common theme I see from all of them.
That's actually wow. That actually helps out a lot.
Fresh and Fit. It comes from a place of cope and of jealousy because they see people who are living a lifestyle opposite of them, and instead of admitting that there's a different path or admitting that they could have a good point, they try to bring down their character. That's the common theme I see with these people. So the intentions that I see from these people in the collage, they're not pure, they're not good. It's jealousy and it's hate.
And again, that is still something they could say about you as well. That's just one of the things I was really.
That's fair, and that's why you made me realize that I need to. This whole hate brigade on Sneeko in the recent weeks. I'm going to repurpose my message now. I'm not gonna. What up, man? Yo, do you know Moist Critical? Hey, say what's up to him now. We're saying hi. Yeah. Hey, look.
I saw you on Twitter. That's so interesting.
Yeah.
Hey.
Carrie.
Yeah, we saw me. What did you think of the Meat Canyon video?
That was pretty funny.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, what's up, man?
It was.
Hey, how's it going, man?
About it. I think that's a good way to end it on. Hope we could talk again in the future. I don't think we should have beef. And yeah, you did. I want to thank you for starting that whole Sneeko hate brigade, because it's like, yeah, you know what? Maybe I am
Sneeko hate brigade.
guilty of doing the same things that I am mad about, and I do attribute a lot of that to being canceled and a lot of resentment about that. But
I don't really actually want to use this bell for this build, but Polaris Lanes actually is ironically better.
So I'm just gonna go. I'm not gonna go attack mode anymore. I don't think that there's any value to that. It's just gonna come back to me.
Look, they made up.
Well, I actually really appreciate the conversation, man. It's nice to hear like a more human side of you outside of like.
I'm not gonna get triple 100s, am I, on this build?
I actually do think this was a very valuable conversation, so I appreciate you taking. I really appreciate you taking the time to have a bit of a call with me about it.
Yeah, thanks, man. And mags, not clips.
Yeah, from now on, bro, if you're gonna be talking about guns, get the terminology right. You very much offended me with that one.
All right, take it easy, bro.
Hey, you too, bro.
Oh, that's not bad. 190, 100. Fuck, man.
It's actually pretty cool of Charlie to do this combo. He really didn't need to, right? Considering like the relative size of platforms and everything, I would have never expected he would have. I would have just assumed he would have just kept making fun of him and then avoiding him. I wonder what motivated him to actually do the call.
This is pretty amazing, this report from Next News Colorado.
All right, what's this? Majority report. Oh, I actually already watched this. Oh wow, I'm like going back to old videos now. I'm gonna let this video play.
It occurred to me that there was the implications of this, like, honestly, there's like a mind virus that is running through the conservative movement, and it's been going for.
I saw this video yesterday, but I'll go ahead and like play it again while I look for like new videos. But this is actually like if you go into the culture war as far as like Republicans have, like this is what happens at the end of the day. Like you loop in and all of itself too, and now it's like they're eating themselves like alive. So I think I can put this save to watch later. And you know what? I think you know, Brandon and Donald can disappear for a minute because it's perfectly fine too. Also, just so you guys know, the majority reports like perfectly fine with you like watching like their videos. Maybe not like the entire like maybe I don't think the entire show, but like clips that they post up there too. And then watch later. And I think, and then Legal Eagle never has like an issue with you watching his stuff.
I always knew we would need a united front to survive.
Put a little Destiny Fun Police in there too. You know, I'm sad, man. Everyone, they're saying like the Myra movie is not that great. I'm actually upset about that too. And you know what the worst thing is? It's exactly what you think it is. It's because of Chris Pratt's performance. It's legit because of Chris Pratt's performance. That's what dragged the movie
for years and years.
It's unfortunate.
The pace, the depth of it, it's fascinating. This is a story in Colorado of a town that is a Republican, apparently like a blood red Republican town. And there is a school board. And of course, where you get school boards, you get CRT, because everybody knows that Soros has infused all schools with CRT. Doesn't matter what it is.
To undermine the white race.
Well, we don't even have to be specific.
Okay, sorry.
It's the letters CRT.
Oof.
They exist. They're there. We all know it. And here is like a Republican board that essentially announces their resignation en masse because their Republican voters are convinced that they're hiding the existence of CRT.
In Colorado are the next target for Republicans to acknowledge they can't win much of anything else here. It's playing out in an odd way on a school board on the outskirts of the metro area. In Elizabeth, Republicans are accusing each other of secretly supporting critical race theory, which is not actually taught in Elizabeth schools. R.C. Sager explains why 3 members of the school board, the majority, are quitting rather than having to deal with this anymore.
CRT, a drag queen fundraiser.
It's been a slow and steady drumbeat at Elizabeth school board meetings for weeks.
We've been awakened. I have seen assignments given in
this is not going to work.
In Elizabeth School District, which were pushing racial division.
Deep in the heart of conservative Colorado,
the whole work agenda is coming fast to this community.
Right-wing conspiracy theories about curriculum are flooding public comment sessions.
It is coming.
School leaders here insist it isn't coming.
But the work we are doing is being hampered by claims of CRT and LGBTQ agendas in our schools. This has to stop.
That's the principal of Elizabeth High School, Brett McClendon, at a meeting last month, aiming his frustration at 2 school board members he accuses of spreading rumors.
Director Olson and Director Booth, please stop chasing ghosts. We are not teaching critical race theory at Elizabeth High School.
Director Rhonda Olson insists likely story isn't driving the claims.
One, you have never heard me say that we have critical race theory in our high school or any of our schools.
She and Director Heather Booth say they're just sounding alarms.
We need to put safeguards in place to make sure it doesn't come here.
But it's put their board colleagues in an awkward position.
I am a conservative.
That's the board president, Carrie Karsher.
I'm upset about it too. I don't want it to come
Eating themselves alive over like nothing whatsoever.
Week after week after week.
He submitted a resignation letter this week, along with his vice president, Kim Frumveller. She wrote her days are consumed with constant issues and lies, and the lies never seem to stop. Treasurer Craig Blackham says his daily personal attacks and emails start at 6 a.m. They're taking a toll on him. All three will make their resignation official on Monday.
It's nuts too, man.
I don't need any more of that. I mean, that's...
It's nuts.
Whoops.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It is amazing.
When you create
No
a
reason
complete boogeyman
whatsoever.
that's amorphous and a smoke monster that could be anywhere, and then it turns on. You turn on your own because it could be with those.
My favorite guy was the guy who looks like somebody's grandfather. Who's like who's seen all these assignments that stoke racial division. My guess is you haven't seen a school assignment in quite some time.
Also, the board president who's like, I'm happy to be hysterical about this.
Yes.
Like, can we
No
calm
one
down?
is more racist or anti-trans than me, but we need to like vote on other things.
I'm super on board with this, but we also need to like vote on staffing if there's a staffing shortage for a field trip or something.
6 a.m. I gotta get up, I do my exercise, then I send an accusatory letter to one of the school committee members saying that they're secretly in favor of CRT.
He's very regimented about it. Takes it with his morning vitamins. A CRT accusation.
That's amazing to me. And the thing is, it's going to be interesting, like on some level, right? We're seeing this play out with the Trump-DeSantis thing.
Mm-hmm.
Who is more, pro-COVID lockdown, whatever it is?
Even undated
Who's more woke?
are rich in temporal information.
It has no choice but to eat itself in the final analysis.
We're seeing it with the Republican Party.
Yep.
We're seeing the change in 10 years from the Republican Party. I mean, look, they were still advocating for the same garbage, but in terms of like the Marjorie Taylor Greenes taking over the party, that's just that's the machine working. It's pumping out the very people that they've activated on these local levels, which is what they try to do.
I'm almost convinced that somewhere there is in a room some Republican sitting around going like, this is out of control. We need to come up with a new boogeyman to distract people from the old boogeyman. Maybe it's like, can't we go back? Can we circle back and do the Muslim thing again? I mean, can we do that? We need to mix it up. We need to it's just getting too far down the CRT road. Surely we can.
We gotta change it up, folks.
They're doing it now with trans people. They're just they have some more hate in them.
Yeah, they're
have
trying
some
to
more hate
transition in themselves from CRT to trans. This is a funny moment that I think you're going to enjoy. I wonder if they regret putting anybody who's not on the team on Fox. It just the idea right now, incidentally, a judge ruled that the defamation case, $1.6 billion case, can go forward. This is going forward. Fox is going to have to address this. The real question is going to be how far up the chain does the liability go? And that's really going to be the question, I think, with this case. And the jury, incidentally, plaintiff can ask for $1.6 billion, but the jury can go well, we're going to make it 2 or 3. So they're freaking out over at Fox News. And this was a sort of wonderful example of. This almost reminds me they're all saying it's wrong to get COVID shots. It's wrong to stay at home. Meanwhile, we're on separate camera feeds and we're all doing our show from home. Here is the 5, and Pete Hegseth. This is the guy who doesn't believe in washing his hands, right? Because he wants to build immunity to whatever.
Filling in for I guess Jesse Waters, the guy who took out the air of his intern's tires. He could have a romantic advance on
Intern
her.
wife.
Oh, now wife. Yeah.
And here he is really railing against colleges. It's a real waste, of course, but what he's really saying, it's a waste for you. And I don't mean that figuratively. He means it literally. Listen to this.
A report by Georgetown University found that 16% of high school grads earn more than half of people with bachelor degrees. Why waste $200,000?
Oh yeah, this was like a special moment, man. You gotta love it.
College is a scam. He's right. It's an educational cartel that's extorting students and taxpayers and raising their prices every single year. The government helps them do that. They've got endowments well beyond
It's the
what they need
woke
to charge.
mind virus,
in the
folks.
Process, you get to send your kid to them and they indoctrinate them. So you spend years.
Pause it for 1 second. We should be clear here. Like, you know, colleges are too expensive. He should be
That's
advocating for a free, at the very least, a free option in every state, which is going to drive the price. You know, it's going to create price pressure down on a lot of these the universities, because if you got a free option for a high quality education, a lot of people are going to choose it. That's not where he's going with this. It's basically just like it's a Christian conservative lament, but it gets a little bit more complicated for him.
They've got endowments well beyond what they need to charge. And in the process, you get to send your kid to them and they indoctrinate them. So you spend years forming and molding them into a person that works hard and believes in God and loves this country. And then you send them off to socialist camp and you get a Bernie Sanders supporter. Just stop. Like, stop sending them. Stop paying for it. Stop sending money to your alma mater. I have a new rule. The more elite the university and advanced that a graduate is, the dumber they are. The less likely I am to trust them. If you went to the Ivy League, prove to me that you have any common sense at all.
You went Ivy League, right?
Yes, and I sent one of my degrees back for a reason.
Good for you.
Because we should stop supporting this cartel. Stop giving our money to them and find real causes, like K through 12 classical Christian schools or places that actually form minds as opposed to indoctrinate them.
Pause it. Actually form minds instead of as opposed to indoctrinate. Pete Hegseth, Bachelor of Arts at Princeton University.
Oh.
There's really like no more like elite Ivy League. And then in 2013, he received a Master's of Public Policy from the JFK School of Government at Harvard.
Oh, so he went back to the Ivy League. Well, 10 years after.
A little school outside of Boston, huh?
Yeah.
Well, there's two things that's amazing about this. One, his inability to articulate the higher education. Prove to me that you're not an idiot. You went and if you like you Ivy League, like convince me you're not a freaking moron.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Pete. Your time starts now. Let's go.
So
you need to send your kids to a religious school where they never indoctrinate kids.
That's what they're known for not doing, not indoctrinating those religious schools. Do you think that they just want to gatekeep regular people out of these institutions and they pretend that they're indoctrination factories, so they could just be expensive schools that funnel the wealthy into the most high power jobs?
100%.
Yeah, I think so.
This is all just about, listen, higher education is for wealthy elite people.
Yeah.
We will let some other people come in a little bit to justify things, but in the main, you're all going to be service workers for us.
Exactly.
Some of you may make a lot of money, like if you become a plumber or electrician, you start your own business, you can make a lot of money. At the end of the day, you're going to service us. You're getting uppity, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Enough.
And if you are going to go to a college, don't come to our elite ones. Go to the ones that will indoctrinate you, the Christian colleges, right? Not the public ones either, because we're trying to undermine public colleges as an institution.
I like how he sent his degree back too.
Oh yes, and I'm sure it was the master's, not his BA.
But either way, so?
Yeah.
You don't have the piece of paper anymore? Like what?
Did they rescind it?
Do you take it off of your resume? I mean, do you keep it off your resume?
It's the equivalent of like him getting some bill in the mail and ripping it up and like I don't know money anymore, right?
It's even it's just like so like who cares? You sent your I sent my degree back. So
It's always fun to
I
like
showed
shit
them,
on the cons
and
every once in a while.
It screwed up the mail system at their
They were like,
institution.
why am I getting this back?
Listen,
Down to
I
a
understand.
halt. What are we gonna do with this? Everybody, we need a faculty meeting. We've got to figure out what to do with Pete Hanks' degree.
Okay, they just like kind of like shit on him for a little bit too. I'm gonna be right back, everybody. Let me go run use the bathroom, grab a quick snack, and I'll just be right back. All right, folks, we are back. Yeah, let's just go back and start playing some videos. Oh, wrong scene.
I really hope we win this, man. How many millions have been spent? Where are my PV people at? How many millions have been spent on this race across the board?
12.
Oh, I phone banked. It was great. I'm really happy to hear that. 45 million. It's so important. All right.
Oh, total.
Incumbent justice with a very real name. Patience D. Rogensack. Oh my god. They have the power of D. Is retiring after 20 years on the court.
Have your back, Guardian.
She identified as a conservative and voted consistently with the Conservatives' 4-3 majority on the court. So, for those of you who don't know, the decision in the 2020 presidential election with regards to the
thanks, Runic. Glad to be back.
The use of the state's electors for our electoral college, it was determined by a Wisconsin Supreme Court vote that was only one vote in our favor, and it was because of a sympathetic conservative judge, meaning that it was basically a coin flip that the electors, you know, went to their appropriate place, went to Joe Biden. And basically, if we don't want them to just steal elections in the future, we should probably win the seat that's up for grabs. If we do that, we'll have a Democratic majority. Well, not Democratic, really, but like Democrat-leaning majority. Abortion will be overturned, too. Yeah, also, there'll no abortions anymore. A lot of bad stuff will happen if Daniel Kelly wins this.
Spoiler,
also,
he did
you might
not.
notice that Daniel Kelly is clearly evil. Also, there's gerrymandering to think about. Clearly evil. But then take a look at Janet. She looks nice. There you go. Skull shapes. Determined. Phrenological analysis. Confirmed. Why does it look like his nose got smashed with a brick? You know, that's an excellent question. That's true. That is a very flat nose. Wisconsin Democratic Party Chair Ben Wickler called it the most important election nobody's ever heard of. The outcome of this race could determine how the court rules if a similar attempt is made to overturn the 2024 election. The election has been described as the most important 2023 U.S. election. 3 weeks before the election, it has already become the most expensive judicial race in history. Just so you guys know what the stakes are in this one. Republicans are spending big money because they want a conservative majority here, so in the future they can overturn democracy. It is that direct. It's that unambiguous. It's that straightforward. They just want a conservative majority so they can overturn democracy the next chance they get. This article from Slate is saying we should be confident, even though I'm not a liberal. But, you know, whatever. The race has shattered all previous records for political spending on the judicial election. Why should we be confident? Maybe one day we'll find out. Yeah, I don't see any polling data. I just see people talking about how important this is going to be. I've got to piss so bad, dude. Like, look at him. Oh yeah, Mike? My little stream partner.
Election day in Wisconsin today, a key swing state where voters are picking the next state Supreme Court justice. The high stakes contest between a conservative candidate, former Justice Daniel Kelly, and progressive judge Janet Protasewicz.
It took a second there.
The state's highest court, which currently has a 4-3 conservative lean and could play a key role in decisions.
He looks like evil Will Ferrell. Is anyone else picking that up from Kelly? Does he not look like I don't know.
Evil Will Ferrell, he says.
They needed like an aged up Will Ferrell for like the Step Brothers scene, and they got this guy.
On abortion and redistricting. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster, who's live at one of the polling stations in Milwaukee. Shaq, good morning. So lay out for our viewers who may just be tuning into this race why it is so significant.
Bill Werrell, yes.
Well, this is a battle for control of the state Supreme Court here in Wisconsin. As you mentioned right now, and for the past 15 years, really, this is a court that has been controlled by conservative justices. This is the first opportunity for liberal...
I don't really get why we're so invested in the judge race for some small Midwestern state. All right, bum dead ass. That's it. That's the retard limit for the day. You know there's a limit. This is not the first time you've run up against it.
In this state to flip the balance of this court in nearly 15 years. And this is a court that has been at the center of some truly controversial rulings just in the past couple of years. We're talking about a court that just months into the pandemic struck down COVID restrictions, that after the 2020 election banned the use of drop boxes, that in the redistricting battle sided with Republican maps that have given Republicans in this state a dominant control over the legislature. So Democrats and liberals in the state see this as a key.
Yeah, potentially un-gerrymandering Wisconsin could make it like a permanently blue state. Because the thing is, like, for so long they've been able to cement a Republican advantage with really unfair districting. But if they're able to get a proper, like, you know what, a properly gerrymandered map in our favor, then they could, like, cement a blue state bias, like, basically, like, for a long time, at least. Wisconsin gerrymandering is really, really, really bad. Hold on, 538. Redistricting looks like it's blue states. Partisan breakdown of Wisconsin's new map. Oh, so this is a new map from last year. This would have been what the Republicans approved. I mean, right off the bat, if you take a look at the districts here, you can kind of see, like, Milwaukee and Madison. Look at the favorability in these districts. Wisconsin's fourth with Milwaukee is Democrat plus 48. And then Wisconsin's second with Madison is Democrat plus 36. So, like, okay, we've concentrated all the blue voters into these two districts. And then you have Republican districts that none of which have anywhere near that lead. This Wisconsin's first is plus 6 red, plus 28's a lot, plus 20's a lot, plus 20's a lot, plus 24's a lot, plus 9 is a lot. But if you compare it to plus 36 and plus 48, it's like, okay, this probably should not be 2 to 6. This could probably barely be done out 3 to 5 or 4 to 4 if they kept the same number of districts, which they, you know, 1 minute short from Sam Cedar. I'll take any excuse to watch Sam Cedar.
What percent of Wisconsinites?
More like 58%.
Okay. 58% of Wisconsinites would have to vote for the Democratic Party, and 42% vote for the Republicans for it to be 50-50 in the Senate.
Or close to it, yeah.
That's nuts.
But for the first time in more than a decade, you could have a state Supreme Court there that, like I said, supports democracy, which means that could sue to overturn those maps because, you know, they are not a Republican form of government. They don't guarantee equal rights to people to elect their representatives, and some could sue to replace them with maps that actually help the legislature reflect the will of the people of the state. At the same time, there will be a special election for a vacant state Senate. And it kind of leaned a few points Republican, but you have a very extreme right-wing candidate who they nominated to try to throw out the 2020 results. We saw a lot of those candidates flounder a bit in 2022. And if they win a supermajority there, the legislature would have the power under those gerrymandered maps to impeach and remove non-legislative officials. And if you think about the ramifications of that, a majority of the people of the state wanted a Democratic governor. They could remove any of his appointees they didn't like. They could even go after the court itself.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Hold on, let me see if I can find. Okay, Wisconsin population map. Oh wait, it was linked earlier by Annie. Yeah, Annie, thank you. Yeah, so right off the bat here. So these dark green areas have a population of less than 1 person per square mile. Basically anything that even remotely resembles human civilization has to be at least orange on this map. The rest of it is just rural farmland, you know, whatever. You know, any place you could go to buy a Coca-Cola, you're looking at orange at least. And then of course you have, you know, Milwaukee over here. Madison, I think, is what it was over here. But then, like, in spite of the fact that the only 2 epicenters of red you can see are Democrat, heavily Democrat, all of this nothing land represents 6 of the 8 seats of districts, which are all red. Like, it's cows voting up here. Here's something on how gerrymandering works. Oh, you're right. We should probably, yeah, because it's not, like, necessarily intuitive. Okay, so the point of gerrymandering basically is you try to group together people of certain predicted voting patterns in a way that makes sure you have a majority in the largest possible number of districts. So this is an example where it's 60% blue, 40% red, and depending on how you group things, you can give the win to either side.
Oh my God.
So over here you have perfect representation. Over here you have compact but unfair because blue wins 5 districts, and then over here on the right you have red winning 3 districts, blue winning 2. The way you can tell how gerrymandered a state is, or a country, or whatever else, whatever area you're doing districting, is you compare the proportion of district representation to the total proportion of votes in that area. Or to put it another way, if your country or your state is 60-40, you want the districts to come out 60-40. You want the same proportion with both the raw number of votes and the districts it comes out to be. And that's what you can do. And as we saw in the Sam Cedar clip, the one that we just saw, things are horrendously bad. Where,
vote for the Republicans.
58-42 Dems to GOP, just to break even at 16 seats, So what we're looking at right here, breaking even at a nearly 60-40 split, that is almost the example provided here. Yeah, it's insane. It's incredibly gerrymandered. It's unbelievable. So the Dems need more votes, basically? Well, the Dems need a districting map that is fairly representative of the voting community. And this is why I say that if we get this Supreme Court victory, we might cement Wisconsin as a blue state for a long time. Because the districting map, if redone, will give them the ability to have a truly proportional, or maybe a little favorably disproportional, Democratic representation with regard to everything. It's not just the House seats or districts, it's everything, including state elections, which means that it could potentially snowball into a long-term Democratic vote. Why do we even vote by district? Well, it comes down to federalization and the idea of it's not enough for your votes to be proportional to an area. It's you want them to be representative of your area. If you're voting for a county person, you want it to be your county and not 50 county people from California or whatever. There's arguments for and against the way we do it. Literally named after some guy called Jerry. Is it really called gerrymandering because some guy named Jerry? The word gerrymander, originally written gerrymander, a portmanteau of the name Jerry and the animal salamander. What? Created in reaction to a redrawing of the Massachusetts Senate election
these things.
Governor Elbridge Gerry, later Vice President of the United States. Okay. Amazing country.
Fucking getting shot around for no reason.
Not all collectively moves. Oh, this is a nice little article. Here are the results of the 2020 presidential race in northwestern North Carolina. The circles represent results by precinct. The bigger the circle, the bigger the win for victory for either Democrats or Republicans. Okay. This is North Carolina's. Okay, the page isn't formatted perfectly. This is North Carolina's 6th congressional district, represented by Democrat Joe Biden won the district by 24 points. Look at that gerrymandering right there. Look at that. Look at the way this district encompasses the very blue Greensboro, but then, like a tumorous growth, it reaches out and also encompasses all of the blue votes in Winston-Salem. Therefore, this district gets to be heavily, heavily blue favored, thereby preventing Winston-Salem from influencing the district that it would otherwise be in. See, look at that. Republicans drew new lines that crack Democrat voters into 4 heavily GOP districts where they're in the minority. There's the new 11th district in which Donald Trump would have carried points. See, look, Greensboro, heavily blue, now shares its territory with all this red area. Look at this. They took a look at all of this heavily red rural area, and they were like, how many predicted blue votes can we cut off and break into this section in order to null them and not have a blue county here? The 7th district, which Trump would have carried by 12 points, see? Same basic principle. And then over here, there's another wing from Greensboro, Salisbury, but in this gigantic wing of red.
Jesus.
And there's Winston-Salem.
This thing's not that hard, too.
For some reason, is sharing space with
Oh, dude, I'm like doing nothing. I'm like creating no orbs.
Like farming implement of a shape to water down its votes and therefore get a red majority. So this is an explicitly anti-democratic practice, and this is the reason why I am pro gerrymandering for us. I am not pulling the hypocrisy bullshit. Republicans will literally at every turn try to break our democracy in every possible fashion. I don't care. I want to gerrymander in our favor. I don't care. I'm not playing by the rules when they openly disregard them. No reason whatsoever. Like literally, like there's no reason to limit ourselves when they're going to do it. How do you fight back against this? You fight back by winning your local Supreme Court races. The state Supreme Courts are the ones that approve, strike down, and have the ability to rule unconstitutional state districting maps. And this is why what's happening in Wisconsin is so important. Because if they get the redistricting that we need, Wisconsin basically becomes a blue state. You don't have to worry about it. An entire state handed to the Democrats just by fixing institutional unfairness from the Republicans. So now that you see the full picture, what you can see here is that those 4 districts that we just looked at broke up these 2 super blue areas so that none of them become a blue district. Both sides do this shit though? No, Republicans gerrymander quite a bit more. I think there's been like studies done on that, like the extent to which there's disrepresentative representation. At any rate, I don't care. I want us to gerrymander. I don't care. If they're going to do that, we're going to do that. Functionally, gerrymandering just is the rule. Like it's gerrymandering isn't breaking the rule. It's just what everyone does. So I'm not going to pretend that we have to abide by some kind of like ultra perfect representation so we give the fascists a fair play when they'll break it as much as they possibly fucking can every time. They're literally trying to put forward the independent state legislator doctrine, which would suggest that Supreme Court, state Supreme Courts have the ability to like unilaterally decide this shit with no obligations to anything else. Meaning that like functionally, what they could do is they could do anything with no like supervision. I don't care. They break the rules. They're announcing they want to break the rules more. I don't care. What is this? Links? Deceased GOP strategist's daughter makes files public that Republicans wanted sealed. Oh, I think I do remember this, yeah. More than a year after his death, a cache of computer files saved in the hard drives of Thomas Hofeller. Hey, hey, to be fair, this is probably the least damning thing that you would normally find on a cache of computer files saved at the hard drive of a Republican strategist. They've been cited as evidence of gerrymandering that got political maps thrown out. Yeah, it's basically just like they know, like they very obviously do this. Yeah, we've talked about that Wolf of the PA. It's pretty fucking heinous. The Atlas of Redistricting from 538. How often we'd expect a party to win each of the nation's 435 seats over the long term, not specifically the 2018 midterms, based on historical patterns since 2006. I don't know how useful this necessarily is. Well, this favors the Republicans heavily. The gerrymanders even things out proportionally for both sides. At the top, show current district boundaries. Gerrymander to favor Republicans. Gerrymander to favor Democrats. Is this even accurate? I don't think it is. If this was accurate, then why the fuck would the House have been like slanted? So what do we mean, like long-standing voting patterns? A lot of these districts don't even exist anymore. This was 2010 to 2020. New York Dems suck ass. Yeah, that's true. They do.
Oh, gee, thanks, Ross.
Oh, there we go. Wow, that's horrible. It makes it look like a bunch of bubbles. Damn, look at Vermont. Yeah. You can't even tell the states apart, basically. I remember seeing a bunch of, like, really, really, really bad districts when I was looking at Illinois before. I mean, it's in basically every state, right? Some of this shit is so obvious when you look at it, man. Like, look at this. What the fuck? So here you have Chicago, from which you have, like, a bunch of squiggly tapeworms that are very carefully constructed, you know, with no apparent respect to geography. They're just kind of hemmed out there. And then even in the broader, what the fuck is 13 doing? Look at this. That's interesting. 13 very curiously seems to encompass a bunch of major cities right here. Champaign, Urbana, Decatur, Springfield, Alton, East St. Louis and Belleville, all in the same crescent right here. That's pretty wild. And all cut out from 15, which seems to encompass everything else, as long as everything else means areas that don't have cities large enough to be marked specifically on the map. Please take a look at the Jerry font. It's so good. Oh yeah, I've seen this. The worst districts made into a font. California 3rd District and Texas 35th District right next to each other.
Jesus.
Ohio's 12th District. Yeah. Look at all that. My God. Oh, Illinois. We've been there recently. Where's Georgia? What's their district? Last one we're looking at. Georgia district map. This looks comparatively quite good. You know, relatively speaking, I'd actually say this is pretty good. Just like looking at it, all of the districts seem to be like roughly, you know, sort of area adjacent. And then around Atlanta, you have a collection of districts, which you'd expect, but they seem to be more or less clump shaped, which is, you know, what you'd want a district to look like, I think. Yeah. Yeah, the one here that looks the most wiggly to me is kind of what like 02 and 08 are doing here next to each other. But, you know, like comparatively speaking, this seems pretty okay to me. Maybe what 11 is doing with its little, no, it's fine. It's okay. All right, I lied. We're going to take a look at one last one, okay? California, the most populous state. What are we on about? California is just too big, man. I don't even want to zoom in on this. Jesus, look at all this. Yeah, you have like subgroupings in San Francisco, Los Angeles, and San Diego. I'm sure there's a lot of bad stuff here. It's just, there's just so many fucking people in California. Sheesh. Hey, there's Humboldt, where I went to university. The USA is a gigantic country, what the fuck? Yeah, it's pretty big. Look at 18. Wiggling out there at the top. This is an outdated map. Is it outdated? Yeah, it probably is. Nobody makes images with these colors anymore. The Georgia districts went disproportionately for Republicans compared to the popular vote. The eye test is not reliable. Well, goes to show what I know. This is important to know. A guy programmed an algorithm that can gerrymander a map without making the districts look weird. Ooh. Okay, so this is like the sneaky... Okay, so the goal here is basically it's able to gerrymander a state with AI in a way that doesn't make the districts look gerrymandered. Okay, so the eye test doesn't really work. Okay, gotcha.
I don't think you have the facilities for that, big man.
Destiny Fun Police. Love this guy.
I hope you are ready to see something special today, my friends. Today you're going to see a gun that not many people know about. It is truly beautiful. Even my boy Drift is looking a bit sheepish because he doesn't want you to know how deadly this beautiful gun is. So smash that like button and subscribe, because today we're taking a look at the hazard of the cast. I did a video on this weapon sometime last season, but look at my roll. You may have noticed my roll has high caliber rounds, Zen Moment, which just got buffed, and Kill Clip. And I thought, you know what, this is one of my favorite weapons, probably the best gambit gun of all time, in my opinion. And it got buffed, and I just love this gun. I mean, just look at it. The main reason why I like this gun is purely aesthetics. Just look how clean this gun is, my friends. It don't get much better than this.
It does look good.
It really don't. Feeling a little hazard hazardous as I cast this immortal user back to the respawn screen. You know what I'm saying? This is what it's all about. Prepare yourselves for immortal combat, my friends. That is what I am calling Destiny 2 PvP now. It's just immortal combat. The question is, will the hazard of the cast... Wait, what? Hey? What? Okay, X-Files internet connection discovered, but it doesn't matter. We got kill clip off him anyway, and now we are going to do some serious harm to some big stiff idiots using immortal. Just look at this gun. Look at the power, my friends. Do you see it? Do you feel the power?
Do you see what you get, Carla? Do you see what you get when you mess with the warrior?
Do you see how crispy this gun is? Whoa, hiding in the corner there, little man. What are you doing, brother? The immortal combat became too much for that poor little fella. Anyway, back into the next match, we are popping some heads with the duality. I do think duality just matches the aesthetic and the vibe of this gun, the hazard of the cast. We are going to absolutely get bowed in the face. Bows really do set me off. Fair warning though, don't approach me. I've got a thrown cleaver in my hands. You'll be in big trouble. Big trouble. You as well, lad. I will go full Clegane on you. The Hound is in town and he is not taking any prisoners, including... Wait, oh my god. What is happening? Excuse me? Excuse me.
Think you're good with that bow. You little twat. Better than anyone you've ever met.
What the hell, man? Are you kidding me, guys? That's just not right, man. That is not right whatsoever. We're gonna have to let it all out.
Scary, selfish, power-hungry fucking bitch.
You know, against getting shot in the face with a bow. I don't know, there's just... Getting shot in the face with a bow, just, I don't know, man. It really
it's not fun.
My jimmies. Speaking of which, have you rustled the like buttons jimmies yet? Do you know how you do that? By smashing it. Hit that like button like I just traded with that Immortal Combat user.
Coward's weapon. I like to see a man's face when I could steal him.
Now we're gonna cut you in half, mate. Cut you in half and establish dominance. Bows and arrows will not be enough, my friends. Not when the big bad blade is in town. You know what I'm saying? Pop, pop, bang. Here you go, mate. You ready? Hold this for me, bro, and let me pop super and just absolutely get completely effed.
Fucking enough.
Because the super is so bad. I'm rapidly falling out of love with getting killed by Immortal and Striker Titans with Peacekeepers. I just wonder what's the point anymore, you know? Anyway, time to fly in. Maybe we can... Challenge accepted. Don't die to an SMG. You do not meet the requirements to complete this challenge. Sad. I'll tell you what, we'll just punch you in the face instead. How about that? How about that? Got one on the line, but the Immortal Combat claims another victim. But look at the range on this gun, guys. Look how clean the sight is on the hazard of the cast. Not only does it look amazing, not only does it sound amazing, the sight is just as clean as a whistle. Look at it. Look at it, guys. Zen moment doing absolute bits on this gun now. And me getting pinched with Immortal shots everywhere. I'm losing it like this guy. I think he's lost it too.
Dude, I love this role. Choke clip, lead from gold.
Me over the edge a long time ago. We live on the edge out here. You know what I'm saying? That's how we roll. Speaking of which, I think he is in trouble meeting the edge of our blade. You as well, big man. The Immortal users get cleaved in half like the weasels they are.
Who do you think you are? I am. Get it right.
That is what we're here for. Impromptu little sword diversion.
Yeah,
I know,
auto
guys,
holster.
Auto rifle video, and we got kills with the sword. Can you believe it? But then again, can you believe how good this gun is looking still, though? Look at it, guys. Look at it. You cannot hide, my friends. The duality of Titan. Being aggressive and then hiding. Can we? No, we never could. We had no chance, Jeff. We had no chance of killing that Thunder Crash. No chance. But we got our revenge, and yeah, I guess I was testing out my crouch button earlier today. I was getting a little bit aggressive. Listen, guys, sometimes you've got to let it out, you know? You've got to let it all out. The Immortal Combat, it's a fierce combat arena, and everyone is gunning for you, especially when you're a content creator. You got to be on your toes, you know what I'm saying? Speaking of which, this guy, I think I just chopped his toes off. That's crazy. You as well, lad. You as well. The blade has absolutely no prejudice, my friends. You must all fall, because you are all my enemy. You know what I'm saying? It's that simple. bang. Alright guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to this wall as well. Me and this wall is personal between me and you, wall. And I'm gonna do you some serious harm. You big, stiff wall. We are really losing it tonight. I'm sorry guys, but listen, the least you could do is smash that like button. I didn't. The reason why I'm losing it is actually because I got like 4 or 5 hours into editing this video, and then Adobe decided to crash before I could save my work, and then we got immortaled in the face, in-game and out of game. So here we are, re-recording, re-editing, you know what I'm saying? So if you haven't already hit that like button and you enjoy my content,
Give him a like, guys. Give him a like.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. Speaking of which, I know that I just got shot through a wall by Immortal, and I know that I don't like that very much. Do you like that very much? I don't think anybody likes that. Nobody liked that, apart from me smashing him over the head with the old cleaver. You know what I'm saying? Any excuse to cleave up some Guardians and I'm there. I am absolutely there. We're here for it. We're gonna dodge to the left. We're gonna swipe you up, son. Gonna get you as well. Pop, pop, bang, on the floor, done. Give me back them belts, what you stolen. And oh, okay, wow. You know he was coming in for the bag there. Buzz Lightyear himself coming in for the hot tea bags. This was a pretty nice game. I was pretty far behind in this match, and one guy, I think he was like 3 kills away, and then we really took the game away from them with a nice little bit of play, showcasing how good the Hazard of the Cast is. Hopefully this comes back maybe next season as a Gambit reward, so we can reacquire this gun with an updated perk pool, because I would very much love that, and I think you guys would love it too. Unfortunately, it's unobtainable. The only reason I have this gun is because I hoard stuff and I don't delete it just because I like it. And you know what? I'm really glad I kept this one, because it doesn't matter what happens, it's always gonna be a pretty damn good weapon, if you ask me. Pretty damn good indeed. That was the Hazard of the Cast, my friends. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you did, don't forget to leave a like, drop a comment, subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next video, my friends. Peace.
It finally happened. Donald Trump indicted and arrested. He's the first ex-president charged with a crime. Or as Trump put it, he has been indicated. Indicated with 34 felony counts of falsifying business records in the first degree. Now, as we'll talk about later, the number of felony counts is not a good proxy for the seriousness of the crimes, especially here where it looks like everything relates to the same nexus of facts. But first things first, this is the first time in history that a former president of the United States has been indicted. Although it's worth remembering that the justice system actually frequently holds elected officials accountable. Vice presidents have been charged with breaking the law, governors, congresspeople, mayors, and all sorts of other politicians have all gone to prison for committing crimes, because in America, no one is supposed to be above the law. Of course, if you live outside of Illinois, your odds get way better. Nevertheless, Trump posted that he was shocked that he was treated like some regular Joe. He posted, heading to Lower Manhattan, the courthouse seems so surreal. Wow, they are going to arrest me. Can't believe this is happening in America, MAGA. Though Trump did get a little special treatment because he was allowed to forego the usual perp walk and mugshot, which anyone else would have had to go through. But the timing of the indictment caught most people by surprise. News sources had just reported that the grand jury was going on hiatus until May without indicting Trump, so score one for the confidentiality of the grand jury system. But now that Trump has been arrested, arraigned, and released on bond, the indictment and statement of facts are public, so let's think like a lawyer and break it all down. Now, Donald Trump has been indicted for 34 counts of falsifying business records. And during our last video about the New York case, we discussed the possible facts that would give rise to an indictment for falsifying records. Every New York business is required to keep certain business records, and New York Penal Law Section 175.10 makes it a crime to delete, alter, or make a false entry in the business records of an enterprise with the intent to defraud. To get a conviction for falsifying business records, the government must prove that Trump either made or caused someone else to make a false entry to his company's business records. And a defendant who requests that someone else do the actual work of recording a false business record is just as criminally liable as if they did it themselves. Now, according to the Manhattan DA's indictment and the attendant statement of facts, the DA is alleging the following facts. The records concern a catch-and-kill scheme with AMI, the parent company of the National Enquirer. The idea was that the National Enquirer would help Trump win the presidential election by finding negative stories about him and then buying the rights to those stories. The plan was for AMI to then conceal those stories rather than publicizing them. According to the New York indictment, the scheme went from August of 2015 to December December of 2017. The first one was to pay off a doorman who worked at Trump Tower. The man claimed to have a story about Trump having a secret love child, and AMI paid him $30,000 to keep quiet. The statement of facts says, quote, AMI purchased the information from the doorman without fully investigating his claims, but AMI CEO David Pecker directed that the deal take place because of his agreement with Trump and Michael Cohen. The parties subsequently decided that they thought the doorman was lying. The second incident involved Playboy bunny Karen McDougal, who the statement of facts refers to as woman number one. AMI arranged to pay McDougal $150,000 in exchange for the right to her story about an alleged affair with Trump. AMI told McDougal that she would get to write articles for AMI publications and would be featured in cover stories about her other exploits with famous men. As we discussed in our last video, linked below, AMI CEO David Pecker had a conversation with his lawyer about the scheme and promptly backed out of the deal. AMI entered into a non-prosecution agreement with the New York DA, where it admitted to unlawful conduct, including making false business records to conceal the purpose of the $150,000 payment to McDougal. Now, that being said, the doorman and McDougal payments don't seem to be part of this indictment because they're outside of the 5-year statute of limitations. And although Pecker and AMI stopped participating directly in exchange of money, they continued to broker deals for Trump, including facilitating the settlement of the Stormy Daniels payment. David Pecker allegedly told the grand jury that he brokered an NDA between Daniels and Cohen. Quote, shortly after the Access Hollywood tape became public, the AMI editor-in-chief Dylan Howard contacted Pecker about Stormy Daniels, who alleged she had a sexual encounter with Trump while he was married. Pecker told Howard to notify Michael Cohen. Dylan Howard testified that he communicated with Cohen about Daniels and also helped Daniels find lawyer Keith Davidson. And according to the DOJ's filings against Cohen, Howard and Pecker contacted Cohen through an encrypted app to let him know that Daniels was close to a deal with a media outlet to spill the beans about her affair with Trump, and the National Enquirer head honchos then negotiated the $130,000 settlement and also confirmed the NDA with Davidson. And the statement of facts confirms that Cohen and AMI admitted guilt in connection with the payoffs of McDougal and Daniels in the federal matters. Now, 12 days before the general election in 2016, Cohen drew down $130,000 on a home equity loan, deposited into a shell account, and then paid Daniels off. After the election, Trump started paying back the initial $130,000 payment to Cohen, but he increased the amount to a total of $420,000. Now, these checks apparently came from the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, which was created in New York to hold the Trump Organization's assets during his presidency. Later checks came from Trump's personal bank account. In total, 11 checks were issued for phony purpose, legal services. Trump signed 9 of those checks, and according to the indictment, each check was processed by the Trump Organization and illegally disguised as a payment for legal services rendered pursuant to a non-existent retainer agreement. In total, 34 false entries were made in New York business records to conceal the initial covert $130,000 payment. And the indictment concludes that the participants in the scheme took steps that mischaracterized these documents for tax and election-related purposes, to conceal the true nature of the reimbursements, and to hide the reimbursements in total. So why 34 counts, and what records did Trump allegedly falsify? Well, prosecutors charged each false entry as a separate count. For example, there are 4 counts related to a single payment that was made to Cohen on Valentine's Day in 2017, each count related to a different document or business record. The first was related to an invoice for that payment. Quote, the defendant made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, an invoice from Michael Cohen dated February 14th, 2017, marked as a record of the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. The second count related to that payment was for the making of a, quote, false entry in the detailed general ledger for the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, bearing voucher number 842457 and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. The third count, and I promise we are not going to go through all 34 of these stupid things, was also for a false entry in the general ledger. The fourth count related to that payment that was when Trump, quote, made and caused a false entry in the business records of an enterprise, to wit, the Donald J. Trump Revocable Trust, account check and check stub dated February 14th, 2017, bearing check number 000138 and kept and maintained by the Trump Organization. So, the business records for that one payment are the check and the check stub, and an invoice from Cohen, a voucher for that account, and a voucher for another account. And then the DA basically uses the same pattern for all of the other counts. It's basically one count for every check or invoice. Now, this isn't required, but it's also a totally normal way to charge someone. Now, there has been a ton of breathless reporting about 34 felony counts, but a prosecutor has discretion here. They're not required to list out every single act that was part of a general criminal scheme, but by the same token, it's also a totally normal way of going about writing an indictment, and it's done all the time.
Remain calm!
So basically, you can't conclude anything from the fact that there's basically 36 different felony counts. Now, an additional wrinkle here is that for a charge of falsifying a business record to be a felony in New York State, it has to come with an additional requirement of intent to defraud. Now, under federal law, generally speaking, intending to defraud has a narrow construction. But New York State law interprets intent to defraud much more broadly so that the prosecutor can establish intent when the defendant acts for the purpose of frustrating the state's power to faithfully carry out its own law. In layman's terms, that means that the government doesn't need to prove that Trump falsified business records for the purpose of depriving someone of money or property. The government only has to show that Trump did something to frustrate the regulatory authorities of New York. And New York courts have found such intent when a defendant did things like making covert contributions to a political campaign, covering up an alleged sexual assault, misleading a patient's relatives about the patient's treatment, and even operating a motor vehicle without a license. But this is certainly a point of controversy, and it's likely a legal issue that will be dealt with by the judge before the factual questions ever reach a jury. But the statement of facts does try to justify the charges. The most significant evidence that Trump knew what Cohen was up to with the intent to defraud was a conversation he had with Cohen about the McDougal payments. Quote, Cohen told Trump he would open up a company for the transfer of Karen McDougal's account and other information, and stated that he had spoken to Chief Financial Officer for the Trump Organization, Alan Weisselberg, about how to set the whole thing up. Trump asked, so what do we got to pay for this, $150? And suggested paying by cash. When Cohen disagreed, Trump then mentioned payment by check. After the conversation, Cohen created a shell company called Resolution Consultants, LLC, on or about September 30th, 2016. But the prosecutor will need to prove that Trump knew about the Daniels payments too, and that he agreed to Cohen's payment scheme. The statement of facts alleges that Trump didn't want to pay Daniels directly, so he asked Cohen to do it. Quote, Trump did not want to make the $130,000 payment himself and asked Cohen and Weisselberg to find a way to make the payment. After discussing various payment options with Weisselberg, Cohen agreed he would make the payment. Before making the payment, Cohen confirmed with Trump that Trump would pay him back. The statement of facts alleges that Cohen made the payment through a shell company with Trump's blessing, quote, on or about October 26th. Shortly after speaking with the defendant on the phone, Cohen opened a bank account in Manhattan in the name of Essential Consultants, LLC, a new shell company he had created to effectuate the payment. He then transferred $131,000 from his personal home equity line of credit into that account. On or about October 27th, Cohen wired $130,000 from his Essential Consultants, LLC account in New York to Lawyer B to suppress Stormy Daniels' account. Now, the statement of facts also goes into detail about Trump Organization CFO Alan Weisselberg agreeing to pay back Cohen more money than Cohen paid out, so that Cohen could characterize the payment as income on his tax returns instead of a reimbursement, and Cohen would be left with $180,000 after paying approximately 50% in income tax. Finally, Weisselberg added an additional $60,000 as a supplemental year-end bonus. So the statement of facts indicates that Trump knew about his arrangement with Cohen. Quote, Trump, Weisselberg, and Cohen then agreed that Cohen would be paid $420,000 through 12 monthly payments of $35,000 over the course of 2017. Each month, Cohen was to send an invoice to Trump through Trump Organization employees, falsely requesting payment for $35,000 for legal services rendered in a given month of 2017 pursuant to a retainer agreement. At no point did Cohen have a retainer agreement with Trump or the Trump Organization. And the part about no retainer agreement is key, since Trump may argue that he was simply paying Cohen for legal services, which is what he indicated in the business records. The statement of facts also goes into some detail about how each payment was invoiced and made, and I think this detail is important. Once the election was over and Trump had won, he tried to back out of paying Daniels at all. Quote, Trump directed Cohen to delay making a payment to Stormy Daniels as long as possible. He instructed Cohen that if he could delay the payment until after the election, they could avoid paying altogether, because at that point it would not matter if the story became public. This could end up being a key allegation because it shows that Trump's motivation was to influence the election, not to protect his family from disclosure. Finally, the statement of facts alleges that Trump tried to pressure Cohen to lie about their arrangement. The pressure campaign included Trump tweeting at Cohen to stay strong and not flip, and the DA also says that a different unnamed Trump lawyer approached Cohen about representing Cohen in his criminal case, offering to help him maintain a, quote, back channel of communication to the defendant. In June of 2018, the lawyer wrote to Cohen urging him not to cave by pleading guilty, but Cohen did in fact plead guilty in August of that same year. Now, as we talked about, these are only felonies if there is an intent to defraud and also an intent to commit another crime or to conceal a commission of a crime. So what's the second crime in this case? Well, the indictment and statement of facts don't say, and New York law doesn't require that the prosecution identify the second offense at this stage. However, you can bet that there will be some motion practice to force the government to issue a bill of particulars to actually identify what these crimes are. However, in a press conference, Alan Bragg identified 3 general areas of law that he alleges that Trump intended to break.
The scheme violated New York election law. which makes it a crime to conspire to promote a candidacy by unlawful means. The $130,000 wire payment exceeded the federal campaign contribution cap. And the false statements in AMI's books violated New York law. That is why Mr. Trump made false statements.
So Bragg mentions that the $130,000 payment to Stormy Daniels could have violated the federal campaign contribution caps. Because the hush money payment was intended to benefit the campaign, it could be considered an in-kind contribution. The FEC limits individual donations to $3,300 per individual per candidate, and in-kind contributions are counted the same as a cash donation. So the $130,000 would be way over the limit. As we covered before, there's a controversy about whether a federal crime can be used as a predicate for an underlying crime in New York State. And then there's also the state conspiracy allegation. New York elections law section 17-52 covers conspiracy to promote or prevent an election. Section 17-52 requires proof of a conspiracy among two or more people to promote the election of a particular person to office. Co-conspirators could include Trump, Cohen, Davidson, Howard, Pecker. And the prosecution doesn't need to prove that the defendant committed the second crime, just the defendant intended to commit it. And there was also a suggestion that the falsified records were for the purpose of tax fraud. So we'll see how this unfolds in the coming months. But it's also important to note that even if the felony enhancement is bounced by the judge or an appellate court, it's still likely that the misdemeanor charges for falsification of business records would remain. And those are still crimes. There just wouldn't be jail time associated with them. Now, in terms of defenses Trump is going to have lots of, Trump's criminal defense will probably be different from his public talking points. For example, Trump and his advocates have argued that prosecuting people for record-keeping mistakes is proof that the whole affair is just a witch hunt, since no one ever goes to jail for falsifying records. But that's not accurate. According to the New York Times, quote, since Mr. Bragg took office in 2022, prosecutors have filed 107 felony counts of the charge against 29 individuals and companies. So besides the court of public opinion, Trump also has viable legal defenses to these charges as well. Although the prosecutor doesn't have to get a conviction on the predicate offense, the second crime might be the best avenue to attack the record-keeping allegations. Expect Trump's lawyers to argue that the hush money payments were not in-kind contributions for campaign purposes. They were for the purposes of protecting Trump's family rather than influencing the election. Expect them to argue federal preemption, that the federal laws preempt state laws in this case, or that the federal laws can't be used as a predicate for the state laws at all. And as we discussed in our previous video about a potential Trump indictment, it's not at all clear whether all these charges are within the statute of limitations. Since the last allegedly falsified record is from December 7th, 2017, normally the 5-year statute of limitations would be up, but during the pandemic, then New York Governor Andrew Cuomo told the statute of limitations by 228 days for COVID-related reasons. So this means that some of the charges are probably still timely. But those extensions might not be enough to bring in the other alleged acts. In any case, Trump's best defense is to get these charges dismissed on legal grounds before it ever gets to a jury. Because there isn't likely to be much disagreement on the facts. But there are plenty of legal questions for the judge to deal with long before trial. Now, given the unprecedented nature of these proceedings, there's going to be a ton of Trump videos in the future. Sorry, or you're welcome, but there's so much stuff that I can't release everything on YouTube. But thanks to the power of today's sponsor, Nebula, you can watch all my videos ad-free and early, because all my videos always go up on Nebula first. Well, except for this one, because we had to write, shoot, and edit it in like 18 hours. But other than that, they all go up on Nebula first. And now, for a limited time, you can get a lifetime pass to Nebula, which is great because on Nebula you get access to exclusive videos like the deep dive we took on Trump's mental state, the various crimes he's accused of, and the crimes that Steve Bannon was pardoned for. And my Nebula classes, which include my entire course on how to sue like a lawyer. And my first full-length documentary, Bad Law Was Good. Those are just a few of the tons of exclusive videos that you get only on Nebula. So if you sign up using my link that's on screen right now or down in the description, you can get a lifetime subscription to Nebula. It's good for forever. Now, obviously, that's not going to be for everyone, so you can still get an annual subscription for just $30, which is 40% off the regular price. So sign up now and get a lifetime pass, or get 40% off by clicking on the link below and get Nebula for only $30 a year. And after that, click on this link over here for more Legal Eagle, or I'll see you in court.
They break down what happened in this historic arraignment of defendant Donald Trump yesterday. You know, for all the talk about how New York rules bar video cameras, which was discussed, Let's be clear, that rule only delays how we hear what happens, and we don't see it on video. So we don't hear it in real time. And from a news and information perspective, that's the most important thing. A live video feed would mean we'd all watch it together. But let's be clear. In essence, we still, with a delay, learn what happens. We get the transcript. So now tonight we have the full transcript. I want to share with you some of what we learned. And I can tell you honestly, yesterday this wasn't covered. There was a lot of other more important big things happening. So we're going to cover for you right now. First, the way it began. A noticeably subdued Trump was seated for the first time in the criminal defendant's seat, flanked by lawyers and cops who were there to keep order, not to just protect him as a former government official. And Trump was compelled to speak only when instructed and asked to respond to questions. You've probably seen, whether you wanted to or not, Donald Trump in many forums, including candidates and moderators and interviewers, and even in government proceedings and press conferences. And well, you've never seen him like this, because he could not speak when he wanted under the rules. He could only speak in response. And he spoke more than once. The judge first talked to Trump on the plea, and we heard about that. But there were several other times that Trump was compelled to speak during his arraignment. I'm going to show you some of them. The plea, of course, was widely reported. The judge asking, how do you plead to this indictment? Defendant
all right, this bill is not for me.
In these transcripts says
you have to like consistently hit the precision shots.
Participating, bound by the rule of law, and entering the plea. The judge also was quick to, and I'll explain why, and this was unusual, quick to admonish defendant Trump over the recent threats he's made. And that is a response to, and really a validation of a decision that the DA's team made, because as you may have heard us mention, the vast majority of arraignments are quick. We had legal experts on talking about how this could be a 5-10 minute thing. But the DA's team made an unusual, aggressive choice to not waste any time and to risk people saying, oh, why was this arraignment different for this defendant? And they would say, not because of any reason about the court's bias, but because the defendant already has acted in a way that most defendants, even those accused of violent crimes, don't act, by attacking the system and threatening court officials. So they used the arraignment, we now know, to take time and put heat on Trump over the violent messages. They actually spent a considerable amount of time doing that, and it worked. Let me show you this. The judge then told Trump's team about how this violent set of messages would not be acceptable. Quote, the court, that's a reference to the judge, please refrain from making comments or engaging in conduct that has the potential to incite violence, create civil unrest, or jeopardize the safety or well-being of any individuals. The court, the judge continued, do not engage in words or conduct which jeopardize the rule of law, particularly as it applies to these proceedings in this courtroom. Now that is the judge using the arraignment to put defendant Trump on notice, on record, laying down a marker for more severe action if he goes further. Now, if you're watching this thinking, well, you've been acquainted with Donald Trump and how he talks and what he does for a long time, that may be, but this is not a public debate. This is not rhetoric or politics. As far as the New York court system is concerned, this transcript I'm reading for you tonight, which is new, which comes from, of course, yesterday's arraignment, is the first time Donald Trump has appeared as a criminal defendant in the New York court system. So this actually, in fairness, is his first official warning. And the judge was direct on that point, clarifying, again, in this official transcript, on the record, we all know it now, that the judge would consider more extreme measures next time. Quote, if I were to be handed something like this again in the future, I would take a closer look at it. And the judge in this transcript instructs Trump's lawyers and defendant Trump that while this was thus instructions, I just read them to you, don't do this, don't undermine the rule of law, don't threaten violence, that's an instruction, meaning legally, that's just a kind of a statement of, you know, please don't. It's not an order. But there could be orders. There could be gag orders. You can even hold someone in contempt. Contempt is fast because it means you get taken to the jail that same day. But Trump and his lawyers, well, they're saying they got the message. I have a little more on that for you. I also want to show you how the judge addressed the defendant's rights and obligations. And this is, again, why Trump is a defendant. He's not identified as a former president or reference for his government experience. He is simply defendant Trump. Like any other accused system in this court, you see him identified that way as when he pled not guilty. So the judge then goes on to say later in the same arraignment, Mr. Trump, as you know, you have a right to conflict-free representation. Do you understand that right? Mr. Trump, defendant Mr. Trump says yes. And this refers to a lawyer you may have heard of, Joe Tacopina, because the judge is talking about reports, including a new letter that was used at the arraignment yesterday, that again got a little less news than the other bigger deal of Donald Trump being arrested, but a new letter that discusses his alleged contact with Stormy Daniels in 2018 about possibly representing her. Quote, you are certainly welcome to consult with other counsel. Run this issue by them and see how you feel about it when it's over, okay? This is the court looking out for whether defendant Trump, Donald Trump, has a conflict here on one of his lawyers on his team. And Trump responds, okay, thank you. All of this is new from the transcript. And thank you is a long ways from how Trump talks about the judge and the court process in public, which reinforces how he is operating under the rules and the pressures of being a criminal defendant. This is all new to him. The judge continues, if at some point down the road you're not present, I have the right to continue proceedings in your absence. Do you understand that? Defendant Mr. Trump replies, yes. And while the judge made clear he was providing standard instructions, not caused by this defendant in this section, he also told defendant Trump that if he were to become disruptive, I do have the authority to remove you from the courtroom and continue in your absence. Do you understand that? Defendant Mr. Trump replies, I do. And the judge, making it crystal clear in case this ever comes up later and we hear talk about bias or selective prosecution or unfair rules, the judge is saying it right here. We have it in this new transcript. Quote, if either one of those situations were to happen and the case were to go to trial, we would go to trial without you. That means without Trump present in the room, while he still, of course, could be sent to jail for that outcome if he lost. Do you understand? Defendant Mr. Trump replies, quote, yes. Well, all of this happened yesterday, and again, it is standard that the video cameras were not on. Most states have them, New York doesn't, so it's standard New York procedure for the defendant. But again and again, you saw a huge, widening gap between the role Trump is playing in public and what he's assuring his supporters and all the rest to the, as required, cooperative and obedient defendant in court where the judge is in control. This is the most that Donald Trump has ever faced in this scenario. The next hearing date is set for December 4th. Now, at most arraignments, I can tell you, it would be that. You go through it, this one was longer than usual, but then, okay, we got through that stuff. Here's the next hearing, and you're going to be there. Why are you going to be there? Well, if you blow off an arraignment in New York, the judge issues a bench warrant, and that means the NYPD come and get you. And unless you are terribly misinformed or have all kinds of other personal problems, most people don't want to bring on more heat in an NYPD arrest when they're already a criminal defendant, even habitual repeat players in the court systems. But something else happened yesterday, and if you haven't heard about it, I'm going to report it for you right now, because sometimes the news takes a minute to get it gathered up and fact-checked and reported out. Donald Trump's lawyers, near the end of this thing, tried to get him some special treatment. They tried to cite the fact that he's former president, but not say that he should be given special treatment just because he's president, but because rather they argued it's created some unavoidable challenges for the city of New York. They argued the hassle, the cost of securing the area, mean it would really be better for everyone to allow him to just skip the next hearing, to not have to live through what I just showed you, the amount of time where he's not in control and whether he thinks it's fair or not or an indignity or not, where he just says, yes, sir, no, sir, thank you, sir. They wanted to exempt him from that. Now, mind you, their idea was the lawyers would still be there to fight for him, but he wouldn't have to be there at the next hearing. Now, this is a logistical item. It's not going to impact the resolution of the trial. But Trump's lawyers, I can report for you tonight, lost on that yesterday. Because of the new transcript, I can tell you the judge just swiftly rejects the entire Trump request. Quote, I expect all other defendants to appear in court, even high-profile defendants. I think in the interest of transparency and ensuring the rule of law even-handedly, I'm going to deny your application.
Oh, wow, okay.
End quote. Denied. It's that quick. Now, a judge can take more time on larger questions, of course. This was another way that Trump learned that he is in a different arena. This isn't a congressional subpoena or a civil case where he can just drag out every step for months or more. So while this was, I am emphasizing, a kind of a procedural point, it doesn't tell you whether he's guilty or not, but Trump's lawyers asked, and the judge rejected them and said no, and that's the end of that. He must show up at the next hearing, or if he didn't, he would be, again, facing that potential bench warrant and arrest to be brought there. This all happened yesterday. This is how Trump obeyed and accepted the judge's rulings in the afternoon with little choice. Then at night, he went out and gave one of his speeches, which we're not airing all of it, although we will air his legal defenses, and we've had his lawyers on here, but we're not going to air just an endless set of rambling attacks. And in that speech, he tried to play tough again. But Trump's lawyers, with an open case against him, are trying to toe a different line. They're trying to emphasize Trump heard the judge, and they're trying to keep him in line.
Did you tell your client, did you do what the judge asked you to do and advise him to knock it off?
President Trump heard the judge.
President Trump heard the judge, and in court, President Trump said yes to the judge and thank you to the judge. And he watched as his vaunted lawyers, that one among others,
all right, thank
get
you.
as far as you can get with these games in civil court or with Congress or with the Supreme Court of Appeals or while you're the sitting president. And there are reasons why there are different standards. This is a new experience for him. Yesterday was the first time he watched as his lawyers couldn't even buy him an hour on a question. Just no. And just, you have to be here next time. And just, that's how it's going to be. This is the first full day of Donald Trump's life as defendant Donald Trump, and he will be learning as he goes.
Tuesday's arraignment of former President Donald Trump in New York was a first for the nation and brought out the passionate, the sensibly dressed, and the kind of men who really disappoint their mothers.
Two genders! Two genders! Two genders!
While I had fun getting into the scrum, I was surprised to find there were people who wanted to have meaningful conversations about the justice system.
I don't believe what you're seeing is justice.
You don't believe in the grand jury process?
I don't believe if this was
So recently,
a civilian, it would...
I mean, he is a civilian. He's a person, but New York address. So he shouldn't go through the grand jury process.
I believe it should be dismissed.
Because?
Because I'm going by a general gut feeling.
The way I see it is, the government is stepping over their bounds and doing what they're doing here, indicting Donald Trump. This stuff happens all the time.
What stuff? Paying off a porn star and then fudging business records?
I mean, come on, it's his own money for one thing.
And out of all the cases up against Donald Trump, this is probably the weakest one.
Probably the weakest one.
Yeah.
There's no evidence to bring about this prosecution, so...
well, we don't know that until there's a grand jury who can then see that evidence.
Listen, I think that everyone should get a fair trial.
So you would support a grand jury looking at all of the evidence, and if they decide to indict Donald Trump, well, then we will let that happen.
Sure, certainly. If there's evidence, every piece of evidence should be heard.
Well, I mean, that's what happened here. There's an excitement in the air. It feels almost like the American version of a royal event. If the king f***ed a porn star, paid her, and then lied about it in business records. Like an American coronation. And then the Donald arrived. The former leader of the free world was now possibly in the same room as a group of recently busted subway masturbators.
I think he wants the media.
You think he orchestrated all of this?
Yeah, because his polls, like DeSantis, was rising. Now he's taking all the air out of the room now, Trump. In 2016, he had all the media. Fox News, CNN was covering. Now they don't cover him anymore. Now they have to.
Getting arrested is the smartest thing he could do.
He's like one of the smartest guys that I know of.
You're talking about the man who's getting fingerprinted inside that building right now.
I think they fingerprinted him already. They have his DNA.
That guy's left his DNA in a lot of different places.
This is like the 7th time.
Could Trump run his election campaign from prison?
He can do anything, Trump.
Yeah. Would that dissuade you in any way?
Even if they give him 34 felonies, It's just like Trump, he's untouchable.
He's untouchable, except the person who's literally touching his fingerprints right now. Have you donated to the Trump campaign since he was?
I haven't thought about it up until now, but I guess I'd consider it, sure.
Trump has fundraised like over $5 million for this. So in some ways, it's almost like he's getting paid to have sex. Is he a sex worker? I mean, it's cool. There's no judgment.
Look, I think you guys are great. I love senses of humor. But in many ways, you should appreciate this is not funny. Because they're going after Trump today. They'll go after me tomorrow. And then they'll go after you.
Did you pay off a porn star and then lie about your business records? Oh. I'm sorry. That's got to be frightening. I guess he could come for us if we've been involved in hush money payments and then lying on our business records and then using that when it comes to the campaign as well. Like, I guess that could happen to anybody.
Perhaps we don't need justice to be blind, just friendly.
So Marjorie Taylor Greene went on 60 Minutes and spoke to Leslie Stahl, and it was not a very good segment. It got dragged. You know, the general takeaway is like, it was sort of, I don't know if they were attempting to humanize her, but the end result is that to some people, they may have humanized her. They sort of glossed over the worst things about her and the insane extremism, the fact that she was all in on QAnon garbage for a long time, the whole Jewish space lasers thing. I mean, it just wasn't a good look. It's fine with interviewing somebody if you're gonna hold them accountable, but when you're dealing with somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has such a track record of being so terrible, to not make that the thrust of the interview is just sad. Okay, so anyway, they could have had her on, but just be more aggressive, hold her more accountable. And one of the things she said in the interview is Democrats are the party of pedophiles. And I believe Leslie Stahl's reaction was like, wow. Or like, can we stop with the name calling? There was no real rebuttal to it. And again, this is the problem that people had. So she sees the backlash to this. She comes out and she goes, I'll say it again. Democrats are the party of pedophiles. And then I'll play this video for you. The Predator President. Let's watch.
I'm sorry it takes so long, guys, but everyone knows I like kids best from people.
How are you, baby? How are you, baby?
I want to stay. Can I stay? I don't want to go. Kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap. Can I get a phone number for you and I can tell you what I used to do? It's going to change, honey. I promise you. Hey, Mia, how old are you? You're beautiful. Just remember, no dates to your 30.
We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway.
So here, once again, are the words from Ashley Biden's diary. Showers with my dad, probably not appropriate.
Not only in words, but in actions. Actions for you, for your children, for your grandchildren, for America. And we're committed to advancing transgender equality. No boys and girls. You need to be arrested! Stop cutting us off! In the classroom, on the playing field.
Identities don't play sports.
Everywhere. Simply everywhere.
Protect our children or get out of the way.
I give you my word as a Biden, I've never been more optimistic about America's future. These are not somebody else's children. They're all our children.
I love how she moved from like Biden being uncomfortably handsy with people and kids. She went from that to like Biden saying some mildly pro-trans things and acted like outrageous. Okay, so remember, she's putting her best foot forward with this in terms of like trying to make the argument that Democrats are the party of pedophilia. Like, this is the best that she could find. And look, I'm willing to admit, yeah, Biden's always been too handsy. Remember, we had the nickname for him in the last election. It was Handsy Uncle Joseph. And we had pictures of him with these giant hands because he's way too handsy. And that's, that's a real issue. And so I'm willing to admit that. But is she going over the top to insinuate beyond that and say, like, basically just flat out calling him a pedophile? I mean, that's obviously a colossal reach. Now, this did not go well for her, though, because in the replies, it was a bloodbath. So Brian Tyler Cohen said, this is Anton Lazaro, a prominent Republican strategist and campaign manager. He was just convicted on 7 counts of underage sex trafficking, paying teenage girls for sex. This story just came out. And then, of course, you have a picture of Trump here with him. Mike Pence, Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio, Tucker Carlson. So a literal pedophile groomer story just came out. Republican pedophile groomer. It came out like this week, and she's out. The Democrats are the party of pedophiles. And then we have more. So I think we've played this video before, but here are just some of the yikesy type things coming from the right.
There are now 5 former Ohio State wrestlers accusing Republican Congressman Jim Jordan of knowing about a team doctor's alleged sexual misconduct.
43 men who say they were sexually assaulted, abused, molested.
The Republican National Committee was just sentenced to 12 years in prison for possession of child porn. He also told people in this group that his preference was for babies and saying that they were his, quote, absolute favorite, and solicited another member of the group for videos of babies being raped.
George Nader. His criminal history included multiple convictions for child pornography and child molestation.
This morning, a judge sentenced Ralph Shorty to 15 years in prison. Police caught Shorty in a hotel room with a then 17-year-old boy.
The new charges against Joel Greenberg.
Sex trafficking of a minor and stalking a political opponent.
Florida Republican Congressman Matt Gaetz allegedly having a sexual relationship with a 17-year-old girl.
Investigators examining whether he, quote, violated federal sex trafficking laws.
To all of a sudden act like this phenomenon of girls getting pregnant at a young age that we consider young, 16 or 17, to act like it's a new thing is ridiculous. Girls between the ages of like 17 and 24 is when they're technically most fertile.
Yiannopoulos arguing sexual relationships between 13-year-old boys and men in their 20s could be consensual.
Some of those relationships between younger boys and older men, the sort of coming-of-age relationships, the relationships in which those older men help those young boys to discover who they are.
Back in 2004, Lauren Boebert's husband, Jason Boebert, was arrested for indecent exposure because he decided to reveal his penis to waitresses. Turned out one of the waitresses was 17.
33-year-old reality TV star Josh Duggar is in serious trouble, charged with receiving and possessing child pornography. Duggar was taken into federal custody, accused of downloading child sexual abuse material online, showing children under the age of 12.
3 women accused a Tennessee state representative of abusing them when they were teenagers, and he was their high school basketball coach. Not only did the Republican stay in office, he was reelected, and he was just named chairman of a key state House education subcommittee.
State representatives in Tennessee have been working on a bill that's obviously a Republican-dominated legislature. The House version of the bill, as it was introduced, didn't include an age minimum. Yeah. It means it could pave the way to legalize child marriage, like child brides.
Congressman Rose's engagement announcement. No, that is not his daughter. They reportedly met while she was in high school. He was about 42.
Tucker's talking about former cult leader Warren Jeffs, who was convicted of sexually assaulting minors.
Well, actually, he's not in prison for that. Warren Jeffs didn't marry underage girls.
No, he's in prison for facilitation of child rape.
Whatever the hell that means, the rapist in this case has made a lifelong commitment to live and take care of the person. So it is a little different.
A man running for a college district's governing board arrested for masturbating on a campus. A Maricopa County College police officer found Randy Kaufman with his pants down, masturbating in his truck at 4:30 in the afternoon in the Rio Salado College campus. The parking lot just feet away from a preschool and child care center where kids were outside playing.
All right, no mas.
Yeah, dude, come on.
It goes on. Another example, right underneath, somebody points this out. Dennis Hastert, prominent Republican, massive pedo. The list goes on and on. Another one that I don't know if anybody underneath tweeted a picture of it, but I saw a quote tweet with it. You have Trump was buddy with Jeffrey Epstein. He used to party with Jeffrey Epstein. He's on Jeffrey Epstein's list. So, look, here's the bottom line. Marjorie Taylor Greene is a colossal partisan hack. That's what she is. And so she's not honest with you. I'm not out here making the argument that, like, Republicans are the party of pedophilia. I'm not making that argument. I'm saying, look, there happens to be, pedophiles, and that's terrible and bad and wrong, and there shouldn't be, and all that stuff. But they exist on the Democratic side, on the Republican side. They exist apolitically. I mean, I will make this point, though, that it is true that it is the Republicans who we covered the story the other day. They're fighting to continue to allow child marriage, have no minimum age for marriage in certain states. So to the extent that anybody institutionally is fighting to allow this stuff to occur, it is Republicans, right? But you're gonna have people who have massive issues everywhere on the political spectrum. But she can't help herself. She's such a hack, she has to make it, you know, this, I'll say it again, Democrats are the party of pedophiles. When there's so much evidence of, you know, you got the colossal hypocrite, there's plenty of people on the right who are guilty of that sort of stuff. So it's just, God, it's so pathetic. She's such a loser. Again, what amazes me is she's so unintelligent, she doesn't even try. Like, what, you're familiar with none of those cases of Republicans who were pedophiles? None of them. Or maybe she knows and she's just lying, because that's what she does. She's a liar who lies repeatedly. But either way, there you have it. Hey, how'd that 60-minute segment go? What was the desired impact of that? What did it lead to? Did you, you know, did it work? Is she more moderate now? Is that what's happening? Certainly doesn't look like it. All right, guys, that's the show. Thank you for listening, as always, to my dumbass babble on a regular basis. I truly appreciate it. Everybody like the video, subscribe to the channel, and yeah, that's all I got for you today, man. You can support the show on Patreon, link in the video description box below. Everybody have a great rest of your day, and I'll talk to you soon. Ever since Adpocalypse, when YouTube defunded all independent news and politics overnight, we haven't trusted them. We know they can pull the rug out from underneath us at any time. If you enjoy this content, please consider tipping $1 or $2 per month on the Secular Talk Patreon. Link in the video description box below. Thanks for your support.
Here, let me go ahead and just share Kyle's. I always like Kyle's coverage of the cons. So it's good to make fun of conservatives and Republicans, because they're fucking nuts. Jesus Christ.
First up in the news, we have Aiden Ross. Now this week, Tramix TV calls out Aiden Ross because he rejected apology over a transphobic comment. Now if you guys missed this clip, you can check it out in my Discord under Streamer News. The link is in the description. Here is Tramix TV's reaction to Aiden Ross' apology and response. Tramix TV reacts to Aiden Ross' apology.
There's a clip, if you guys want to talk about, there's a clip on Twitter that's been ongoing on all these blog places of basically something I said about offending some type of group of people. And I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, apologize for absolutely f***ing nothing. Okay? I'm Aiden Ross, and Aiden Ross is going to say what the f*** he says.
Yo, Aiden, if you're watching this, brother, I would argue that you have the pussy. You're too scared to lead a group of kids younger than you. You give in to what they think of you. The fact that I can stay with my decisions, stay with my principles and how I feel, no matter the hate I get from both sides, I can usually pander to your community and say f the other side. That they'd be a great asset. To have your entire chat love me would be a great asset for me. But I don't do that because I'm not someone that's going to give in to my own shit because I want to be approved by a bunch of kids that don't give a f if tomorrow I lose everything. You understand? And not to mention, you would be 6 times your size if you put your foot down and you led your community instead of being led by them. What you did right there about saying, oh, I apologize for nothing. That wasn't you. I know who you are off stream. That wasn't you. That was literally the insecure you that's pandering to a bunch of kids and is fearful of what those kids might think of him if he apologized. You're scared of what kids will think of you because you'll look like a bitch to kids. Who cares? If you're a leader and you're truly confident and successful, you don't give a f what a bunch of 18-year-olds think about you.
Tramix TV's response to Aiden Ross clip.
Right? He could have literally made the joke of, I don't care if you tell me you're a turtle or a butterfly, whatever the f he said, right? That I would still argue is a little transphobic, but you could say it's a joke and the platform is a little bit more free, fine. But to say kill/them is not a joke. In no way, shape, or form can you cop out and say it's a joke. That's just a stupid thing to say. Do you understand? Like, it's wild to me. Like, those of you making excuses for him are the problem. You understand?
Michaela says that she was flamed for hot tub takes on Housewives and calls out the hypocrisy of promoting Fansly.
I don't remember what my take was. I know it wasn't okay. Why are we talking, bro? That podcast was so long ago. Who cares? But I was right. I literally was right. I literally said, who cares? Everyone flamed me, and now look. I was literally right. Now these mother promote Fansly and I was literally right.
Destiny realizes that Twitch actually promotes Fansly.
I'm laughing at how disingenuous the argument was. What he was basically trying to say is, you brought the porn to them, whereas Cutie Cinderella was just advertising the location of the porn and letting them know that they could sign up with their Twitch, which is insane, by the way. How the because I'm pretty sure Fansly's.
Wait, wait. Can you is there a Twitch OAuth login for Fansly? No shot.
Yep, they said you could sign up using your Twitch account. That's literally in the advertisement
No,
itself.
wait, hold on. I've got to look at that. There's no way that's true. Oh my God, there is. You can sign in with your Twitch OAuth for Fansly? What?
Bizarre.
Wait, but if you list a Fansly in your Twitch profile, don't you get banned?
You do. You do. But apparently you could advertise it on your streamer award stream. That's why.
Wait, that's so bizarre. What the
Not to sound like train, but you're just realizing how the system operates, because nobody gives a Also, is it Fansly
Ninja on Kick compared to Mixer.
Why do you think that it can succeed and Mixer did not?
Well, I think Mixer, I mean...
What did Mixer do wrong? Because everyone's like, Sick has all the capital in the world, so it's not going to fail. It's like Microsoft has all the capital in the world, too.
The issue with that, the main issue with Mixer compared to every other, compared to Kick, is, and it's, you know, it's abundantly clear how, like, it took too long to get things done, right? There was like 80 different billion people that had to reach out to somebody else, who had to reach out to somebody else, who had to reach out to Microsoft, who had to reach out to somebody up top at Microsoft even more to get like confirmation to change anything.
That's what you're saying.
Right. So like when I went over to the platform, right, my moderators had like several calls with Mixer employees about about improvements that everyone on my stream and myself included, like what they could be doing differently that would just help the site out. Several calls, hours wasted.
May not be able to.
And one of them simply being, there's several, but one of the main issues simply being was there needed to be an easier way to.
Hassan and Ludwig bringing up his European background.
Now for me, maybe this is my European background, I care less about porn. I care less about nudity.
My European background, God, you grew up in New Hampshire, dog. It's your libertarian roots that is causing you not to care about porn. Yo, this yee ass mother puts on a turtleneck, has his hair all coiffed, and he goes, maybe it's because of my European background. It's like, maybe that is the reason. Who knows? I like the tete, you know? What we say tete? It's very nice. He said maybe it's because of my European background.
XQC,
I thought I leaked my kick thing. Oh my god. Okay, well.
Hikari speaks out.
Stop screwing up! Hassan! Who cares? Who cares, man? Swag out! Hassan, everything! I like the swag. I like to swag it out. I like to swag it out.
Pausing on the difference between streamers and
check it out because it's sick. Thank you guys so much for watching, and until the next video, love you. Bye.
Why is it surprised that you wrote the script? You think all YouTubers do that? If they were good at this, then they would be on Twitch, right? You did like a special stream class. Like if we do 18 takes, get 1 something.
Surely the perk won't backfire.
Enemies can be eliminated in 1 hit, but so can you. Hey, that's perfect. I'm sure we won't die.
guys enjoyed this video, feel free to drop a like, and if you want to keep up with the latest news and clips, be sure to subscribe and turn notifications on, and I'll see you guys in the next one. First, CSGO case opening.
I just can't buy anything. Let's just open what we got for now. You guys ready?
Hey, Runic, I appreciate you joining, man. Thank you. Hope you have a good day.
Ancient warlocks hypothesized that the Ascendant flame.
Not even really like talking much. I'm just like playing games and just like watching videos.
Too have these myths, but they are only that. This realm is now choked by darkness. It cannot be redeemed, only expunged.
Twitch shamelessly. Oh, wow. Twitch and being shameless. What a surprise. Can you believe this? Twitch is being shameless and they're stealing money from people for their sponsorships. Let's go ahead and take a look at this. We're testing new experiences to connect streamers and brands by making sponsored streams easier.
By the way, we already saw this video.
Stages of seeing what works, but we want to give you a sneak peek. This month, you may start seeing sponsored streams, including streamer-read ads, support streamers in delivering branded talking points live across multiple streams. This test is in part ongoing work to help streamers deliver ads natively in-stream themselves. Okay. Sub codes that let brands pay for subs and share the codes with viewers off Twitch. Viewers
Great idea.
Codes on Twitch and receive tokens that they can use to subscribe to your favorite channels. Cool. Sponsored gifted subs allows brands to buy and gift subs and chat to viewers at scale. With both, we're testing new ways for brands to fuel streamer earnings. Sponsored sub discounts will offer September like discounts for subscriptions on individual channel subs. Just like September, brands sponsor these discounts, allowing streamers to receive the regular payout for subs, even though viewers pay a reduced rate. That's pretty nice. All these very early experiments to go finding what works best for streamers, depending on the feedback. Okay, and so let's see what the comments are. Well, that doesn't look good at all. I don't think she likes it. Nobody's gonna stop to read this. No thanks, I manage sponsorships and the income personally drive on my work myself. Cute idea though. While this makes things more streamlined for some people, it honestly sounds like you're just trying to take a cut from sponsored content, unless I'm misreading something. Doubling down on 50-50 split right now makes Twitch feel out of touch with partners and affiliates that have longevity on the site, although it's hard to see what these values will be. Twitch should focus on expanding Twitch Turbo. I definitely agree with this. Increasing sub revenue split, definitely agree with this. Increasing bit rate, I mostly agree with this. Better viewers, yeah, this is what they need. Absolutely, these things matter. Why do I want to give 50% of my sponsorship money to Twitch? This confused me greatly. Twitch talked to me about this feature, and I gave them feedback and consulted with them about it. It has nothing to do with taking streamers' existing subs and existing sponsorship. That has literally nothing to do with it. I'm not going to explain any more because, like, you know.
Shit.
But, yeah. It has nothing to do with it. That seems obvious? Yeah, it's completely separate. Trust me, bro? Trust me, bro, or wait and see. Whichever one you prefer. I'm not going to explain, but no. I mean, like, listen. Like, maybe I'm lying. Maybe I'm lying. Maybe they lied to me. Maybe they're going to take everybody's sponsorship money. Maybe that's going to happen. But that's not what I talked to them about. That's not what they said. That's got nothing to do with it. And I highly doubt that's what they're gonna do. There's a reason why people ask me to like do stuff. It's because I don't just go and run my mouth about all the little details about it. I could explain like everything about it, but in general, I think it's a good idea. I do. And I again, if it comes out and it's bad, I'm gonna look like a fucking idiot, right? So let's wait and see. And if I look like a fucking idiot, it won't be the first time and it won't be the last. But yeah, that's not what it is. I will tell you this. If they were taking sponsorship money, I would say like 80% probably move to another platform, probably kick. Like if they started taking like sponsorship money for sponsors that I did on my stream that I got on my own. Like I would say like 80, 90, probably 100% if they started actually doing that. Like I don't like to ever write blank checks, but like yeah. Absolutely. This is the first step and there's more to come. I think I'll let them explain. Yeah, that's really what I would say. I'll let them explain. A lot of words from Twitch just to be middleman for getting money for nothing. That's actually not true. So a lot of people think that it's money for nothing. So I think a lot of people that building and developing a relationship with a brand and a partner takes a lot of time and effort and just like not just time in terms of that specific deal, but time in terms of like building trust. And if Twitch is able to create that, the value that they provide is not having to worry about talking to the brand, interacting with the brand, emailing back and forth, negotiating a price, figuring out a time, deciding on deliverables. There are a million fucking things that you don't have to do. Like, I have an agent, and they get a percentage of the money that I make. And you know what? I think that's fucking great, because I never have to talk to them. If there's a problem, it gets solved. It's totally fucking fine. So you can say that being a middleman is getting money for nothing, but I don't think that's true at all. Doing a lot of this work and making it easier for other people is actually a tremendous value. And again, you might think that it's nothing, but you can't look at value as an object. Value is sometimes intangible, like the time that you spend doing something that somebody else doesn't have to spend doing it. That's why, for example, pre-built computers sell well. That's also another reason why people pay for oil changes. It's the reason why people pay other people to mow their lawn. And again, it's a mixture of peace of mind, expertise, and opportunity cost. So you don't have to worry about it being done incorrectly or something going wrong whenever somebody else is contracted to do it. Number two, it sometimes is just cheaper to do that overall than spending your time. That's the opportunity cost. And also, you're not stressed out about it. I think I just made 1 point twice. But overall, there's a lot of advantages that, and you don't have to spend the time investing into doing this. You can do what you're good at, and then somebody else can do what they're good at. Like a video editor. I think that's another example for that. Or, buying vegetables at the store. You could grow them in your backyard. Absolutely. A lot of people do. Some people grow certain vegetables in their backyard. But there is a lot of people that don't. And they just go to the store and they buy them. So I think that providing that type of a value is extremely important and helps out a lot. So yeah. That's why services can be immensely valuable. Yeah, I know. Oh my god. Guess how bad the split's gonna be though? Let's assume it's 50-50, okay? Which I don't know what they're going to do on the back end. And I really mean this. I have no idea. I think it probably depends on each individual deal. There's probably a million different variables. So if it's 50-50, and this person, let's say they make $5,000, and the brand and Twitch makes $5,000. If this person is able to do something that is relatively no effort, low lift for them, and this person says, hey, do you want to make $5,000 and I'll make $5,000? I created this opportunity. You take advantage of it and we'll split the money. Well, I think that's totally fair. Because if a streamer isn't happy with that price, they can go and try to find the price somewhere else. They can, hire an agent to try to curate a better deal. they can just simply not choose to do it. So I actually don't think the percentage matters really all that much. What really matters is, like, is it valuable and is it useful for that individual person? So, for example, like, there's a lot of people that doing something for 50% would not be good, but there are some people that it would be good for them because they simply don't want to put any effort into it at all, and all they have to do is click a button, something pops up on the screen, or it's some sort of fucking advertisement, and they don't have to worry at all. So the value that creates is not a defined number. And I think the best thing about having and I think this is a free market, because Twitch is not saying that you can't have your own sponsorships with this. They're not saying that at all. So you can curate a sponsorship for the exact same thing at a higher price point if you choose to. There's no market fucking like control. There's nothing. Like, this is completely fair. So yeah, it matters. You don't see a big picture. From now on, all companies are not going to contact streamers anymore for paid sponsorship. They'll just go to Twitch because it's easier, and Twitch will reach out to the streamer, and Twitch gets free money because that's what's happening. Everyone's going to go to them. Well, thank you very much, Mr. 47, I think 47 followers or something like that. That's not true. How do we know that's not true? Because bounties are for video games, and streamers still get bounties for they still get sponsorships for video games. So, like, just by using your own logic, it doesn't even make sense. So we already have this existing already, but that's not happening. So then what's the problem? And also, think about it from the business's perspective. Okay, let's look at this logically, all right? So, let's see here. Let's say $10,000, $5,000 to Twitch, $5,000 to streamer. Okay, and then second one is going to be $8,000. And let's say it's going to be $6,000 to streamer, $2,000 to agent. Which one do you think? Which one do you think the brand is going to want to go with? Do you think they're going to want to go with paying $10,000? Or do you think they're going to want to go with paying $8,000? Well, they're going to go to want to pay with $8,000. So that means that if Twitch is taking
made some dumb choices, man.
And that percentage
that's not bad, but
so bad that people are seeking deals independently and not taking Twitch's deals. Again, this is a free market, by the way. Isn't it great? People can just simply curate them themselves. Isn't that nice? Why are you saying it's ethical for Twitch to take 50% sponsor money, but you never pay your agent or editor 50% of profits? Well, come on, bro. I think that there would be a lot of things that I would be willing to go 50-50 on people, with people on. Absolutely. It just depends on what it is. And also because it depends on what the deal is. Also, you don't know how much my agents get, and you also don't know how much my editors get. So I find that to be very interesting that you somehow know more about this than anybody else publicly. The reason why it's ethical is because you are entering into the contract voluntarily. Do you understand that? So it's ethical because you chose to take the deal at that price. It's a mutual agreement that was arrived upon between adults that are consenting to the deal. That's not how it works. Okay, so how do you think it works? Take our deal or fuck off is not ethical. There's no room for negotiation here. There's no room for negotiation at Walmart. There's no room for negotiation at mini services and mini prices. Negotiation is not mandatory for something to be ethical. That is insane. It doesn't make any sense. No more direct partnerships allowed, only Twitch though? Where did that come from? Where did Twitch say that? Rules out sponsored content out of the platform. Where did Twitch say that? Wouldn't it depend on experience, considering the considerable amount of consumer protections available depending on the country? Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Like a box store, I never said they say it. I guess it can happen. Well, yeah, Twitch can also ban people for, like, I don't know, they can ban people for playing a video game. Like, they could say tomorrow, like, any.
Let's see if we can find some more like videos. I might just end stream.
Let's kick things off in Wisconsin. Now, I like Wisconsin. Wisconsin in the building. I like Wisconsin. Wisconsin, the only place I've been to that sell cheese as a souvenir. I like that. You want some cheese before your flight? Yeah. Cheese curds? You give me cheese curds. No wrapper, no nothing. Just butt naked in my hand. But last night, Wisconsin had a critical election for the state Supreme Court, which has national implications for 2024. They had a far-right conservative versus a very left-wing liberal, and I don't want to presume anything about the political beliefs of the audience in the room right now. You know, I know Daily Show fans hold a wide variety of views. Who am I kidding? Y'all gonna start clapping. Show them the clip.
A major political flip in Wisconsin. Democrat-backed Judge Janet Protasiewicz has won the state's widely watched Supreme Court race. The court will now be controlled by liberals for the first time in 15 years.
Protasiewicz's conservative opponent, Jan Kelly, had harsh words after the election was called and criticized her, calling her a serial liar.
I wish that in a circumstance like this, I would be able to concede to a worthy opponent. But I do not have a worthy opponent to which I can concede. This was the most deeply deceitful, dishonorable, despicable campaign I have ever seen run for the courts. And I wish Wisconsin the best of luck, because I think it's going to need it.
Oh, you seem very sad about losing. Would you like some cheese? Now look, I know people think that it's classless to concede like this, but I'm gonna be straight up with y'all. Good for my man. Dude just got his ass beat in front of the whole country, and you want him to be gracious? Congratulations to my opponent, who is clearly a winner, unlike me, a little bitch loser. Look, I say as long as you accept the outcome, you get to talk shit. Yeah, you let me spend millions running for judge, and then I lose? I run millions and I lose? Oh, baby, I'm up on that podium like Samuel L. Jackson. Yes, they deserve to die, and I hope they burn in hell. But now, let's move on to the big story, the arrest of Donald J. Trump. Oh, you heard about it. Y'all heard about it? Okay, I thought it was just a little, Yesterday was a momentous day for Donald J. Trump. He was indicted for 34 counts of falsifying business records and also 1 count of clogging the courthouse toilet. They added that one at the last minute. So old Trumpy went down to the courthouse, looked around stupid for a couple of minutes, and then fled on his private jet to Florida because, as you all know, Florida does not have an extradition treaty with the United States. He rolled up to Mar-a-Lago, and then he waved to his supporters and then offered to put his thumb up their butt. What is this? Seriously. Who adds motion to a thumbs up? It's simple. Just lock the elbow. Trump got to be the first person to add the jerk-off motion to a thumbs up. Thanks so much for coming out. I really appreciate it. So then, after all of that, it was time for Trump to give his big speech. And sidebar, why are people still going to Trump speeches? Like, I get it, that's your dude, but you know what he gonna say. He said the same thing. Donald Trump is a comedian that ain't changed his act in years. You know what he gonna do. Liberal media be doing this, and Joe Biden and them, they be doing this. Y'all know I ain't lying. Come on now, DJ, kick it. The only thing that changes year to year with Trump is who his enemy is. And for this fight, he's got 2 new ones.
In a defiant speech at Mar-a-Lago, the former president claimed he's a victim and targeted the prosecutor and judge in the case.
They can't beat us at the ballot box, so they try and beat us through the law. The criminal is the district attorney. I have a Trump-hating judge with a Trump-hating wife and family.
Who you know go to trial and talk shit about the judge? That's bold. The judge could destroy you. He could destroy you and you riling him up. You about to fight Cocaine Bear. You don't offer him crack first. And he didn't just call out the judge. Trump called out the kids. You don't pull the kids into, even rappers don't go after the kids and they murder each other. And Trump said the man has a Trump-hating wife. But to be fair, I don't even know if that was an insult, because Donald Trump also has a Trump-hating wife. You know, you can't tell me Melania don't hate that man. If anything, this week was confirmation. If y'all think, let me ask you this then. During Donald Trump's 45 minutes as a political prisoner, where was his wife?
Many people noticed the former First Lady, the former president's wife, Melania Trump, was not in attendance last night.
His wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, she was not there.
Among the guests were ardent Trump supporters, including Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene and the MyPillow founder Mike Lindell. One person noticeably absent last night was former First Lady Melania Trump.
Even the pillow salesman showed up for the speech. But his own wife didn't show up. And the speech was at the house. Melania didn't even come downstairs. She opened up the bedroom door. Oh, you're back from prison already. Oh. Now look, we're making jokes. But there's nothing funny about a former First Lady not showing up to her husband's speech where he's complaining about getting arrested for lying about paying off a porn star. Frankly, I'm concerned about Melania's whereabouts, so we launched a search for her, and that search is being headed by our very own Dulce Sloan. Dulce! Dulce? Now, Dulce, you're in Florida. Dulce. Yes, we are very poor, Dulce. Now, working. You're down there on the coast. Are there any signs of Melania down there?
Oh, not yet. You know, I've been looking for her at the beach all day. And after this, I'm going to look for her at brunch. And then I might go look for her at the front row of a Magic Mike show. You know, I'm vigilant. You know, vigilancy out here. Yeah.
Ain't the Magic Mike show in Las Vegas? I think you're taking advantage of the corporate expense account. We'll talk about that later. But first, let's just, while I got you, let's just talk about this whole thing. Don't you think that Melania should leave Donald Trump? I mean, the man was paying hush money to porn stars.
Roy. You don't understand, son. The hush money was for Melania. She's the reason he didn't want people to know about Stormy Daniels. Shit, if he wasn't married, his campaign slogan would have been a porn stars.
Okay.
But for Melania, he paid a porn star $130,000. Oh, to know a love like that. Oh. Okay. You know, I mean, it's kind of romantic for a man to just break bread like that for you.
Okay, I got you. So then you think Melania should stay with Donald?
No. He cheated on her with a porn star. Come on. I've dumped men for a lot less. I broke up with a guy last week because he left me a voicemail. A voicemail, sir? What year do you think this is? Just leave a comment on my TikTok like an adult, Grandpa.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. So then you think Melania should have dumped Trump back in 2016? Gotcha.
Oh, hell no. Listen, Uncle Roy, are you listening? Why would she dump him when he just got elected El Presidente? You cheat on me, you think I'm gonna let some porn star be the first lady? What the hell, no?
Let's see.
Nah, bitch, I'm getting a portrait, okay? A real one with paint and shit, okay?
Okay.
I'm talking about a canvas, an easel, and we gonna sit there for 7 hours and look happy, damn it.
Okay. Going every which way, then don't say, just tell me, what the hell should Melania do then?
She should be doing what she been doing. Take advantage of Trump when he's president, and when he's not, let his ass twist in the wind while you at home watching Martin reruns and banging these pool boys.
Okay.
I mean, she's doing it at Mar-a-Lago right now.
Wait, so you know where she is? Well, then why are you running up an expense account on my week?
What?
This is my week hosting, and you running up the bill with all this travel. Come on.
Wow, this is how you treat a black woman?
That's not,
In April?
No, that's not how I meant it.
Black Women's History Month?
No. That's not how I meant it. That's not how I meant it. That's not how. No. Let me.
No, I should be out here with a Telfar bag and Morris Chestnut, and you out here trying to act like I'm not doing my job. You know what? I'm gonna get on my jet ski. I ain't got to do with you. I ain't got to do nothing of this. Where my jet ski?
Don't say Sloan, everybody.
I was trying to get my super off.
You're being hunted. Don't let your guard down. The flames have gone cold. Three minutes left.
Shit from the back. Nah, this would have to work with a...
The flames have gone cold.
We're not that far off, too.
Everything's yours. Relish this time. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over.
Shit. He was right there, too. I thought the other guy had him.
1 minute remains.
from behind.
It's almost over. Don't let them have it easy. They got the better of you.
Fuck.
The measure of a guardian is how they handle defeat.
Jordan, do you ever feel like nervous that it could go left quickly when you're out there?
Do you feel nervous that it could go left?
That could go left? My crowd never wants to go left. I will tell you that. There is not an iota of left leaning in most of the crowds that I'm around. You know, the bum rushes at the rallies have increased. Literally 4 hours ago, we were talking to someone, and a woman in a giant MAGA hat humped my producer and jumped in front of the camera to try to interrupt the interview. Again, I can handle a random humping on the street. That's fine, as long as they're not armed. But stuff is getting weirder and dicier out there every time I go out.
Over here, Masked Man.
Question for both of you. So let's say Comedy Central gave you a time machine and said, hey, you gotta go back in time to interview someone. Who would you go interview?
If Comedy Central gave us a time machine, who would we go back in time and interview?
How much money do you think Comedy Central has? Do you have any? That is such an insulting question. Do you know how cheap this network is? This network programs 17 hours of The Office every single day. Roy is wearing my suit right now. You think they would invest in time travel technology? No way.
If anybody from Comedy Central is watching this right now, that's Jordan Klepper said that, not me.
Technically this is Roy's hosting week, so as the boss, you've okayed this moment. You have to heavy into the crowd, Roy Wood.
If I'm going back in time, man,
who would you interview?
I gotta go Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, bro. Like, I want to bring one of them up to the present day and be like, man, you see this shit, man? You got to keep marching. Who? What about you?
Well, you took the obvious ones. You know what? I would like to go back. It's a cliche, but I'd like to talk to Abraham Lincoln. One, it's nice to talk to somebody over 6'3". Woo. I like some Lincoln heads over there. Springfield, Illinois, baby! I want to talk to Abraham Lincoln because I think his name has been besmirched in the last 20 years, and he is used as like a get me out of being racist card by so many folks on the right. Like, well, he was a Republican, so I'm like, I want to sit Abraham Lincoln down, read him the shit that's happening today, and be like, do you co-sign on this right now? Yes or no? Thank you for talking to me. Enjoy the thing.
Fuck.
And then I'd warn him. I'd warn him. Sorry, don't go to the theater. Don't go to the theater. You shouldn't go to the theater.
Jordan Klepper, everybody.
Can I say one thing? How good a job is Roy Wood Jr. doing?
Give him the fucking job.
I was here when Roy got brought on, and the first field piece we got to do together. And I remember, do you remember that?
Yeah, the police reform, the police.
It was police bias training.
Yeah,
that was taking place in Wisconsin. Yeah. Right? And Roy Wood Jr. is funny like that. That's not a problem. But he's also one of the hardest working people in comedy I have ever met. And I remember that day. You wanted to study how it was done, you put in the work, you put in the effort, and you're as kind as can be. And I think all those things you don't see because you make it look so easy. So it's just it's a testament to hard work and being a good person, the success that these shows have had. So it's as a fan of The Daily Show, getting to watch you do this is great. Roy Wood Jr. Thank you, man. Get that
strike as one.
Ooh.
5 minutes left. Sound tactics so far. The hunt has ended.
Shit. Yeah, I'm going outbreak. I need to get those precision shots.
The hunt is on. The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Show them what that means. Let the wolves rest. The hunt is over. Yes, the hunt is on.
Fuck.
Things have gone cold. The hunt is on.
Come on, man.
The howls are quiet. Return to the fight. Finish this. 3 minutes remain.
Fuck.
The pressure and you have them.
Good job.
You are in control. Show them what that means. Excellent. A victory like that is why the Iron Banner exists.
So it's certainly been quite a week so far in the world of politics, with probably the best summation coming from Charlie Kirk, of all people. Trump arraigned, Marxist wins mayoral race in Chicago, and Democrats flip Supreme Court in Wisconsin. Very bad day. No spin, no BS. Country is in collapse. We need God and dutiful action. Oh, poor little Charlie's upset. He's really going through it.
Yeah, I like the take that God's working, just not in the way that you particularly want him to.
You chose the wrong God. And yeah, this is our tech show. We have plenty of tech news for you, but we should start with just a brief update on the whole Trump indictment thing that we covered in our previous episode, because it finally happened. Trump got arrested.
Yeah, he did. And it is less exciting than it sounds. I literally fell asleep watching the coverage on Tuesday afternoon because it was just people talking about what may have been included and then shots of his airplane, and I dozed off.
Yeah, no reason to ever watch anything like that live. Nothing cool or noteworthy is going to happen.
There were no handcuffs and no mugshots. He didn't even have to pay bail. But he was still technically arrested when he showed up for his arraignment in New York City on Tuesday to plead not guilty. And we're not going to go over the details of this case again, but the indictment was finally made public, and the case is about pretty much what everyone assumed it was going to be: falsifying business records. So nothing really new here, but at least we know the breakdown of those 34 criminal charges are 11 counts being related to Michael Cohen submitting phony invoices for legal fees. Another 11 counts are related to individual payments Trump made to Michael Cohen, and 12 counts are related to individual accounting ledger entries about the payments.
So, yeah, anyway, we're not lawyers. This is not a legal show. To our untrained eyes, this case doesn't seem super airtight, and also seems to rely on interpretations of the law that aren't super airtight. But on the other hand, some of the most cynical and black-pilled legal minds in podcasting and social media seem to think that it's actually a pretty strong case. So I'm like, okay. Of course, the whole thing's totally unprecedented, so who the hell knows how this will turn out. But Trump is, of course, very happy to assume the role of persecuted man.
I am a persecuted man.
And has already made it a core part of his 2024 campaign strategy, appearing at a campaign event at Mar-a-Lago just hours after turning himself in and spending most of his speech just ranting about how unfair he's being treated.
Sir, you orchestrated the whole circus. You could have done this from the privacy of Mar-a-Lago via Zoom call. They offered you that, and
you're breaking kayfabe.
Yeah,
I need this.
Also, the one good thing that came out of it was that beautiful artist sketch of Trump in the courtroom.
And it turns out it was the same sketch artist that sketched Tom Brady all those years ago.
Yes, so bravo on that front. Also, some weird thing popped out of it about him paying off a doorman to cover up an illegitimate child or something.
Yeah, it's like, none of this is new and none of it's part of the case, but yeah, some doorman went to the National Enquirer, said that Trump had a child out of wedlock, and like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like there's legs to that because that rumor's been around for like years.
Yeah.
And so
Don't recall
there's
that
really
one.
Nothing new here.
But that's
no surprises.
That's how they got Al Capone, with a little fix the numbers, fix the books. So, you know, and he is still facing the stuff in Georgia. And
based on like, I love the idea that like the New York Times is like so fucking liberal. Like they have bent themselves over backwards this past 2 weeks, putting out every possible op-ed about how like it sets a really dangerous precedent to convict a.
They're just trying to get that blue check back.
Yeah, it's like okay, yeah, just all these people being like, I don't know, this is it's like yeah, I mean, but he might have broken the law. Like,
No,
are you saying that presidents are allowed to break the law?
They are.
I don't know.
They're doing the thing where they DM Elon, or they submit for their unbanning, and they're like, they banned me for my conservative beliefs. Yeah. So maybe they'll get the blue check back now. But anyways, let's move on now from perceived imaginary anti-Republican discrimination to actual real discrimination. A thing that a lot of very sheltered people believe isn't a thing and hasn't been a thing for a long time, but which it still definitely affects the job prospects of people who aren't white and or male. But wait, you say, that kind of hiring discrimination is illegal. And you're right, it is. A long time ago, you could just straight up say you're only hiring white people, but you can't do that anymore, and for good reason.
However, that doesn't mean that companies aren't just throwing all the resumes that they receive from non-white people straight into the garbage. And before you call bullshit, let's look at a job listing recently posted to Indeed.com by Arthur Grand Technologies Incorporated, an IT company whose previous clients include Staples, Capital One, the IRS, Fannie Mae, and Comcast, and whose current clients, as shown in the job listing, include big players like Berkshire Hathaway and HTC Global. This is a pretty primetime gig right here.
Okay, so the listing is for Salesforce business analyst and insurance claims, and it's a contract job paying $75 per hour. The job is based in Dallas. It's a long-term contract, blah, blah, blah. Wait, hold on. What's this? Let me get my magnifying lens out. Note, only born U.S. citizens, white, who are local within 60 miles from Dallas, Texas. Don't share with candidates. Ooh. So clearly this was a note that was meant for internal use only and was not meant to actually appear on the online job listing. And that's because it's a crime.
That's a crime.
Yeah, that's what they did. They did a crime. Anyway, the fallout from this
All right,
has been
you got me.
basically nuclear for Arthur Grand Technologies. Here's Motherboard.
After the white-only listing received condemnation online this week, Arthur Grand responded in a LinkedIn post published Wednesday morning. The LinkedIn post, which has been edited since it was initially published, called the job posting offensive and said it was neither authorized nor posted by Arthur Grand or its employees, and that a former employee took an existing posting and added discriminatory language, then reposted it through his own account. The company then claimed it is taking legal action against the person who published the listing. Arthur Grand then said that to avoid further chaos, it was requesting no further questions on the matter. Request everyone to support and cooperate, the company said. It wasn't us. We were hacked. We know who did it. Who did it? I mean, let's just let. I'm not gonna tell you who did it, but it wasn't us.
There was an employee that was disgruntled.
A former employee.
Yeah.
I don't even understand that explanation. A former employee copied it, published it, whatever. Okay.
I mean, I guess I could see a disgruntled ex-employee.
But they're claiming it wasn't even their account that posted it to Indeed.
Oh, it was their account?
Yeah.
Okay, then that does seem like they're just covering up their tracks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it continues. In the comments, however, LinkedIn users took issue with the explanation, particularly with what they saw as inconsistencies. According to a screenshot circulating on Twitter and LinkedIn, an earlier explanation posted by the company had said the company had conducted an investigation and discovered that a new junior recruiter, not a former employee, at our firm was responsible for the offending job posting. The company said it had fired the employee in question. As of publication, the company's Twitter account has been disabled, and its Facebook page is not available either. Arthur Grant's website redirects to a WordPress installation page, though an earlier version of it has been archived by the Internet Archive.
So yeah, I mean, based on the fact that they couldn't even come up with one consistent alibi for why this happened, they have two completely different explanations that are totally at odds with each other. We are left to assume that this company actually does, in fact, have a whites-only hiring policy that they accidentally revealed to the world.
I like the first go-to is that was an ex-employee, and while that buys us some time, let's come up with a better excuse.
Yeah, they clearly, they're like, oh fuck, what's a good excuse? And then they're like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Like,
put out phase one and then
put out delete the old excuse, put out a new excuse.
Yeah.
Bazinga. Anyway, yeah, I mean, it sounds like this company has a racist hiring policy. I mean, that's a very serious accusation, though, so hopefully the U.S. government's Equal Employment Opportunity Commission looks into this and sets the record straight, because you would hate to be having people accuse you of being a racist company. You would want the government to come in and get to the bottom of this.
Cross all the T's, dot all the I's, and prove to the world that you are, in fact, not using this policy internally.
Yeah. And I mean, after this, I guess so the job listing is for working as a contractor for this company who will be contracting for Berkshire Hathaway for this specific job.
Oh, no.
Just all these people sharing pictures of Berkshire Hathaway holiday parties, and it's just it's like looking at a snowbank. It's just it's white as hell in there. So it checks out.
Good for the Internet Archive to have the backup there, but who knows? They might not be around very long either.
Yeah, I haven't sifted through that, but yeah, the Internet Archive might be in trouble.
All because of a disgruntled author.
Well, several disgruntled authors,
yeah.
But disgruntled authors who are maybe thinking only for themselves and not for
the posterity of the entire
Library of Alexandria of the internet.
Yeah.
And what would happen if it went away all of a sudden.
Yeah. But moving on now to a topic that we've moving on now to a topic we've been doomed to cover on a weekly basis for the foreseeable future. Elon Musk's Twitter. In our previous episode this week, we went over the hilarious shit show around Twitter verification, which on this past Saturday was supposed to go away for legacy accounts, legacy verified accounts under the old system, leaving Twitter blue as the only way to get a blue check mark next to your name.
Which is worthless now. Why would you want a blue check mark? It doesn't mean anything.
The people that do have it, of no fault of their own, want to get rid of it because it makes them look bad. That didn't happen, of course, at all, probably because actually doing it would have been a total manual process requiring thousands of man hours. So instead, now when you click someone's check mark, it just says that they might be a Twitter Blue subscriber or might be legacy verified. Who knows? Who's to say?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Anyway, we now have some further insight into this whole debacle via Matt Binder of Mashable. On April 1st, Twitter owner Elon Musk was supposed to strip all legacy verified accounts of their blue checkmark badges. However, that didn't happen. It's unclear as to why Musk backtracked on this date, but maybe this has something to do with it. Only 12,305 of roughly 420,000 legacy verified accounts have subscribed to a paid Twitter Blue plan as of Tuesday. That's just about 3% of the celebrities, pro athletes, influencers, and media personalities who make up the platform's power users. And with that looming threat of verification removal gone, at least for the time being, Twitter only saw around 67 of those legacy verified accounts subscribe to Twitter Blue in the days after April 1st. If Musk's moves were meant to result in a big uptick of legacy verified Twitter Blue subscribers, it just didn't work. So they called his bluff.
Yeah.
Oh, you're gonna do it? Well, then do it.
One of the funnier.
No, you want to get it. You want to keep the second. Come on.
One of the funnier ones was leading up to that. Mark Cuban being like, "Sir, Mr. Elon, please, I'm losing 1,000 followers a day." So I signed up.
Mark Cuban. Why do you care?
Yeah, also, yeah, why do you care? But he's like, "I'm losing thousands of followers a day." So I signed up for Twitter Blue to stop the bleeding, and it's not working. Sir, please respond.
He has like millions of followers. Like,
yeah, it's a fraction of a percentage.
What are you doing, like stressing out about thousands of?
Focus on your NBA team, Mark.
Yeah, that's the most fascinating thing about Twitter is the celebrities who actually do get super into it in a weirdly like unhealthy way, where I'm like, why do you fucking care? Why do you care?
It's like a merit system for their value to society when it's absolutely not that.
Yeah, I mean, that's arguably why Elon bought the company in the first fucking place.
Yeah, Mark Cuban, while he's complaining about losing followers who are probably bots anyway. I mean, for the amount of followers he has, that's probably bot being expunged from the website. But on the same hand, like, he does have some pretty goodwill going for him with that prescription discount site that he does.
He's one of the least bad billionaires.
Yeah, so what are you doing, Mark? Get off Twitter.
It's like, your tweets get engagement. Why do you fucking care if you lost a couple thousand subscribers? Shut up.
He cares so much that he gave another billionaire $8. It's fucking weird. Anyways, the article also notes that based on the available data, there's around 500,000 Twitter Blue subscribers at this point. So that's more than the number of legacy verified accounts. But that only adds up to around $4 million in monthly revenue. And it also notes that it's hard to get a handle on exactly how many Twitter Blue subscribers there actually are, because for a lot of people, they canceled their subscription and still had the blue check mark months later. So everyone should just do that.
This is apparently it's a big problem, and it might.
They proved it by this weekend how hard it is to actually remove it once you have it. So
I mean, that was for legacies because there was never any reason to code in a simple way to remove everyone's check mark. But this seems like. It seems like something they just forgot to add when they were being rushed to publish this update, and they're like, oh shit, we didn't forgot to add a way to actually remove the check mark once they stopped paying, and now we'd have to do it manually just like everyone else's. So whatever, enjoy the check mark.
It's a totally functioning website.
Yeah.
That is certainly not going to doom the world's richest man into, being humiliated for the rest of his life and losing half of his money.
Inshallah. I hope this all works out for him, It would be a damn shame to see Elon Musk fail on such a large public scale.
He's already built a prison for himself, and it's going to be damn near impossible to climb out of it, so he has cursed himself. You get one go on this earth, and he's chosen to be the entire internet's whipping boy.
I want to be the main character every day. Okay, your wish is my command, sir.
He really did a monkey's paw with that one.
Yeah. Anyway, Elon Musk's obsession with verification has always been a bit weird, and it definitely seems to at least partially stem from his dislike of those blue check journalists and just journalism in general. And yeah, there's plenty of reasons to be critical of the journalism business and lots of the people in it, but for Elon, it seems to mostly just be a personal gripe against people reporting things about him that are unflattering to him and his companies. So it's basically the same as Trump. It's not a principled stance, it's just fake news.
Yeah, looking out for himself.
Yeah, why aren't you writing nice things about me? Anyway, we're not sure exactly what National Public Radio did to piss off Elon, but they did something.
Yeah.
Here's TechCrunch.
In the latest installment of Elon Musk's mercurial leadership saga, Twitter now classifies American news nonprofit NPR the same way it handles RT, the infamous Russian state-backed mouthpiece that pushes the Kremlin's talking points to the broader world. NPR's Twitter account on the once essential breaking news platform now comes with a tag denoting it as U.S. state-affiliated media. But NPR doesn't meet Twitter's own definition for a state-affiliated account.
And yeah, here's that definition straight from Twitter. State-financed media organizations with editorial independence, like the BBC in the UK or NPR in the US, for example, are not defined as state-affiliated media for the purposes of this policy. Except, wait, hold on. Oh, they just updated that page.
Okay.
It's exactly the same, but minus the little NPR reference. Other than that, unchanged. And look, Yeah, NPR and basically every other mainstream media outlet in this country, they do basically function as the PR wing of the U.S. State Department, and that is absolutely worth critiquing. Noam Chomsky has made a whole career out of that critique, but that's almost certainly not what Elon is doing here. So very strange stuff happening here, especially when it's just NPR, and meanwhile, actual directly government-funded outlets like Voice of America, Stars and Stripes, Radio Free Europe, and so on, do not have the state media tag, when that's literally what they are.
NPR is funded by McDonald's.
They're funded by the James L. Wood Foundation and the bestowment, the endowment of the McDonald's guy's wife.
Yeah, the Kroc lady.
The Kroc Foundation.
Yeah, she like bequeathed the entire Kroc fortune.
Yeah, well,
to NPR.
she felt guilty about her dead husband stealing the McDonald brothers' little restaurant right from out from under them,
and also leaving her first husband because of his big flashy business prowess.
That's right.
Yep. So everyone else's loss is NPR's gain. Thanks, McDonald brothers.
Yeah, I mean, NPR also gets like they have a lot of weird funding issues where I can't remember which oil or fracking brothers it is, but they get a lot of money from those types. And
I think it's the Koch brothers honestly started donating or something like that.
And it's like, I mean, say what you want, but like that has to affect your editorial decision making.
Yeah, for those companies, it's a small percentage and a write-off in order to make the people think twice while reporting.
And this is true for all media. Like the reason they don't go so hard against big business is because they need big business to pay for ads, so they can stay in business. It's really as simple as that.
Yes, it is. So yeah, it would be cool if there were some clarification on what's happening with all that. But when we emailed Twitter about it, all we got was a poop emoji. So,
did NPR poop somewhere? Is that what happened?
NPR had that runner's high. Well, speaking of transparency, Elon actually kept one of his promises and went ahead and made Twitter's recommendation algorithm open source last week. It doesn't really seem like something you would share with the world if you wanted to cut down on spam, since it allows spammers to see exactly what makes tweets more visible. But regardless, it is interesting.
Yeah, so some basic takeaways are that likes give posts a big boost, retweets a slightly smaller boost, and replies give pretty much no boost at all by themselves. Images and videos boost a post, but external links do the opposite. Getting muted, blocked, unfollowed, and reported all serve to downrank an account's visibility. Being a Twitter Blue subscriber boosts an account's visibility. And there's even calculations based on like how long people look at your posts, whether they click to see your profile, and so on. None of this is surprising, really, but we now know the exact formula for what makes a viral tweet, and surely this will not be abused by bad and or annoying and or clout-starved people.
Hey, look, we got to do it at the end of every video because it actually works. YouTube works the same way.
Yeah,
the video's getting a lot of likes and comments. Yeah,
resisted for a long time, but it's like, yeah, that's what you got to fucking do. It's annoying.
Like the video.
New meta.
I do like the one. I saw one take with absolutely zero evidence that this proves that the Democratic Party is operating a massive bot army that just blocks conservative voices to downrank them in the algorithm?
No, we do it one by one manually. It's
because you're annoying and if you subscribe to Twitter Blue.
Yeah, it's not. There's no conspiracy theory here. Your posts just suck, and we don't want to see them.
That's true. But one funny thing that people quickly uncovered in Twitter's algorithm is what appears to be 4 key categories that Twitter puts users in: Democrat, Republican, power user, and Elon. Okay, well, apparently this is for internal purposes to make sure algorithm changes don't disproportionately affect any of these types of users. But it's just so Elon to have an entire category of users all to himself. And it's even funnier that he's pretending that he just found out about this, when it's perfectly in line with what he's been doing to boost his own posts since he bought the company. The man literally flew to the office straight from the Super Bowl because Joe Biden got a tweet that had more likes than his.
Yeah.
He has the world's thinnest skin.
Yeah, this is Elon. He had like he hosted a Twitter space and like.
Oh, I don't know. Can someone explain?
I don't know. Engineers, get over here. Why would you do such a thing? Get rid of it.
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Anyways, in one last bit of Twitter news, remember how Elon laid off half of Twitter's workforce right after taking over? It was a pretty unusual move, and the reason it's unusual is that if you're a big company in California, you can't just do that out of the blue. It's a crime. Mm-hmm. It's a violation of the law, and now a bunch of former Twitter workers are suing over it.
Oh, surprise!
Here's Reuters.
Twitter Inc. faced a lawsuit on Tuesday accusing the social media giant of illegally laying off contract workers without notice after Elon Musk bought the company last year, the latest action stemming from its massive job cuts. The proposed class action, filed in San Francisco federal court, claims Twitter in November laid off numerous workers employed by staffing firm Tech Systems Inc. without the 60 days of advance notice required by U.S. and California law. 5 other cases are pending in the same court accusing Twitter of violating those laws, targeting female workers for layoffs, and discriminating against employees with disabilities. Twitter has denied wrongdoing, and they did so by sending a poop emoji.
Yeah. Discriminating against disabled employees? Wow, where would you get that idea? Was it just
the one that happened publicly?
Yeah, the one that like happened right in front of all of our eyes like 2 weeks ago. And he now just like simps in that guy's replies
and gets no replies back.
Hallie is like he seems like a legit dude. His posts are good. And yeah, Elon has been just like replying to everything he posts and he never writes back. He's just holding it over Elon's head because I don't think they've sorted that out. I think,
Elon's really trying to be friendly with him.
Yeah, because he might owe this man $100 million.
Mm-hmm. It's like the same kind of desperation when you see him tweet at Grimes.
Yeah. Grimes. Boy, Grimes.
Happy birthday, Grimes.
Yeah. So yeah, if you're trying to save a bunch of money, getting yourself sued a ton seems like a bad move. Yeah. But hey, what do we know? He's the one with the big bucks, and we're just a couple of humble content formers out here trying to get by. And speaking of which, before we get to the rest of the content, it's time to let you know that this episode is sponsored by Honey, the easy way to save when shopping on your iPhone or computer. We all shop online. We've all seen that promo code field taunting us at checkout. But thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is a thing of the past. Honey is the free shopping tool that scours the internet for promo codes and applies the best one it finds to your cart.
Imagine for a moment you're shopping on one of your favorite sites. When you check out, the Honey button appears, and all you have to do is click Apply Coupons. You wait a few seconds as Honey searches for coupons it can find for that site, and if Honey finds a working coupon, you will watch the prices drop. I just recently got, as a gift to our accountant, I got him some very nice earplugs because I ended up going to a concert with him. Yeah. And I was like, gotta protect your ears, bro. Yeah. Gonna hook you up with some earplugs. And I went on the old website there, and on the phone on Safari, clicked the little thing on there. Boom, 15% off. Watch out. Wow. I'm saving money. Get out of my way.
You just got Honeys.
And someone isn't gonna have tinnitus because of it.
But yeah, Honey doesn't just work on desktop, it also works on your iPhone. Just activate it on Safari on your phone and save on the go. If you don't already have Honey, you could be straight up missing out. And by getting it, you'll be doing yourself a solid and supporting the show. We would never recommend something we don't use, so get PayPal Honey for free at joinhoney.com/newsday. That is joinhoney.com/newsday.
And this episode is sponsored by Mint Mobile. If you're tired of fine print contracts and getting ripped off by big wireless providers, you know there's always a catch. So when you hear that Mint Mobile offers premium wireless starting at just $15 a month, you probably wonder, well, what is that catch? Well, here's the thing. There isn't one. Mint Mobile's secret sauce is that they're the first company to sell wireless service online only. They cut out the cost of retail stores and pass those sweet, sweet savings directly to you.
For anyone who hates their phone bill, Mint Mobile offers premium wireless for just $15 a month. Mint Mobile gives you the best rate whether you're buying for one or a family. And at Mint, families start at 2 lines. All plans come with unlimited talk and text, plus high-speed data delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. Use your own phone with any Mint Mobile plan and keep your same phone number along with all your existing contacts. Switch to Mint Mobile and get premium wireless service starting at just $15 a month. To get your new wireless plan for just $15 a month and get the plan shipped to your door for free, go to mintmobile.com/newsday. That's mintmobile.com/newsday. Cut your wireless bill to $15 a month at mintmobile.com/newsday.
Back to the news now, though, and we got the Elon Musk section out of the way. So now it's, of course, time to talk about another recurring topic.
The other recurring topic.
The only other recurring topic. AI, artificial intelligence.
Hey!
Who could have seen that coming? And relatively speaking, it was a slow news week for AI. Though again, that is relative. It must not be, quarterly earnings report season or something right now. All the companies, they've already said it all. We're working on it. But at least some of the news is kind of fun. Dumb AI news is the stuff that we used to enjoy before things got really scary. So
Christ!
To be clear, though, this AI-generated video of Will Smith eating spaghetti is fun and dumb, but it's also very horrifying.
Yeah, I don't like this. This is nightmare fuel. Yeah, we might be at the point with text-to-image where the results have terrible implications for the world, but text-to-video is still in the stage where the results aren't going to fool anyone and are unintentionally extremely bizarre. The AI is simply incapable of depicting eating spaghetti as anything other than nightmare fuel, and the Will Smith video has, of course, inspired copycats like Scarlett Johansson eating spaghetti, Joe Biden eating spaghetti, and of course, Trump eating spaghetti. Weirdly, no Eminem eating spaghetti that we could find. Why? That seems like the most obvious choice.
Yeah.
Eminem eating mom's spaghetti.
Also because he raps really fast, and all of the eating videos, they're like...
Yeah, just devouring it.
Yeah.
Will Smith eating like a Lady in the Tramp size like spaghetti. Like
they're all eating down at the
5,000 calories there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're at the family-style Italian restaurant, and they bought it just for themselves.
They did.
But meanwhile, other forms of AI are already so advanced that there are rampant, well-founded fears about what they'll do to various job markets. We've already seen multiple prominent news websites introduce AI-written articles, which seems like a real threat to the journalism profession. But thankfully, for now, the AI-written articles just aren't very good. CNET's AI-written articles are full of plagiarism and get a lot of things wrong.
It was
And then
right
over at
there,
BuzzFeed,
man.
They've started running AI-written articles recently, and they're hysterically bad. So here's futurism.
Earlier this year, when BuzzFeed announced plans to start publishing AI-assisted content, its CEO, Jonah Peretti, promised the tech would be held to a high standard. I think that there are two paths for AI in digital media, Peretti told CNN. One path is the obvious path that a lot of people will do, but it's a depressing path, using the technology for cost savings and spamming out a bunch of SEO articles that are lower quality than what a journalist could do, but a tenth of the cost. Even if there are a lot of bad actors who try to use AI to make content farms, it won't win in the long run, he added. I think the content farm model of AI will feel very depressing and dystopian.
That was months ago, though, and apparently BuzzFeed's commitment to quality has held up. Futurism recently discovered that BuzzFeed has quietly started publishing SEO-driven travel guides for locales all around the world, and it's exactly the kind of content farm trash they said would feel depressing and dystopian. And it does. But it also just sucks. Here's some examples of recurring tropes Futurism found in BuzzFeed's travel guides.
Now, I know what you're thinking. Cape May? What is that? Some kind of mayonnaise brand? In an article about Cape May, New Jersey. Now I know what you're thinking. But Caribbean destinations are all just crowded resorts, right? In an article about St. Martin in the Caribbean. Now I know what you're thinking. Puerto Rico, isn't that where all the cruise ships go? In an article about San Juan in Puerto Rico. Now I know what you're thinking. Bigger isn't always better. In an article about Providence in Rhode Island. Now I know what you're probably thinking. Nepal, the Himalayas, haven't we all heard of that already? In an article about Khumbu in Nepal.
Haven't we all heard of that already? What a weird one.
Now I know what you're probably thinking. Brewster? Never heard of it. In an article about Brewster, Massachusetts. I know what you're thinking. Isn't Stockholm that freezing, gloomy city up in the north that nobody cares about? In an article about Stockholm, Sweden.
Kind of a dick move by the AI there.
Yeah, nobody cares about Stockholm.
What does it have against Stockholm?
I don't know.
It's funny because this isn't even like that strange in human written ones. Because like if you look at
just a crutch for a hack writer, but
look, they do from time to time do some quality work. But like if you go to like Daily Dot's page, every single headline is. This happened. Sparks debate. This happened. Sparks debate. This happened. Sparks debate.
for headlines, it makes sense because that actually is like that's the most important thing for SEO, and you want to get that right. I mean, titling our YouTube videos is always like a really annoying part of the process.
Yeah, true.
But just doing that cookie cutter approach to like the actual content, it's very funny, especially. I know what you're thinking. Using AI to write an article? Isn't that stupid?
I think that they're just banking on maybe the person looking for it, like it's looking up something specific and will never look at another
right. No, that's exactly it. This is it's evergreen content, just so like
nobody's ever heard of the Himalayas.
Yeah, when you search like visiting Aruba. There's going to be a fucking BuzzFeed article that's like 4th after like a bunch of sponsored content.
Now I know what you're thinking. It's just a silly Beach Boys song. But there's more to Aruba, Jamaica, the Bahamas than you ever thought.
Ooh, I want to take you.
The AI is going to take you to Bermuda with these fancy travel tips. So yeah, there's also this, and we will try not to go completely insane reading this. Amelia Island, Florida is a hidden gem of beaches. Carmel by the Sea, California is a hidden gem of California's coast. West Virginia is a hidden gem of a state. What? Saugerties, New York is a hidden gem where small town charm meets big city cool. Stanley, Idaho is a hidden gem nestled right in the heart of the Sawtooth Mountains. Brewster, Massachusetts is Cape Cod's hidden gem. They really want to push Brewster.
Yeah.
Come
on down the Brewster.
Here, it's probably pronounced Brista.
Brista.
Yeah. But this is now I'm under the impression that Brewster, Massachusetts, at least in particular, is paying money to have more of these articles pumped out.
Come to Brewster.
Nobody thinks about Brewster. We're right here. Calistoga, California is a hidden gem. June Lake, California is a hidden gem. Mammoth Mountain, California is a hit. No, it's not.
No, it fucking isn't. It's the biggest ski resort in the state, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, I mean,
God, I hate you.
There's really no escaping anyone talking about Mammoth Mountain.
And the people that live there, they're going through a real rough time right now.
Please don't come.
There are like, I saw pictures of, it was Mammoth Lakes, so not the mountain, but the Mammoth Lakes region. There is snow that is like 20 feet high. Like
every time they dig themselves out, they just get another 12 feet of snow.
Their roofs are collapsing from having so much snow on them. It's bad.
It does continue though. Providence, Rhode Island is a hidden gem. Charleston, South Carolina is a hidden gem. Connecticut is a hidden gem. Who could miss Connecticut all tucked away down there? Aruba is a hidden gem and truly a gem. Prague is a hidden gem.
What? No, it isn't. No, it's not. It's a whole...
One of the most sought-after European locations
not a hidden
all
gem.
of them.
No one's hiding it.
The Cook Islands are a hidden gem. St. Martin is a hidden gem. South Dakota is both a glorious gem of a state and a criminally underrated travel gem. Sturgis would argue otherwise. Here we go. Cape May, New Jersey is a gem worth visiting. Arizona is a desert gem. Ecuador is an absolute gem. Bruges, Belgium is a secret gem.
No, it isn't. There's a movie about it. They made a whole fucking movie about it.
And a Belgium gem. Montreal, Canada is a travel gem.
What?
And Alberta, Canada is a Canadian gem. No, it is not. No. I mean, I guess if you go to like Banff,
yeah.
But, you know, I don't think anyone's traveling there for Yahoo, Wahoo, or whatever the fuck the country parade is.
It's a Canadian gem.
Yeah, I guess maybe on that scale.
Yeah.
Sevilla, Spain is just a gem. So they didn't pay enough money to...
No, I won't be traveling to Sevilla anytime soon. It's just a gem. It's not hidden. It's not Canadian.
They didn't pay enough money to Jordan Peele's brother-in-law.
Yeah. That is so weird. Yeah, Jonah Peretti is Chelsea Peretti's brother.
Mm-hmm. Who's married to Jordan Peele.
Right.
Yeah.
Weird.
Yeah, just like Matt Gaetz is married to Palmer Luckey's sister. Palmer Luckey, the guy who invented Oculus and sold it to Facebook.
Yeah. It's pretty weird.
The rich, they don't really go outside their comfort zone.
Yeah. So that's fun. But what's also fun is OpenAI, the company spearheading all this shit, finally having the law start to catch up with it. Not American law, of course, but over in Italy, they just straight up banned ChatGPT last week.
Marron!
And their reasons for doing so seem like they could also apply elsewhere, like across the entire EU, which tends to have consistent laws about stuff like this.
Yeah, they like to keep it broad for everyone.
So ChatGPT is trained on mountains of online data that it just sort of hoovered up wholesale from across the internet. And a lot of that training data is personal information about random people who did not consent to that. Uh-oh, here's Gizmodo.
In a news release, the Italian Data Protection Authority ordered the immediate ban on ChatGPT in the country and listed its concerns with the chatbot. Most importantly, the Italian privacy regulator stated that there is no legal basis that justifies the collection and mass storage of personal data OpenAI uses to train the AI. Furthermore, the regulator added that OpenAI provides scant information to users whose data it collects. The regulator alleges OpenAI is violating the European Union's privacy law, the General Data Protection Regulation, or GDPR. As noted by Politico, the ban won't be permanent and is only in place until the Italian regulator determines whether OpenAI has complied with GDPR. That's probably going to be hard for them to do.
Yeah, no, it seems like that's... You got to start over. How the fuck do you do that?
Much like with removing the blue checks, I don't think that ChatGPT has an easy way to make it forget very particular things.
The amount of data in there is like insurmountable. Like you'd have to have an AI tackle this problem, and they'd still fuck it up.
Oh, I found a couple hidden gems in here in this AI knowledge base. Yeah.
But yeah, that's also on top of the Italian government's issues with ChatGPT not having any sort of age verification, and also for taking personal data and then still getting things wrong about it when asked, which might qualify as incorrect processing of personal data, which is illegal under GDPR. So far, OpenAI has just gone ahead and geo-blocked Italy, though it is still possible to use ChatGPT with a VPN. But depending on how this plays out, OpenAI might have much bigger problems on its hands with no possible quick fix.
Yeah.
This is a structural issue.
Yeah, and it's probably why no Italian cities were listed in BuzzFeed's travel locations.
Yeah.
There's simply no hidden gems.
Italy is not a gem.
No, please avoid. And the Italians clapped.
I know what you're thinking. Italy. Isn't that a fucking shithole? And you're right.
And you're right. Don't go. Yeah, it's lovely. Not in the summertime, but lovely.
It's a hot, no air conditioning.
Don't go in the summertime.
No, they don't even serve ice in the drinks. Come on.
Why would you need ice when you can smoke a hot cigarette?
A lot of ice cream though. Delicious.
Gelato, they call it there. Fancy term.
Gelato.
Yeah, go in the winter. It's much nicer and less crowds. In similar news, ChatGPT's tendency to get things wrong has now opened it up to its first defamation lawsuit, which has the potential to be truly groundbreaking. The plaintiff so far is only asking OpenAI to fix errors in their training data, but again, who the hell knows how simple that actually is? And given how often ChatGPT lies, this is likely to be a recurring problem for them. Here's Reuters.
A regional Australian mayor said he may sue OpenAI if it does not correct ChatGPT's false claims that he had served time in prison for bribery in what would be the first defamation lawsuit against the automated text service. Brian Hood, who was elected mayor of Hepburnshire, 120 kilometers northwest of Melbourne, last November, became concerned about his reputation when members of the public told him ChatGPT had falsely named him as a guilty party in a foreign bribery scandal involving a subsidiary of the Reserve Bank of Australia in the early 2000s. Hood did work for the subsidiary, Note Printing Australia, but was the person who notified authorities about payment of bribes to foreign officials to win currency printing contracts and was never charged with a crime, lawyers representing him said.
So yeah, you know, if I'd been a whistleblower in a major bribery scandal, I'd be pretty damn pissed if the new most popular thing in tech was telling everyone I was actually involved in the scandal and convicted of crimes and not the hero who put a stop to it. But again, this is just something that OpenAI
that's just Ricky.
Maybe not. Even if they're able to add new rules to their algorithm anytime someone threatens.
This is gonna be the
sue them
last
for
video,
defamation,
guys. I'm gonna end the
seems
stream
like something that will become
after this.
overwhelming, given how prone to telling lies ChatGPT is. So we'll see. Could be lots of trouble on the horizon for OpenAI, depending on how this plays out. They are doing the whole move fast and break things, and it only takes a little bit of time for that to catch up with them.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big structural problem. It's similar to, and this is coming, and I can't wait. But once the class action suits for the like Mid-Journey training data happens, it's like you're fucked. Like, what do? You're gonna manually go through your entire training data set and check the copyright of every single image? You're fucked.
No, everyone who banked on this technology is going to take their bags of money and exit the space entirely and leave all that paperwork to everyone else.
Yeah, and then Adobe sits on their throne. Haha. We've done it again.
We've done it again. Remember to cancel your Adobe just before it's due and get your 50% off coupon. Anyways, that's our show. Thank you for watching, and if you like what you saw, it would be so nice if we...
This show is a hidden gem.
It is... Look, some of you might be thinking...
Internet today, I know what you're thinking.
Just two old cranks making fun of the news. But actually, it's a hidden gem on YouTube.
It's a Canadian gem.
And you could be the first to tell someone about it by hitting the like button, leaving a comment, replying to a comment, subscribing if you're new here, and maybe even considering becoming a member, because that would make you look pretty cool.
Yeah.
You get a little symbol by your name. It's not a verified symbol, but yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, it's not the I love you sign. But yeah, you get technically a verified badge. You are verified as having given us money.
Yeah.
There you go. You could also hit the thank button. You do whatever you want. You
do what you want.
You know what to do by now, but
You're a hidden gem.
If it is true that if we don't say it, people don't do it. So we got to say it. 10,000 likes. Fucking do it.
Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Other videos are up there. We got a whole bunch of Trump, Elon, and a dead goat story for you that really upset people, and I'm sorry.
Yeah, fucked up.
And then we have Weekly Weird News over here. They're not all about Trump. It's just he kind of dominated the news cycle. So watch it. It's fine. And we'll see you soon for News Dump.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Most Rose Reveals. Signing off, and as always, stay frosty, touch grass, and God speed. See you tomorrow, or later today, because tomorrow's today. Deuces.